Chair, you should be live in about 10 seconds. Apologies for delay.
Right, hello and welcome everybody. It's Wednesday the 18th of November 2020 in lockdown 2. Just a few technical issues, so it's just gone 2 o'clock. And I'd like to welcome you to this virtual meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Matt McCabe and I am the chair of the committee. I will now call out the names of the other members of the committee who will be making the decisions today and ask them to confirm that they are present. First of all, Councillor Vic Clark.
Present.
Councillor Sue Craig.
Present.
Councillor Sally Davis.
Present.
Councillor Lucy Hodge.
Present.
Councillor Duncan Hounsell.
Present.
Councillor Sean Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Eleanor Jackson.
Present.
Councillor Hal McPhee.
Present.
And Councillor Amanda Rigby.
Present.
Also present are Simon Barnes, our legal advisor.
Good afternoon.
Sarah James, the Deputy Head of Planning.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Marie Todd, our Democratic Services Officer.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. The planning case officers are also in attendance to present their reports and answer questions, along with the Highways Officer, Darren Cox. This meeting is being held under the Coronavirus Regulations 2020 and has the same status and validity as a meeting held in the Guildhall. Can I remind everyone to keep their background noise to a minimum and only speak one person at a time and not to speak over others. Please mute your microphones when not speaking. And please indicate if you wish to speak by using the chat facility by typing MIS, may I speak, and I will call you to speak in turn. Can I remind members of the public that the chat function is for committee members only. Can members please also inform me if they lose connection and miss any part of the meeting, as this may result in them not being able to vote on an item they did not hear in full. When the committee is ready to take a vote, I will read out each member's name and the member should then clearly state for, against or abstain. I don't know of any apologies. Do we have any?
There's no apologies, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're all present and correct. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members? There is one from me and one from Councillor Rigby. Councillor Rigby, do you want to just elaborate?
Yes, Chair, thank you. As per the previous times when the Holborn Park development has come before committee, I did attend one of their presentations. I took legal advice before I went and I took the officer with me at the time.
Thank you very much. I am going to declare an interest in item 4. I'm a founder, former co-founder of TrueSpeed, which could be considered to be a competitive technology to the one being discussed in item 4. I have shares, therefore I could be perceived to be predetermined, so I will exclude myself from that, and Vice Chair Councillor Sally Davis will take over for that item. Any other urgent business? If anyone thinks of anything, do let us know on the way. Any urgent business agreed by the chair? There is no urgent business. I was strangely muted then. Item 4, items from the public, statements and questions. The Democratic Services Officer will now inform you of the public speaking procedure. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the public and parish councillors have registered to speak about individual planning applications under items 6 and 7 on the agenda. Ward councillors not on the committee have also indicated they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated that they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. I will time the speeches and inform the chair using the chat function when the time is up. The chair will then ask speakers to immediately conclude their remarks. After making their statement, speakers will remain in the meeting so that they can observe the debate. However, they have no further right to speak and so should mute their microphone and switch off their video. Once the item has finished, the speakers will be removed from Zoom and can view the rest of the meeting on YouTube if they wish.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the previous meeting on the 21st of October, they have been circulated. Can I agree that these are approved? For Eleanor Jackson.
I'll propose that they're a correct record.
Thank you very much. And a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you to Councillor Hounsell. So I will sign those as and when we're allowed to congregate once more. And we move on to the first item, the site visit item, which is the building between the house and Old Orchard, the street Ubley. Can I invite the case officer, Christine Moorfield, to present her report, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Can I just confirm you can all see that?
Yep.
Yep. This application is a variation condition application for the erection of a detached house and detached garage at a site between the house and Old Orchard at the street Ubley. Before I start the presentation, there's one verbal update. A neighbour has sent in a further letter of objection. The first point being raised is concerns over loss of privacy from windows on the southern elevation of the proposed dwelling. The property in question that's raised the concern is on the south side. Windows were permitted at first floor level in the permitted scheme, and the garden is 25 metres long, so these issues aren't considered to be to cause any greater harm than the previous scheme indicated. Further issues in relation to the layout of the property and parking have been covered in the committee report. The application was considered by committee members on the 21st of October. The application was deferred for a site visit, and a virtual site visit took place on the 9th of November. At the committee meeting in October, councillors requested clarification in respect of whether this should be considered as a variation application. This matter has been addressed within the committee report, but just to confirm that the National Planning Practice Guidance suggests that the proposal that it's not substantially different from the one which has been approved can be considered as a variation. Where the proposed changes do not fundamentally or substantially change the proposal or raise new issues, a variation under section 73 is considered appropriate. In this instance, the proposal submitted was not considered to be substantially different than that approved, and the changes were not fundamental to the principles of the development. As advised, the proposals as amended did not raise new issues, and development plan policies or other material considerations had not changed significantly since the original grant of permission, and therefore there was no justification to warrant refusing to register the application as submitted under section 73. A section 73 application is subject to the same process of neighbour notification and scrutiny as a full planning application. And just to reiterate, the approval of this application could result in 2 permissions being implementable on this site. The approved scheme can be implemented, and in respect of this application, members are able to assess any harm that may be caused as a result of the alterations that are proposed. to the approved scheme. The first slide indicates the layout of the proposed development outlined in green. Of particular concern was the distance from the house on the left-hand side of the screen. And this distance, as shown at the north end of the site, is the same distance as was shown with the approved scheme. The approved scheme was an L-shaped dwelling, and the proposal now is for a rectangular dwelling. So at the southern side of the development will be closer to the neighbour by about 1.5 metres. This is a slide of the front elevation of the proposed property, the northern elevation facing the street, and superimposed over it is the outline of the approved dwelling. And as you can see, the ridgeline has been raised by 300 millimetres, so it is marginally higher, and the ridgeline has been moved marginally to the western side, or the adjacent property, the house, which is the closest neighbour. This is the eastern elevation, so this is the elevation which is faces towards the other neighbour on the eastern side of the site. This is the rear elevation of the proposal, and as you can see, as shown on the left-hand side of the slide, the development will be set down into the site from the neighbouring property. And this is the western elevation, so this is the elevation which is closest to the house, which again is on the western side of the site. Just to say that the floor plans have been amended following concerns raised at the last committee meeting, and a single rear extension was proposed on the proposed new development, and that's now been removed, so the floor area has been further reduced in order to limit the development in association with the closest neighbour, the house on the western side. And this is the first floor layout, and as you can see, the first floor is set in marginally from the footprint by about I think it's 1.25 meters. And this is just a sort of wider view of the site to show how it's set down. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got the house, which is the closest neighbour. And as you can see, it's set down by about 1.3 metres into the site. Oh, sorry. Sorry, this is the photograph showing the eastern side of the closest neighbour, the house. And as you can see, the site sort of rises slightly where the previous building was set on the site, but in fact that level will be lowered. So again, this is the garage, the rear of the garage of the house, the closest neighbour. And again, you can see the slight difference in levels on the site. This is the entrance into the site and looking along the eastern boundary, which is quite heavily vegetated. These photographs were, the neighbour kindly allowed me to go onto his balcony, which enabled me to take some quite good sort of high level shots of the site in order for councillors to be able to appreciate perhaps the layout of the site. As you can see, there's a water feature set at the lower level, which is a spring-fed water feature. And the applicants have laid out markers on the site. If you look at the left-hand photograph where the yellow cone is, so that's the front corner of the property. And then if you follow over to the, if I can just put the arrow on there, there's a little marker there, so that will be the furthest corner of the property as proposed. And then on this photograph, sorry, they're just, you can just about see them. There's a marker of the far corner of the rear of the property, and then coming up to the boundary, the marker here marks where the corner, oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you can see the marker which marks the closest corner of the property to the neighbours, and that's more or less in line with the back of the property of the house. This is another aerial photo, sort of high-level photograph, just trying to show the sort of overall footprint of the property. I couldn't quite get it all in the photograph, I'm afraid. And then the photograph on the right-hand side shows the boundary, the eastern boundary, going down towards the south of the site, and where you've got Ceresdale, which is the neighbour closest to the south of the property. These photographs indicate the site as seen from the street. So you've got the existing access, and then the photograph on the right is just showing looking across the site, across the entrance to the house on the western side. These photographs show looking from the site. The first photograph is looking to the east, and then the second photograph is looking to the west. Councillors asked if I could provide some further photographs of the sort of area in general, in order that a feel for the context could be gained. So hopefully these next photographs will help you get to a sort of better picture of the context. So the top left-hand photograph is of the house, which is a rendered property. So that one sits immediately next to the site. And then the other two photographs indicate an estate of houses, which are sort of further along to the west, which indicate rendered, presumably ex-council housing. So that's the sort of character of the area on that side of the road to the west. And as you go further along from the site to the east, the property next door is a mixture of rubble, stone and render. And then along from there, you've got semi-detached properties in a sort of stone finish. These photographs indicate looking to the west on the opposite side of the road. And as you can see, the properties here are a little bit more traditional in their appearance, with more rubble stone, although the property that you can see in the left-hand photograph furthest away has got an element of render on it. The property on the photograph on the right is indicating the school, and again you can see the stone that's used in the area. The property in the on the left-hand side is immediately next door to the school. Past that, there is then a more modern house, but the brickwork has been kept sort of in colour tone with what's around in the area. And then further along, you've got little semi-detached cottages, again built of the rubble stone. The application is recommended for approval. If anyone's got any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll just adjust my screen. Right, I have some speakers listed in this order. Councillor Phil Collins from Hubley Parish Council, Richard Gordon-Smith, James Dexter, the agent, and Councillor Vic Pritchard. So perhaps we could start with Councillor Phil Collins. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I recognise this is a very small scheme in comparison to the rest of your agenda, but it is important in a local context. Firstly, I just wanted to say that Hubley is a special village with a great community and a very active parish council. We have welcomed many new families into the village in recent years and have actively supported them. I'm sorry for the applicants here that they won't feel like that, but we have, though, to look after the interests of our village and its parishioners and feel strongly that this scheme does not do that. There were two main issues we raised at the last planning meeting. One was the variation issue around the application, and the other was the overall size and positioning of the property. If I briefly revisit these two, the latest committee report notes that this variation seeks permission for a marginally larger dwelling, which is now shown to have 3 bedrooms rather than 2 as previously permitted. This, I'm afraid, is not the case. The original variation was for a 5-bedroom property to replace a 2-bedroom property. If you see Plan A101 dated the 17th of April 2020, you'll see the 5-bedroom plan. The fact that this has been reduced in size subsequently has, we believe, no bearing on the original decision to use a variation. The justification for seeking this route is noted to be because it is a minor material amendment. We do not see this scheme can be described as such. Our concern on this is twofold. Firstly, that a variation plan might be weighted more heavily to permit than a new application. And secondly, that it sets a concerning precedent for planning more broadly. Now, just finishing off looking at the size and positioning of the property. Whilst the site plans have been rejigged slightly since the last committee meeting, there is no significant change to the size and positioning of the property. It can be argued that parts of it are no closer than the permitted plan, but also argued that this separation runs over the length of the property rather than a small section now, and with a higher roof line moved across is therefore more impactful on the neighbour. We remain adamant this property proposed is larger than this tight site can comfortably accommodate. Furthermore, a 3 or 4 bedroom property does not help the local housing mix in the same way as the originally permitted 2-bedroom one would. We have had a few 4 and 5 bedroom houses for sale in the village in the last couple of months, so there are such properties available for those that want that size. We have very few 1 and 2 bedroom properties which we feel are important for the mix of our community. So we thus, I'm afraid, remain against this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Gordon-Smith. You need to unmute.
Well,
there we are, but I can start the clock again. There you go.
I do apologise. Hello again. It sounds like a very small change from the 2-bedroom to the 3-bedroom, and what Christine says, it's minor all over the place. Given that, plus the fact that I supported strongly the original plan, why am I still objecting? If you look at the previous owners and the architect of the 2-bedroom plan, they were very careful in producing their design. It was one developed in understanding the specific needs of my family. I have an autistic son. He stays with me at school holidays. Unfortunately, that's the bedroom that overlooks the site. When they designed it, they made absolutely sure that the new facing wall would not come further forward than the existing shed. And it's very difficult to see this in the drawings. I know you weren't able to come on site, but from the photographs that Christine has provided, you can see the basically the overall shape of where the footprint of the stables were and the pavers in front of that. It moves 7 to 8 pavers further towards that new point. That's a 3 or 4 metre change. That 3 or 4 metres to me is a substantial material change, and it certainly impacts me and my family and my son and his potential visits. Because this new plan has overridden the constraints in the 2-bedroom plan that were carefully put in place, to me, it's a material change. That's why I'm finding it so difficult. The Honeyfields are a nice couple, and it's a shame that they bought a 2-bedroom site, but it's a 2-bedroom site that was designed to purpose. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gordon-Smith. James Dexter, agent for the applicant. There you go, I can see you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is James Dexter. I am the Managing Director and Principal Designer at Dexter Building Design. Our firm was commissioned by the applicants to increase the size of the approved and now implemented dwelling at the application site to make it more suitable for their family. During the application, we worked closely with the case officer and reduced the scale of the amendments so that the proposed scheme now has a volume just 16% larger than the approved, with a 12% larger footprint. We were, of course, pleased to then receive an officer's recommendation for approval. The Section 73 application process was chosen in this case as a mechanism to agree physical amendments to the approved scheme, because the principle of creating a dwelling at the site had already been established. The planning department validated the application, having done all the required checks. This type of application receives a full assessment, as would be done under a full planning application. We hope you found the site visit last week helpful. The proposed building was marked out by a professional surveying firm to ensure accuracy. The position of the dwelling became a focus of the last committee meeting. The facts of the matter are the proposed scheme is no closer to the neighbouring property called the house than the implemented scheme, as you have now seen on site. We became aware of inaccuracies in the approved plans early in the process, but have always set the position of our building in relation to the closest neighbour. A plan highlighting the same gap between the approved and proposed dwellings was sent to the case officer by email on the 6th of November. We believe the proposed scheme improves the relationship with the properties by reducing most of the side elevation to single storey where it is closest to the boundary, and it is also set down in relation to the neighbouring property. We have seen a plan from the previous architect overlaying the approved scheme on part of the new topographical survey plan, but in our opinion, this only serves to confuse matters and detract from the issue at hand. Whether or not the small increase in volume of what is now proposed compared with the implemented scheme is acceptable. The applicant firmly agrees with the case officer's assessment that it is. The scheme complies with all relevant development plan policies, including the neighbourhood plan, which makes it explicitly clear that 3-bedroom dwellings are supported, where it states, and I quote, that residents would like to see more 2- and 3-bedroom properties built in the plan area on small-scale sites. This proposal is for a 3-bedroom dwelling. It aligns precisely with the requirement. Furthermore, it will not adversely impact any neighbouring properties, and it otherwise meets all pertinent planning policies. And we respectfully ask that it be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Councillor Vic Pritchard, the local ward member.
Right, can you hear me?
Yep, can now.
Right,
yep.
Thank you, Chair. It's surprising that this development has been considered on a number of interpretations, from 2 to 5 bedrooms to 4, and now the 3-bedroom submission, all as variations. I don't believe this process will be resolved here today, but will be deliberated long into the future with the Parish Council and the Planning Department. It does, though, strongly suppose the application to be highly speculative, something I will return to later. The consented 2-bedroom design has been taken on a measured approach to minimise the impact on the neighbouring property by severely leaning the roof away from that adjacent property. The 3-bedroom submission introduces a conventional roof, raising it a further 300 mils and effectively advances it towards the neighbouring property. This is in addition to ground floor development also closing the gap, all of which cumulatively dismisses the previous sight lines and associated light constraints. The senior planning officer present at the Zoom site visit stated that light constraints are a planning consideration. There was a mild suggestion by some members that the objections posed by the occupier of the adjacent property might be NIMBYism, as modern density standards are more intense and deemed acceptable. I need to challenge that assumption by stating that the son of the occupier is a 28-year-old special needs man with Fragile X syndrome, severe learning difficulties, and challenging behaviour. He lives with a constant level of high anxiety and what he perceives as intrusion. It's definite that he would be unable to adapt to the proposed development closing in on him. If this variation was to be approved, it would most likely mean that the occupiers of the adjacent property would be obliged to move to accommodate the required independent living standards of the son. This is surely not a good outcome from a planning decision. I now return to the applicant in their aspiration to increase the property to 3 bedrooms. We have one interpretation of how that could be achieved, which closes the gap between the 2 properties. The site is very linear and no advantage has been taken of this aspect. Should the committee be minded to refuse, and I firmly believe that they should, an innovative resubmission to the north of the site may well be acceptable. Good planning to everyone's advantage. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Right, so now I invite members to ask questions, factual questions of the officer, and I have Eleanor Jackson, Councillor Jackson first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling a bit with the dimensions of the first floor and the bedrooms. I mean, obviously I've read the report carefully, which the officers prepared so thoroughly, but I can't quite sink in my mind the layout of the bedrooms, the situation of the dormer window, and how the change in the roof will affect this or increase the volume. I can't sort of relate the two things, the roofscape to the layout of the first floor and the dimension of the dressing room in particular. Could the officer, would she mind re-explaining it?
Yes, would you like me to show you the plans again, or shall I explain it? I'll show you the plans. Right. So I think this one's probably quite a good elevation to look at, because you can see the outline of the approved dwelling. And so you have this area here, which is now increased headroom in effect at the first floor level, which gives additional space in order to get a slightly larger first floor plan. Now, if I go to the so if you look at the side elevation, so this is the side elevation closest to the house, and you can see the central area here is 2-storey, but the area closest to the house is 1-storey, either sides of this 2-storey element in the middle. So if we look at the first floor plan, so that's the ground floor plan. And then if you look at the so the first floor plan, you can see the 1-storey element. You can see the 1-storey element is shown on the right-hand side, and then you can see how the first floor plan is marginally smaller, so it's set in. So that's where the 2-storey element is set in from the footprint of the ground floor. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Jackson, does that?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. Yeah. So, just looking at that plan that we've got up at the moment. So this two-storey section in the centre, closest to the house, are you able to show what? I mean, that's quite a significant deviation from the original 2-beds proposal, isn't it? Because I think, in terms of the height and distance of the roof from the adjacent house.
I think the ridge line has moved across. So the ridge line, in effect, will run through the middle of that floor plan that you can see there.
But this bit sticking out with the windows in it, is that a different deviation?
The 2-storey element for the staircase.
Yeah.
Well, that has roof lights in it at a higher level, so it doesn't have a window in it.
Right. Okay.
So there's a window into the dressing room, but that's shown to be obscure glazing. I think what I did try to explain last time at the committee meeting was the previous scheme, because of the roof line, it had bedrooms. So when you're looking at that elevation, the previous scheme had bedrooms in the right-hand part of the red edging. But as you can see, because the roof sloped down quite substantially, there was a lot of storage space provided in that area. So although it wasn't habitable rooms, there was quite a lot of space within the overall envelope of the built form. And obviously what this has done is, by raising the roof, they've been able to access and utilise that extra bit of floor space.
But the windows that are in the roof are now raised and closer to the adjacent property than they were in the original scheme.
There aren't. So these are the property. These are the ones facing the house.
Yeah.
So all we have there is we have one obscure glazed window, and then we have 2 roof lights. So obviously they'll be at an angle and at a slope.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
So I wondered if I could just see the ground floor plan, because I'd just like to get to grips with the volume changes from the 2-bedroomed house originally proposed. So as the ground floor, yes, I'm looking at a version, I think that has changed then. So the dining room no longer sticks out on the end.
That's right, that's been removed. And the red line, as you can see on the right hand side, so the front section has come slightly forward with this proposal, but then is in more or less the same place. But then the previous scheme did dog leg in, and that's where the little courtyard area was provided. So this proposal proposes that space being used as a single story extension. So that's additional volume there.
I suppose that dog leg is about 1 metre by 6 metres long.
1.25, yes.
Right, the metre. And I was just wondering about that. So the volume increase is correct, as it's only 16 cubic metres, because there's quite a lot more roof space when just trying to look at it proportionally, but you would agree with the agent's figure?
It seems correct, yes, from what's from mine.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Righty-ho. Any further questions? Move on to the debate. Any comments, thoughts? Oh, you all pop back up. And if there's no further comments or thoughts, does anybody want to move a motion? What do I hang about? I've got Councillor Rigby and then Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to move a motion because I am finding this quite a difficult one. Hence, I think maybe a lot of our reticent to go in. It's one that to me highlights the dichotomy that in effect we give permission to a property, not to people. And I've got so much sympathy with the neighbours on this. But we've got to look at what the property is and whether or not that is policy compliant and not the specific, I think I'm right in saying this, in fact, I'm sure I'm right in saying this, not the specific circumstances round the neighbours. So I hear that it's only a 16% increase, and I get that, but that's an increase between what was mainly storage space into residential space that has now made it into 3 bedrooms, which are much closer to the nearest neighbour. So I'm very torn, Chair, hence me not wanting to actually move anything. But I thought it might be helpful just to say where my thought process was.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I think I agree. I think this is difficult because, I mean, all of the volume increases in both the roof and the living space all inch everything closer to the house next door. And I think the overall effect is quite significant. I mean, I do think that the original 2-bed design was very nice. I think it was sympathetic to the size and the width of the plot, and I think it was sympathetic also to the neighbours. So I think I'm also finding this quite difficult.
Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you, Chair. Right. As has been shown to us, there is only one window that we're discussing, and it's a glazed window. And as has been pointed out, although we're not indifferent to personal circumstances, they actually do not apply to our decision making. I consider that what is being proposed is policy compliant, and I support the officer's recommendation. And I'm prepared to move that that recommendation to permit.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'm happy to second that,
Councillor Davies, thank you. Got a couple of further comments coming in. Councillor Jackson, just wanted to ask another question.
Yes, it's the question of conservation area. I believe the other side of the road where the Ubley School is conservation area, but this side of the road is not. However, would I be right in thinking that this building will have an impact on people living in the conservation area? And I find this one extremely difficult because the original application for the 2 beds, I thought that roof was rather interesting. And it seems I'm not convinced that the current proposals would conserve and enhance the conservation area. In fact, they might impact on it negatively, whereas the first permission, that's quite an interesting building, and you might think, hey, and like it. So can somebody help me with this evaluation of the issue?
Christine?
Yes, can I just confirm it isn't within the conservation area, but you're right, it is adjacent to it. And so obviously that is an issue that obviously when looking at the design, that has to be sort of fed into the thought process. And I think that's why it was hopefully useful to see the context. Because I think it's evident why the properties on the other side of the road don't form the conservation area, and this one and the other side where you've got the more traditional buildings are within the conservation area. But you're right, the two aren't completely disconnected, and this will be visible from the conservation area.
You see, my problem is that I like the first 2-bed design and the whole concept and everything, and now, to my perhaps rather subjective view, we're being asked to look at something perhaps more utilitarian, and not as interesting a design. That's my problem.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Yes, I was going to go on to say that I support the proposal, and I note in the conditions that the permitted development rights have been removed, which I think is an important aspect to keep it to a smaller size, and therefore I feel that the 3 bedrooms is appropriate. Linking to something Councillor Jackson just said about the roof, I'm aware of one in my village that looked like that they recently went in for planning to get it to be more the one we're looking at, because of the amount of space that was wasted in inverted commas in their views. So it's not uncommon for a design like the one we originally passed to be moved back into the one that we're looking at now. So I'm quite happy to support this recommendation. And as others have said, we have to look at the planning decisions. Unfortunately, personal circumstances of neighbours or anyone else is not part of what we have to have a heavy weight to. So it's a planning material policies that we need to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any more comments? Otherwise, we'll move to the vote. Okay, so we'll move to a vote. The motion before us is to accept the officer's recommendation to permit. I will be going in alphabetical order, starting with Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor Rigby.
Abstain.
Thank you. So that's 1 against, 1 abstention. And go on, Marie, how many was it? 7?
8 in favour, 1 abstention and 1 against, so that's carried, Chair.
So that's carried. Thank you all very much for coming back. All our public speakers there, thank you for coming back again. And we move on onto the main plans list now. Our first item on the main plans list is the Bath Quays North development site. And can I ask the case officer, Gwilym Jones, to present his report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will now just try and share my screen so I can make my presentation. Hopefully you can, everyone can see that now. Thank you. This application is an application under Section 73, similar to the last application for minor material amendments to the Outline Planning Permission granted for the Bath Quays North site in April 2019 for the comprehensive redevelopment of the Bath Quays North site. This is just the red line boundary of the site. Slightly washed out image, but the River Avon here, the railway line, Bath College to the north of the application site, Carpenter House, Churchill Bridge. There's an aerial shots as well, which are perhaps a little bit clearer. So this is just looking down on the site. So we've got the existing multi-storey car park in the middle here. We've got the western part of the site, the former coach parking area, surface car parking here, Bath Riverside landscape works and flood alleviation works, which have been implemented. And then obviously further to the east, Southgate Shopping Centre and the main historic core of the city. This is a view from Beach and Cliff, looking north across the site. So the large crane in the image is towards the western edge of the site, which was when they were putting in the bridge recently, linking Bath Quays North and Bath Quays South. The multi-storey car park area, surface parking, and then Carpenter House to the east and right. Just here is the Mission Theatre and Bath College buildings behind. This is the Herschel building, and this is the Macaulay building, which I'll refer to later just to give an idea of reference in terms of building heights. This is a view on the left looking along Corn Street towards the rear of St James's Parade with the Herschel building to the left, multi-storey car park to the right. This is just a bit further along Corn Street with the Mission Theatre here, two-storey Mission Theatre, listed building. This is part of the application site. The college building is obviously outside the application site. This is looking back from just the other side of the river from Churchill Bridge, looking towards the application site. So we've got, again, the car park, Macaulay building, Herschel building, and then the Mission Theatre just tucked in here. And then this is the view looking on the right-hand side, looking west towards the application site. This is the edge of Quasar and the Forum building. This is also a listed building adjacent to the application site. Just in terms of brief planning history to put the current application in context, Outline Planning Permission has been granted for the redevelopment of the site. And this is based on a set of documents, development specification and parameter plans, which I'll come on to. There's also a minimum and maximum amount of floor space by different uses, but it's all capped by 38,000 square meters across the development. So if you add these up, you'll get to more than 38,000 because the mix of uses which come forward will be within that overall 38,000 square meter cap. In terms of the Section 73 application, at the moment there is the valid planning permission which was granted. There have been some non-material amendments have been approved earlier this year. There's very minor tweaks to some of the parameter plans, and the outline planning permission, as I say, is defined by development specification, which talks about the mix of uses, parameter plans, design codes, landscape design codes, and design guidance. Then there's also a Section 106 agreement, which will be signed on commencement, and then there are planning conditions. And this planning permission can still be implemented, and is, so the first of all, there would need to be reserved matters, applications submitted, planning conditions discharged, then could be implemented. What we've got now is the this separate application which has come in, and this would grant a new outline planning permission if approved. And so there would then be the development specification, amended parameter plans, amended design codes to go with it. New one is section 106 and amended conditions. And so either planning permission could be implemented, although the original planning permission is, as with any permission, is time limited. So that might lapse if it's not, reserved matters aren't submitted in time. As I mentioned, there are these various documents which define and explain how reserved matters and planning conditions will be assessed and discharged. So there are the parameters, which are the absolute limits, design codes, which set out a number of rules for the design of the development. Then there's design guidance, which deals with more specific elements of the development. And then there's the more general policies relating to design quality in the core strategy and placemaking plan. So there is a process which reserved matters applications will need to go through. I'm just going to go through a few of the parameter plans just to explain some of the principal changes. The first one relates to maximum building heights. So this is the approved parameter plan relating to heights, and there are various zones across the site in terms of different heights. I've picked out the highest ones here. So the highest part the buildings can go up to is 19.7 meters in height above the new ground level, and I'll come on to that. What's now proposed is that there are some increases in height across the site. Some heights remain the same. So, for example, the height next to the Mission Theatre here will remain the same. The higher areas are, I beg your pardon, are within towards the centre of the site. So in terms of sections, this is just the selection of sections through the site, so you can understand what's been approved and what's been proposed now. So this is a section running through from south of the river, through plots 2 and 1, through to the Mission Theatre, and that's on the right-hand side. There's a new, these heights are AOD, so above ordnance datum. That's just to give it an absolute height, because the ground level does change across around the application site, but there's a new ground level being set at plus 20.2 meters AOD, and that's required by the Environment Agency to deal with flood risk issues. So that's what's been approved. And then this is what's been proposed. So as you can see, the height next to the Mission Theatre remains as proposed, but there is some increase in height elsewhere on the site. So the maximum here was, say, 38.7 meters AOD. It's now going up to 40.7, so an additional 2 meters in height over parts of the site. And what these parameter plans will do is allow buildings up to those heights. As you can see on the top diagram, there is this 2 meter additional maximum zone for taller elements, and that is to allow for pitched roofs, for example, to be accommodated within the development. Taking another section, this is running through, again, south of the river through the site. And this is the building on the right. This one is the Herschel building I referred to earlier. And in terms of the heights, that is it's about 18 meters. It's ground plus 4 stories in height. If you take this 39 AOD away from the 20.2, you'll get 19.7. So this one is about 18 meters in height. So it's slightly lower than the tallest building, which has been approved already. When you then look at the proposed, this height and the edge of the site here is marginally lower, but it does increase towards the center of the site. Finally, this is a long section through the site, through from kind of west to east, through to the Forum building on the right. Again, this is the heights as approved. So the maximum height in, say, plot 5 is about 19.7 meters plus the 2 meter zone. If we look as proposed, it's increased, that height on plot 5 remains the same. Sorry, increases to 21.4 meters. And then in plot 1, it also increases marginally, but the increase in heights are not across the whole of the plots. And this just allows for buildings up to that height. They don't have to be that high, but it does allow for those changes in height. This is a view which is taking the approved scheme and those various heights, those lines you've seen on the previous diagrams. This is kind of a veil, for want of a better description, which kind of sits over the sites, and the buildings can come up to that maximum dimension. And as you can see, how the buildings step up and down, or the maximum height step up and down across the site. This next image the applicant has put together, and it just shows where the heights they're proposing do pop up above the approved maximum building heights. What's shown there in terms of whether it's a photovoltaic cells or whatever is not part of this application, but just give an indication of where potential heights might increase across the site if these amended parameter plans are approved. There's also changes to the roofscape. So this one is as approved. So I've just picked up on one of the elements here. This says that the primary roof zone, so along the riverfront, that a minimum of 80% of it is pitched roof. So if it's 100 meters long, then 80 meters would need to be pitched roof. What's being proposed is the primary roof area. The requirement for 80% pitched roof has been removed, but the diagram now refers to sculpturally responsive to setting. That's obviously a matter of interpretation, and that will need to be dealt with through the design codes, the design guidance, and general policies when it's considered at reserve matter stage. In terms of the roofscape, the design codes just set out, again, a number of guidance relating to the development. So this is what's been approved, and then this is proposed. So if you look at the top image, they're now proposing a minimum setback on certain parts of the site. The actual area, the pitched roof maximum size is the same. The flat roof maximum size is the same. So there are some changes which will are reflected through the design, through the parameter plans. And then this will then be read with the design codes and guidance. Just taking another example, roof articulation. This has been approved. So this is the guidance, which is this is in the design codes, and then this is how it's been applied now. So whereas buildings should step down away from the riverside or towards the centre of the site, they're proposing they could step up. In terms of the roof profile, there's a range of different kind of pitched roof elements are proposed here. Pitched roofs aren't excluded or prevented from happening, but also there's a potential for flat roof elements. And then just the roof profile, again, very, very similar. Again, just do some comparisons, just so you can see how what the differences are between what's been approved and what's now being proposed in the revised design codes. So again, how the tops of the roofs are dealt with and dealing with pitched roof elements is common across both, but also allowing potentially for flat roof elements there. Again here, avoiding continuous flat roofs here and actually allowing for elements to pop up here. And again, very similar in terms of not overhanging the edge of buildings, but equally allowing for some overhang within the site boundary. Finally, the parameter plan which has been changed is maximum frontages. And here, this is what's been approved, 20 meters and 18 meters. And it's now changed that the maximum frontage depths are reduced. So this is just, again, just what would be permitted, and schemes reserve matters could come forward within these new parameters. So that's the presentation. In terms of the application, the applicant has identified that there is harm to heritage assets as a consequence of the development, and officers concur with that conclusion. And members are reminded that when weighing up the less than substantial harm against public benefits, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. In this weighing up exercise, there are additional potential public benefits which should arise from this scheme, this set of parameters, which are reflected in improved sustainability credentials, so reduced CO2 emissions could be achieved, and also biodiversity gains. And there is a conditions relating to that in order to secure those if members are minded to approve this application. In terms of the update report, there is just a minor change to the recommendation. This relates to seeking a delegation to permit, and rather than subject to 106 agreement, is that there is a condition imposed requiring the completion of the Section 106 agreement before commencement. There's also, and that's reflecting an additional condition in the update report, and there's also some minor changes to the planning conditions relating to sustainability and biodiversity, as well as design codes, just to provide greater clarity in terms of what's been approved if members follow the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwilym. We've got no public speakers, so members will have to make up the gap with lots of really good questions. Can I ask a question first? If you don't mind, Councillor Jackson, I see you've got in, but I just wanted to clarify. So the developers are proposing sort of this green roof with lots of biodiversity net gain and reduced carbon footprint. Can I just clarify that the conditions you mentioned mean that they can't get this extra height and then slam in a few luxury penthouse flats and say, oh, there wasn't, you know, we did a sort of viability study and we need some market rate penthouse flats on top. If we grant permission for this rise in the roof, do the conditions govern what can happen with that extra height?
In terms of the uses, as it showed earlier, that table, there are a range of uses which can be accommodated. There is a minimum amount of office floor space which has to be provided within the development, but the final mix which comes forward, that hasn't been set, and that will be considered through reserve matters. One of the reserve matters, for example, that it requires that there's a minimum of 8,000 square metres of office space in the first reserve matters application. The conditions, so they don't relate to the use of the buildings, it relates to the delivery of the biodiversity gains and improvements in CO2 emission reductions.
I think I understood that. Councillor Jackson.
Well, 3 for the price of 1. Firstly, I take it that there's going to be no change at all to the substructure and the car parking arrangements and so on. We're only looking at the roofscape. That's question number 1. Question number 2, I'm not quite able to understand from just what you said in your presentation what the advantages would be on the already existing permission. You said that we, and quite rightly, we should offset the harm to the heritage buildings in the neighbourhood, which there obviously is going to be, against the economic, well, you didn't use the word economic, against the gains from this development. But I'm really not able to understand how the gain would be greater from this design, or rather from these proposals, than from the earlier one at all. And my final question is, this looks like paradise for the gulls. I mean, you know, really, of all the residents in the centre of Bath, I'm sure they're the ones most enthusiastic for this change, because you're providing flat roofs, greenery. What anti-gull measures would be introduced? Or how could you stop? I mean, I can't see that you would be able to stop office workers coming onto the roof to have their lunch and losing their sandwiches.
Okay, thank you. In terms, just go through them kind of in the order you asked the questions. In terms of the substructure, no, the application is still proposing the basement car park, so there are no changes there in terms of the kind of below ground works. In terms of the gains, the original planning permission granted in April 2019, that scheme would deliver a policy compliant position in respect of carbon dioxide emission reductions, so 19%. The applicant has indicated that with these new parameters, it could achieve significantly above that at about, they say, 37% reduction. The conditions are set slightly lower than that because we don't yet know what the final design and scheme is going to come forward. But that's how in terms of the gains, or if they implemented the old planning permission, they would only need to be policy compliant, 19% CO2 emission reduction, whereas here it's a minimum of 30% CO2 emission reduction. In terms of gulls, I think that would largely come down to management of the building by the developers and site occupiers and owners. Whether they would seek to provide measures themselves to avoid gulls nesting on the site, or people having well, it's up to individuals, I suppose, to stop the seagulls nicking their lunches, but that was something which could be dealt with through the management of the site. But there isn't a condition seeking to control that at the moment.
Well, no, and we haven't got an SPD on it either, but I'm very mindful of a speaker who came to full council last week and pleaded with us not to grant planning applications that would provide havens for gulls.
Just on, and I do understand that, the permission which was granted, the outline planning permission, did allow for areas of flat roofs. So the principle of flat roofs on the development on the Bath Quays North site has already been approved. This would allow potentially for additional areas of flat roof, but that principle has already been approved as part of the outline planning permission, which could be implemented as it's still currently a valid permission.
I don't have a problem with it. Sounds like the ugly one. I don't have a problem with the original application. Thank you.
Just on the gulls, I did after last week's visit, I did look at what sort of flatness gulls prefer, and there is no easy answer, and perhaps it's something officers could maybe have a look into, but it did seem to suggest ledges and flat bits, gullies between sloping roofs are their preferred options, something where there's a bit of shelter rather than open and flat spaces, which is not their cup of tea, but maybe officers could have a look at that. As an aside, I have Councillor Hughes.
Hi, yes, so I'm not sure I fully understood the answer to Councillor McCabe's question.
You're not alone.
Okay, so the justification for this increase is to do with the improvement in carbon emissions. So has the extra heights been ring-fenced for that purpose, so they can't use it for alternatives? So, for example, giving the penthouses a better view of the city. So is it ring-fenced, this extra height?
It's not ring-fenced. The additional height allows for potentially larger expanses of flat roofs in order to provide additional areas of photovoltaic panels on the application site. And so that is what's being proposed in terms of the using that top floor to provide residential accommodation. There's nothing within the permission which would prevent that, but the application does identify the potential for additional carbon dioxide emission reductions over and above what was approved in April 2019.
Okay.
And that's why the condition has been worded in the way it has, in order to make sure that those improvements are actually delivered through the scheme, rather than it being part of the application to try and make the case now and then just it reverts to a policy compliant position, reserve matter stage.
Okay, I think that clarified it a bit. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, Graham, can you just clarify, just to do with the pitch roof, when the original permission, I think you said it had allowed up to 2 meters on some of it where they could have some pitch roof, and this time it implies that the maximum height they're going for could include some pitch roofs, but it doesn't appear to go above. Could you just clarify that for me, because I'm just a little bit confused as to where we are with that?
Yeah, the way it was framed last time is that there was this zone above the maximum height which would allow for pitched roofs. Shall I just flick back to one of the sections? So, for example, this, say on plot 5, there's the, oops. On plot 5, there's the maximum, the top of the roof here, and then there's this zone in order to accommodate a pitch within the roof. So it could go higher than the maximum height. Here, that additional zone could be used as to provide flat roofs in that area, rather than, so that height, that top height there, which is maximum height is 41.6 meters AOD. This is 39.9 plus 2, so 41.9 meters AOD, but that would be potentially flat roof, and there's no requirement that that extra height which has been provided is provided as a pitched roof. It could be, but there's no requirement to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hodge. Sorry, Councillor Craig first. Sorry.
Okay, sorry if you said this and I missed it, but could you just talk me through the biodiversity figures for previous and now?
Yes, in the original planning permission, the scheme was policy compliant in terms of carbon emission, CO2 emission reductions, which is 19% beyond Part L. The current application, or the applicant has said that they could achieve 37% reduction. The condition is proposing a minimum of 30% reduction, and that difference is because we don't yet know what the final scheme is going to come forward. So it provides an improvement from 19% reduction to a minimum of 30% reduction. So that's the change there. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the original application didn't specify any level of biodiversity net gain, whereas the applicant is saying that with these changes, they could achieve an improvement in biodiversity net gain, and so that is what. So just to look at the figures that we're saying, the condition says 30% over the existing condition, whereas 10% is the target. So if it effectively kind of a policy compliant condition might be 10%. We're saying a minimum of 30%. So
sorry, and that is being conditioned.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
I'd just like to ask about the 80% pitch roof that was specified. So if we were to accept this, then the entire 80% would not be required. There would be no requirement for pitched roof.
In terms of the pitched roof along the riverside frontage, no, there would be no requirement for a pitched roof along the riverside, which is where that specific 80% figure applies.
So it would essentially look as in the mocked up. It could potentially look as you have shown it.
It could potentially, yes.
If we accept this.
Yes.
Councillor Jackson, you want to come back on what you were talking about earlier?
Sorry, I wanted to know if we're going to see greater economic benefit from this alteration rather than greater ecological benefit. Is there any commercial advantage? Will it generate more jobs by having the public space?
Is there public access to the roof, or is that reserved matters?
In terms of, just on Councillor Jackson's point, in terms of the economic benefits, the mix of uses is as originally proposed or approved in April 2019. So there's no additional floor space in terms of providing jobs, whether it's retail or office space, for example. So there's no additional economic benefits deriving from these changes, but they will be the same as originally approved. Right. In terms of public access, there's no proposal for specific public access from a member of the public walking onto the site and being able to get up to the roofs. People who occupy the buildings, the office buildings, for example, could go and access the roofs. And equally, the occupiers of the hotel, which I know is one of the options they're looking at, could access the roof as well. But there's not general public access to the roof spaces.
I was going to say you could open a restaurant there. You'd have lovely views, but I think as Councillor Jackson alluded to earlier, you might have some local visitors who would be equally excited about people eating on the roof.
Well, I was thinking it might be a nice space to do yoga.
Oh, well, I would very much support you in that endeavour, Councillor Jackson. Any other questions for the officer? General discussion, any thoughts? I mean, Councillor Craig. Are you the ward councillor?
I am indeed.
And let me invite you to open the debate then.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably get more of these types of applications come before us, where we're going to have to try and strike a balance between sustainability matters and potential harm to the World Heritage Site. And I think when the reserve matters eventually comes in front of us, the design of this is going to be really, really important, because it is very evident. If you're standing at the top of Beeching Cliff, you'll be able to see the top of this building. So I'm glad to see that the carbon reduction targets and the biodiversity net gain have been conditioned. So I think that should help solve the problem of any temptation to put penthouses in the roof space. But my feeling, subject to any more debate today, is that I will want to support the officer's recommendation. I don't want to curtail debate, but I'm happy to move that now if you would like me to do that.
Okay, that's great. Yes, please, Councillor Craig. Councillor Hodge, are you seconding that, or are you?
No, I'm not second. I'd just like an opportunity to speak.
Okay, I just need a seconder for that motion.
I'll second it, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So moved and seconded. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I feel very strongly actually that we should not approve this breaking of the upper envelope of the parameter plans. I think I think the negative impact on the heritage setting far outweighs the gains that have been described. I think it's a sop really to the greening of the roof, the carbon savings. I think it's a hugely important site on the riverside. I think what's much more important is that we maintain our preserve the attractiveness of the city for tourists. I think they can achieve everything they want to achieve within the parameters that have been agreed. I think losing the pitched roof would be a disaster. The other parameter, design parameter changes that we are complicit in, if we accept this, would also be very negative for the heritage setting. I think it's better as a council that we optimize our income through having an attractive place for people to visit, and then we spend that money on useful green infrastructure, not kind of possible greening of roofs, and use our income for pursuing carbon saving initiatives in other ways. I really think it would be a mistake to allow all these changes to the parameters that have already been agreed for already very substantial buildings that exceed all the ones around them.
Any other comments? I would just say that it's difficult, isn't it? Because you want to be broad-minded and open about what the roofscape should look like. Certainly from my side of Bath, when you look down across the city and you see the riverside development, you get this massive block of black that's a huge eyesore, blacky grey, of the sort of attempt to replicate the Georgian. It's really unattractive. But one wants to support something else, but there's a slight risk in this. But if anyone's not got any further comments, we have a motion to support the officer's recommendation to permit, or to delegate to permit. So if there's no further comments, I will go to the vote in reverse order. So starting therefore with Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe, for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
So that is run out of fingers. There's 3 against and 6 for.
7 for.
7 for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carried.
not quite there yet on the numbers. So that's carried, supporting the officer's recommendation to delegate to permit. Thank you very much. We've been at it an hour and a half almost. Would people like a quick 5-minute comfort break?
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Righty ho, back in 5 minutes or so. Cheers.
You see, Barnaby?
Right then, welcome back. Everybody back? I had to unexpectedly show my son how to apply polyfiller, which was an unexpected but welcome development whilst I was between here and the loo. We've got Councillor Jackson, Councillor Hodge, Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, welcome back. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Hodge. Are you back yet? Councillor Hodge, well done. Thank you very much. Councillor Jackson. Are you there? Councillor McPhee, well, and Councillor Jackson, totally good. Right then, we can move on to the next item on the list. It's unregistered unit 1 to 4, Old Station Yard, Avon Mill Lane. Can I ask the case officer, Chris Griggs-Trevathan, to present his report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Can you just give me a nod to say that you can see that and you can hear me okay? Excellent. I'll just stop the presentation. Okay, before I launch into the presentation, it's worth just drawing members' attention to the written update report, which has a number of updates. There was one additional neighbour comment received since the drafting of the committee report. However, no new issues that aren't addressed in the report were raised. There's a reference in the committee report to section 72 of the Planning and Listed Building Conservation Areas Act. This doesn't apply in this case because the site is actually just outside of the conservation area, as we'll see from the presentation in a moment, and not in the conservation area, so that legal duty doesn't apply in this case. But members are reminded that in accordance with the NPPF, where they identify harm to a conservation area or any heritage asset, great weight should be given to its conservation. There's also in the report a few paragraphs that reference the Environmental Protection Act and possibility of potential enforcement options depending on what happens with the application. That is provided for background only, and members should be aware that that is not material to the planning decision they have to make today. So they should disregard that in their judgments when formulating an opinion on this application. And finally, members will note in the written update the update to condition 2, which has been amended to require an assessment of the noise levels to demonstrate that the acoustic fencing has achieved the attenuation that it was suggested it can, that is done prior to the hours of use of the business being extended, which I'll explain in a minute in the presentation. Hopefully it will become a bit clearer. So those are the updates. So this, onto the presentation, this is an application for the erection of 2 new acoustic barriers and a variation to planning condition to allow the filling of concrete mixing vehicles between 6:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. There are some other changes, but I'll come on to that as we go through the presentation. And this is Old Station Yard, Avon Mill Lane in Keynsham. So this is the site here. We've got a site plan in a minute, which will show the split site. But we're essentially north part of Keynsham here. We've got the railway line running along the north side of the site here. The bypass down here to the south. This is Avon Mill Lane running this way. And then the site is accessed off a sort of, this is a sort of mini industrial estate that has a sort of state road that runs in this way onto Avon Mill Lane. And you've got Van Dyke Avenue along here, which has a number of residential properties here. This is a care home. And then there's some more residential properties here. I think it's called Avon Way. Oh, and the green outline area here is the conservation area. So you can see the site just falls just outside of the conservation area, but immediately adjacent to. So this is the site plan for the application. So that you can see the site is split over 2 areas in red. We've got the main business here, which is for concrete mixing business with their main plant located here, offices here, and some storage facilities here. This is a sort of a yard / parking area over here. And then we've got this eastern parcel over here, which is a parking area as well. So onto the proposals. So the main operational part of the, or physical part of the proposals is the erection of 2 acoustic fences. The first is a 3.5 metre high acoustic fence along this stretch, which is the entrance to the main northern yard within the site, and it would replace a length of palisade fencing that's currently along this this stretch here. And then the second more significant part of the acoustic fencing is this stretch in blue here, which is a 6 metre high acoustic fence, which would be around the southern yard. On this drawing, you can note there's obviously quite a lot of vegetation around this boundary. And it is actually up this as you go to the south, and there's actually a retaining wall in here, which the acoustic fence would sit inside of the retaining wall, and it would essentially link up to the adjacent building here, which is actually a car workshop. So this is quite a useful plan, just to show you how activities are distributed on the site and some of the neighbouring uses. As I said, here is the main concrete mixing plant. The area down here, just to the south of it, is the area where most of the noise from the site take place. That is all the noisiest noise generating activities. That is the filling of the cement mix trucks. This is an office building. This is supplies and storage, and most of the activities take place in this area up here. The area to the south is will be used for the waiting of up to 4 cement mixer trucks whilst they're waiting their turn to be filled to then go on to delivery to various building sites. The area to the east here is a parking area, and that would be used for parking for staff and also the holding of aggregates deliveries as and when necessary. So currently the site is restricted to its operating hours of 7:30 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, and then 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on a Saturday, with no working on Sundays. There are no bank holiday restrictions on the site currently either. But other than those controls on the operational hours, there are no sort of management or operational statements conditioned on the current use. The current application does include a site management plan, which would be controlled by condition, which would essentially limit the use of these areas to as lines, so parking and delivery of aggregate and waiting for aggregate vehicles. This area for the waiting for cement mixers to take with the filling here. And then the main activities taking place in the rest of this site here. And so that would also mean that the extended hours, the 6:30 till 7:30 in the morning and the 5:30 till 6:30 in the evening, would only be utilised for the filling of cement mix trucks, not the rest of the day-to-day activities. just for context, this is the adjacent car workshop. So this K&C garage, right? Just to the side of the site there, all served off the same access road. And hopefully it will move on.
I think we might have lost you, Chris.
Hello, can you hear me again now?
Yes, you're back.
Sorry, I had a connection interruption then. I'm not sure where I got to.
You just said, and we'll move on. And then nothing happened.
But that's what happened on my end as well. So, okay. So this is just an elevation showing the different, the two acoustic fencing. Hopefully members are aware of what acoustic fencing looks like. It's timber construction. Tightly boarded fence construction, 3.5 meters high and 6 meters high here. This is a section through Avon Mill Lane looking towards the access of the site. So this is the 3.5 meter fence on the left here. And this is the 6 meter fence on the right here. And this is, I think, number 1 Van Dyke Avenue, and with the main mixing plant over here. And the case officers just put together some distance. Members wanted to know some distances. This is a sort of a radius taken from a centre point in the northern yard. So obviously it doesn't account for distances between the southern yard and neighbours. But just to give you an idea, the red line is a radius of 50 metres and the blue line is a radius of 75 metres from the centre point in the middle of the northern yard. Then just onto some photos. So this is Avon Mill Lane looking towards the access lane here. On the right hand side, you can see 1 Van Dyke Avenue. You can see the trees and vegetation in front, which surround the southern yard. Just on the left, you can see the one of the silos that provide the cement mixing in the cement mixing area. And then moving forward, this area of palisade fencing is the area that will be replaced with the 3.5 meter high acoustic fence. And you can see the site access. Then this is further into the access lane looking back. So again, you can orientate yourself with the concrete silo here on the right hand side, the southern yard on the left hand side. And then this is looking over the, looking towards the K&C garage car workshop. And their sort of parking area here. This is quite a useful photo because the 6 meter high acoustic fence would run along this boundary up to this building, and it would be at roughly the same height as this building. So it would run roughly along this sort of line here. And then this is looking at the same sort of spot looking towards the southern yard of the full concrete business. Again, you can see the vegetation that surrounds the boundaries there, and just in the background you can see the top of 1 Van Dyke Avenue. And then this is from within that southern yard, looking across towards K&C's garages. Again, just showing the level of vegetation. And again, another shot. This is looking sort of towards the south end of the southern yard. And you can see the density of the vegetation around there. And also you can note the retaining wall that I referred to earlier in the space here. And just a further shot for clarity. This is a photo of the eastern yard. So this is where they propose to be parking for staff and for the waiting for aggregates vehicles waiting to make delivery. So the officer recommendation is to permit the application, and we do have Aled Williams and Dermot Henry from our environmental protection team with us on the call today if there are any questions about that. I'm obviously happy to take any questions about the planning aspects as well after the speakers, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm sure there will be lots of questions on this. I have to speak on this. I've got Councillor Clive Fricker, Keynsham Town Council, Bill Heslop, I think a resident, Daniel Millward, the agent, and Councillor Andy Waite, who's the local ward member. So can I check to see if Councillor Clive Fricker is there, please?
Can you hear me, Chair?
I can, and I can see you. Please make your comments.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to you and members from Keynsham. I'm Clive Fricker, and as a councillor, I've been involved in planning for the last 10 years. I'm currently Vice Chair of Planning, Vice Chair of the Council, and also Chairman of Neighbourhood Development Planning in Keynsham. At our planning meeting, I attended on the 27th of July. A full discussion took place about this application. Frankly, members were appalled at the nature of what was proposed and the nature of what was taking place. And as you will see from the conclusion in your papers, the decision was unanimously taken to oppose the application. The current occupant of this central Keynsham site, operating as a cement depot, is totally unsuitable. It's adjacent, as was said by the officer, to a conservation area and to a number of established residents. The access to the area for HGV cement vehicles is again extremely unsuitable. Previous occupancy of the site involved a mason's yard, and the production activity that then took place happened within a building, and therefore any noise was suppressed by the building. The site has always been regarded as a B1 light industrial site or an R8 warehousing site. And we regard any attempt to now call it a B2 site with that implication is totally inappropriate. The current situation for residents and for the council is very unsatisfactory with regard to the large number of resident objections to the application before committee. Excessive noise at all times, cement dust, blocked drains, and the impact of heavy goods vehicles containing cement has really caused a complete reduction of well-being for residents in the area. Residents have called upon Baines environmental staff and the police to enforce even current restrictions on operations of the site. Keynsham Town Council is also concerned about the developments taking place with their impact on trees and vegetation in the area and also the landscape in this central Keynsham position. The current occupation is adjacent, as been mentioned, to a conservation area, and it has become incongruous with central Keynsham and its future. The council strongly objects to the requested variation in hours and will continue to seek further noise and dust suppression on site.
Your time is up, I'm afraid.
Can I conclude?
Can you conclude? Yes, please.
Baines Council has issued a livable neighbourhoods consultation, and we request this committee plays a valuable part in securing that future for this locality by refusing the application.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Bill Heslop, please? Are you there, Bill?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can, and I can see you now.
Great.
Please make your comment.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I am a local resident, and this is a joint statement which was prepared with the input of many other local residents. You will have seen from the many objections in this proposal that throughout the entire year, 4 Concrete's operations have given rise to countless complaints from neighbouring residences. These complaints centre around noise, dust, traffic and fumes. During planning approval to erect the 2 silos which allowed the operation to commence, only 1 household was notified, meaning that many other local residents were denied the opportunity to present objections at that time. In terms of hours of operation, 4 Concrete violates the council imposed restriction to operating hours on an almost daily basis, which is evidenced by daily resident logs. This demonstrates a complete lack of concern for the site's existing planning conditions, which are designed to protect the amenity of residents. Based on their track record, there can be no expectation that the conditions offered in this planning application would be followed by 4 Concrete. We feel that it would be a mistake to grant further permissions that lead to increase in industrial operation, including one into nighttime hours. Avon Mill Lane is in a conservation area next to children's parks and is the only access road for the site and the private residences in the area. The road has a maximum weight limit of 7.5 tons, and the extra 90 plus HGVs a day frequently and dangerously block the road and mount the only available pavement. We strongly urge councillors not to allow the extension of hours, which would allow even more traffic and disruption. With regard to the noise barrier, we believe that the noise impact assessment commissioned by 4 Concrete was flawed, being so severely restricted in its scope that it cannot be an appropriate basis for accurately calculating the mitigation needed from the noise barriers. Before any grant of planning application for these huge barriers, the noise impact must be more fully assessed to cover the full range of highly noisy activities that were not measured by the initial assessment. On taking expert legal advice, we are concerned that 4 Concrete have violated and continue to violate their statutory environmental permit because there are visible airborne emissions leaving the site boundary, vehicles track materials onto the site into the highway, and dusty materials are not always stored under fully enclosed conditions. So in summary, we urge councillors not to approve the application. And please note that for this site, no environmental impact assessment has ever been carried out to consider local or national environmental impact standards against measurements, the effect on Keynsham of heavy industrial traffic and air pollution, and the resulting noise, dust and air pollution on the 50 plus residents in the area. As a result, Keynsham is left with a highly intrusive industry in the heart of our community, which cannot be allowed to intensify its operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heslop. Can I ask Daniel Millward if he's there, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Daniel Millward of Pegasus Group, and I'm speaking in support of the application today. First of all, we welcome the officer's recommendation for approval. However, we have significant concerns over condition 3, which is proposed to be attached to the permission. This would grant consent for a 1-year period, after which the applicant would need to seek permission for the works on a permanent basis. The NPPF requires conditions to be both necessary and reasonable, but this condition does not meet either of these tests. Firstly, the Council's own expert advice from its Environmental Health Officer does not consider a temporary permission as necessary. As part of this application, the height of the main acoustic fence has been extended from 4.5 metres to 6 metres, specifically to remove the request for such a condition by the EHO. The application is supported by a noise impact assessment demonstrating the efficacy of the proposed fencing specification and confirms that noise issues will successfully be mitigated. Second, we do not consider the proposed condition to be reasonable. The installation of the fence will cost in the region of £80,000, which is unlikely to be financed with such a condition in place, which would ultimately render the permission undeliverable. In short, the imposition of such a condition will almost certainly force the business to fail. We therefore respectfully request members recommend approval subject to the removal of condition 3. With regards to other matters, 4 Concrete have endeavoured to abide by the terms of the relevant conditions and engage with your officers throughout, upon being provided with written confirmation that conditions were being breached in April 2020. It is understood that the majority of legitimate complaints received since this date have in fact related to other occupants of the old station yard, and the Council has been pursuing separate enforcement action accordingly. Given the investment necessary in both the application process and the physical construction of the proposed works, I would highlight that this represents a significant commitment on the part of the applicant to addressing the noise issues that have been identified whilst securing the long-term viability of their business. The applicant has worked with the Council to resolve any technical matters, and we would note that there have been no objections from ecology, tree, transport or environmental health officers. We would stress that we do not agree with the Conservation Officer's assessment of the application, given the site's historic use by the railway and subsequent industrial uses. However, we would highlight that the Officer's report has confirmed that any alleged harm would be minor and outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal in any event. In summation, the applicant is committed to resolving noise issues at the site to ensure the amenity of neighbouring residents is protected, while simultaneously securing the viability of their business over the longer term. The applicant has worked proactively with the council and their officers to address outstanding issues and is largely in agreement with the officer's recommendation, save for the imposition of proposed condition 3. It is therefore respectfully requested that members resolve to grant permission subject to the removal of this condition. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Millward. Local ward councillor, Councillor Andy Waite, are you there?
I am. Good
turn.
afternoon. I'm Andy Waite. I'm the ward councillor for Keynsham East. I've met with this particular group of residents initially in March 2020. The majority live adjacent to the old station yard and have lived there for up to 40 years. They have brought their properties knowing that the site was there. Many are local business people and understand the mutual respect needed to run an industrial site next to residential properties. The residents tell me that their lives were completely changed when 4 Concrete arrived in December 2019. From that time, there were countless breaches of their planning conditions, both in terms of hours, noise, vibration, and dust, all of which are carefully recorded. 2 silos for the manufacture of concrete were erected without planning permission. However, Baines granted it retrospectively against the whole background of the site, which was light industrial. Baines now classifies the site as B2, though no application has ever been received. No certificate of lawful use has ever been applied for or issued. There was no consultation with residents at any time. Until 4 Concrete's arrival, the only B2 use on site was a temporary one, working inside a building with the doors shut. 4 Concrete only has 30% of the site, yet now the whole site is classed as B2. Before December 2019, none of the other businesses were B2. Baines did not follow the Nolan principles, using a paperwork exercise justifying an earlier poor decision is unacceptable. It is time to stand back and ask the fundamental question as to whether 4 Concrete or any other B2 business should use this site. No consideration was given to the increase in HGV vehicles on the access road Avon Mill Lane. This was an already very busy minor road and has a 7.5 tonne weight limit on it. Now there are an extra 500 additional HGV vehicles per week. Home is a place where we should be able to relax. It is our sanctity and our refuge. The behaviour of 4 Concrete has had a huge negative impact on these residents. Noise starts very early, even on Sunday mornings, and goes late into the evenings. Residents are regularly wakened at night as heavy vehicles travel from the heart of the town. This situation did not occur before 4 Concrete occupied the site. I fear for the mental health of these residents. Their lives have been blighted. We have a duty of care. Daily since March, I have received examples of out of hours bad practice, videos of noise, dust and transport movements, of very loud noises and dust within the working hours. On one occasion, on the 24th of July, I was called by residents close to the Eastern Yard in Tennyson Close because very loud banging had gone on since the early evening. I arrived at 10 p.m. The noise was intolerable. I decided to investigate. I found a number of 4 Concrete trucks being jet washed and hammered clean in the car park next to Tennyson Close. Something, if this application is passed, would be a regular occurrence at that time. The activity breaks EP 139, allowing wastewater to leave the site, regularly blocking drains. There was loud music, drinking of alcohol, and people shouting above the awful din of the cleaning. No barrier next to 1 Van Dyke Avenue will help with this noise. The problem is far bigger. A 6-metre barrier will not improve the quality of the life of the residents in 1 Van Dyke Avenue, nor the nursing home behind. It will not protect the areas where they sleep. They will lose the trees that are a backdrop to their gardens where rare species live and visit. I think that before any planning application should be considered for the old station yard, an external transparent review should be undertaken to determine once and for all the most appropriate use class for the site as a whole. I put it to you, we need to do the right thing. We need to consider our residents' health and their environment. This should be at the forefront of our decision meeting, so I call for an external, transparent review of this B2 regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waite. Right, so we move on to questions for officers. Can I just start by asking Sarah James, as the senior officer, about the remit and the breadth of our decision on this planning application? We've heard a lot of issues here: the behaviour of the business, the nature of B1, B2 on site, other pollution issues, dust and water we've just heard. Can you just clarify where we should be making our decision in this?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a lot of things have been raised today, and it is a complicated site with a long history. I think the starting point that members today should have in their mind is obviously they need to consider the application that's before them and be aware of the fact that there is this history whereby there is an existing use on the site. So there's been lots of debate about what that use might be, whether it's B1 or B2. But there is an existing use on the site. The current application and the officer report does explain what use, from the officer's perspective, we consider that to be. However, this is not an application for a change of use. This is simply an application for an extension of hours and the erection of the acoustic fences. So you're not actually considering today whether the use is a B1 or a B2, you're considering the application before you. That said, it is clear that the applicant's been invited to put a certificate of lawful existing use or development through, and they haven't applied for that. We can't insist they do. They've been invited to do so. What I could advise members that if they would wish to explore that particular issue further, I could ask the enforcement manager to perhaps bring a report to committee which actually explores the use in itself in greater detail. But for today, I would suggest that you set that aside. I suggest that you concentrate on the application before you, which is for the extension of the hours of the use of the site and the erection of the acoustic fences. Is there anything else specific, Matt?
No, that's fine. And I'm just checking we have a couple of other officers with us as well to answer questions. So environmental officer Aled Williams and another officer, was it?
Yeah, if there's any specific questions, queries around noise, then we do have our specific officers to answer those queries. So if members want to ask them any questions, then that's fine.
Thank you, as well as highways. So going back over the list, I think Councillor Jackson, you were first.
Yeah, first of all, I'm trying to get spatial awareness nailed down, and I'd like to know from the very first slide that we saw, the photographs, what the building was on the right of it as you turned in from Mill Lane, because it looked as though there was a dwelling house very, very close to the works, and I wondered if you'd like to expound on that. Secondly, the agent objected to the temporary permission, condition 3, which is on page 115, if you've got a paper copy of the officer's report, which talks about temporary permission. Where are we? I can't quite see why this should be a problem for the developer, because it seems to me quite reasonable that we should review the situation after a year and decide whether the permission should continue. But I know temporary permission is quite an unusual thing, so I wondered if the officer would like to comment on that. And thirdly, the final speaker talked about our responsibility and duty of care to the residents with respect to their mental health. I wondered if officers could advise on how much weight we should give to that, bearing in mind the Equalities legislation and the Disability Discrimination Act.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll just share my screen again to show you that, to answer your first question.
That's the easy one.
Yeah, that's why I started with it. So hopefully you can see my screen now and you can still hear me. Yep. So I don't know where my cursor's gone.
It's the building on the far right behind the lamppost, that one.
Yeah, so this is the nearest residential property to the
I've lost you.
Southern Yard. This is, I believe it's 1 Van Dyke Avenue. I think if I scroll up, I can hopefully then show you a plan which will show you the distances between them. I think I've frozen again. How annoying. Am I still there? Can you still hear me?
Sure here.
Yeah, sorry, it's froze again, so apologies for that. So this plan's quite useful. If you can see the plan I'm looking at here, just to show you the distances, rough distances between the properties there. So it is quite near, but there is this obviously intervening line of quite dense Leylandii vegetation. And this is also where the 6 metre high acoustic fence would be. So that's your first query. On the temporary permission, obviously officers don't agree with the comments from the planning agent, and we do feel it is a reasonable thing. There is always an element of theory in respect of noise assessment mitigation, and testing that out in practice is really a way of ensuring that the proposed mitigation measures do actually they meet the level of attenuation that has been suggested can be achieved. So it's not unusual for those sorts where you're not entirely certain something can be achieved to grant a temporary permission for a year or several years, and then to revisit that at the end of the temporary period to then either grant permanent permission or to then refuse an application at a later date. The agent does have the applicant would have the right of appeal against that planning condition, so they could decide to appeal against that planning condition if they chose to. So officers don't recommend that members remove that condition, but it's obviously up to members. And then your third query about mental health, I certainly agree. Mental health, I think, if we're talking about impacts on amenity and how that can impact on mental health, I think that is material. I think obviously you're talking about the impact on the property and the occupiers of the property rather than specific individuals. But again, the officer's assessment of this is that the proposed acoustic fencing measures will actually result in a betterment in terms of the noise impacts experienced by residents here. So currently, the noise assessment indicates that the assessment level of noise is 17 decibels above the background level, and as a result of the acoustic fencing, that would be reduced to 3, which is quite a significant drop. Obviously, there would be some additional noise at an earlier time, but again, that level with the acoustic fencing is less than 5 decibels. In noise terms, is considered not significant. And in line with guidelines. So yeah, that would be how I'd answer that question. Hopefully that helps, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I don't think there's an answer to the issue that we've got an acoustic fence, which, as you've just explained, will improve the situation, reduce the noise levels, but we've also got this question of work beginning at 6:30, not 7:30, and we can't separate them, so it's a very difficult one.
Yes, one would be loath to approve and discover that the theoretical reduction in noise was not actually realised, because then we would have approved the extension to the hours. So is that what the conditioning is about? Is that if it doesn't work, we can stop the hours? Is it?
Yes, so essentially there's two conditions. As I said, there's condition 2 does require an assessment of the noise levels that have been achieved once the acoustic fencing is in place. So that should, so we've got, it is a belt and braces approach that's been taken by the officer on this. That should demonstrate that once the acoustic fencing is in place, that they've managed to achieve the levels that they said they would. The temporary permission is then really a backstop on that, sort of to make sure that those continue to be achieved over the course of the year, and so that they've not just that at one point in time, they achieve that over a sustained period, which obviously the business will operate during that time and will be able to monitor complaints and other things received during that time. So it's really belt and braces approach.
Okay, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I've got lots of questions, but I see my colleagues have as well, so I'll just ask one. Could you come back to me at the end if all the questions that I want to ask haven't been asked by my colleagues? I'll do that, but I don't want to take everybody's question. I would like a little bit more information about what monitoring has been done up till now about the noise. What the background noise is, what the overall noise is, and this may be things that the environmental health, the environmental protection people can talk about. I heard from Chris that the current gap is 17 decibels, which they believe will come down to 3. But I would like to know the mechanism by which this has been monitored up till now, and how that's going to be replicated afterwards and over what period of time, because as we all said, we don't particularly want this to be at 1 minute in time. We want to have it aggregated over a certain period. So could someone just explain to me what's been done and what's proposed to be done and the figures that attach to those things, please?
Yeah, I'll ask Dermot Henry to comment on those issues, if that's okay, if Dermot is there.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's a fair question. The noise consultant carried out 2 assessments. The first was on the 29th of April from 6:30 till 9:30. He then did a further assessment on the 12th of August from 11 AM to midday. And on the second assessment, that was done without the knowledge of For Concrete, and he turned up unannounced for those. In relation to your question about the levels, the main sources that were assessed were the noise from the cement mixer, the aggregate delivery, and the cement silo tank deliveries. So rather than looking at each of those noise sources individually, they're combined to give a cumulative level from all those sources. And as Chris mentioned earlier, the report specifies these cumulative levels at different receptors, but just take account of property A, I think, highlighted in the report, which I think is number 1. They predict the level there to be 62 decibels. And after the barriers in place being reduced to 48. So there is a significant reduction. And while there is, someone mentioned earlier about an element of theory, it's not entirely reliant on theory. It's reliant on objectivity as well, because objective measurements have been taken of the activities I've mentioned. They've also used appropriate British standard, which gives reference values for these types of activities. They have proposed a barrier which had been manufactured to deliver defined benefits. So it's not all entirely based on theory. There is an element of objectivity to this, and you should have a relative degree of certainty that the barrier will actually deliver the benefit as has been predicted.
Yes, I think that's the certainty we're looking for.
Could I just follow up on this particular question? Could you tell me, so I got the numbers that you said, could you tell me what the ambient background noise is so that we know what the difference is between
okay.
hours of operation and not hours of operation in effect?
Okay, the background level as identified in the survey is 48 decibels.
And does that change through the day?
Yes, depending on what's happening. I would say, however, that when the initial assessment was done back in April, it was probably quieter than it would be today, because of the lockdown was still happening at that time. Road traffic was quieter. So, if anything, the assessment being carried out at that time could have argued works to Ford Concrete's disadvantage, because the ambient level today is possibly higher than it would have been then. But I would still go back to the point that the barrier will bring an improvement. It won't make things any worse.
Can I just have one final sort of comeback before we move on to someone else? If I'm capturing what you're saying correctly, you're saying currently the background noise is 48 decibels, but you also said that with the barrier, the assumption is that the noise will be 48 decibels. So how can that possibly be? Are you saying that the barrier will keep every last noise in? I don't understand.
Sorry. In terms of the resultant level, it's not only made up of the actual level in decibels, but there's also corrections added for specific features of the noise, so such as tonality or a particular character or impulsivity. So yes, while I said the background level is 48, and if the levels reduced to 48 as well, once you add on the 3 decibel correction, that brings it up to 51. Sorry, that seems unnecessarily technical. But that's really the difficulty with starting into very technical discussions about decibels, and I'd rather focus on the benefits to be delivered by the barrier.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hounsell, then I think Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Chair. I know we've been asked to set aside the premise that this is a B2 use category, and we've been referred to the officer's report and the explanation in there. It says that the gazetteer, which defined a stonemason as B2, is not definitive. And then it goes on to say look at the length of time that it's been used, but it's actually using in that assessment all the years that are disputed. It talks about validation sheets, but of course, if one officer made an error in classifying it as B2, that's probably just been perpetuated. Now, my question is, if this site is B2, why is there no reference to that in the Baines Core strategy in the section on Keynsham? Thank you.
Chris or Sarah, do you want to?
Yeah, well, not every use of every property is referenced in the core strategy or the placemaking plan or development plan. Only those which are allocated, and this is not an allocated site. It's not part of an allocated industrial site. There's lots of industrial sites that don't have allocations, and so their use classes will not be recorded in the development plan in any way. Furthermore, it's quite common with industrial sites where come in and they have a long history that's not, but not much physically changes to the building work, but they don't have much in the way of planning history and things can, and you have to look very carefully at the history and consider all the matters of fact and degree. All I would say is I won't repeat what Sarah said at the start, which is that for the purposes of this discussion, you should disregard the discussion around uses, but just to say that the officers have looked extensively at the history, very extensively, and formulated a professional view based on the evidence that was available, and concluded that is in a lawful B2 use, and that's not an issue in this planning application before you today.
Want to come back on that, Duncan? Or?
No, but I do. I would appreciate, I think we all would, the suggestion earlier that a report will come to us about this, because I don't think the matter can be left to lie. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Craig and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions have been answered. I have a couple more. Councillor Waite described a situation where he'd been called out because the cement mixers were being cleaned at, I think it was 10 o'clock at night, which I can appreciate that would have been very noisy. Now, presumably that would be a public health protection matter because of the noise. If this were to be passed today in its current form, I think the wording was that the only things that should take place in that extra hour in the evening were the cleaning up of the vehicles. So if they were to be cleaned beyond that time, does that mean that that is an enforcement matter for planning, or is that just something that again would have to go to public health because it's not specifically mentioned? And my second question, it's very unusual for bank holidays that fall in the week to be treated like any other weekdays, and I'm surprised that there's no mention of this in the application. I mean, I don't know whether it's possible for that condition to be added, but that this extension of an early start does not apply to a Monday and Friday when it's a bank holiday. I'd like to know your view on that, please.
Yeah,
and also, Chris, can I just add to that? I think the suggestion from Councillor Waite was that the vehicles were being cleaned in the car park, and there's certainly no soundproofing going up around the car park.
Yeah. So currently, the only controls on the car park area from a planning perspective, in any case, is that the operational hours. So that you know what were on the original consensus of 7:30 till 6:30. And I understand there have been instances of cleaning and jackhammering of cement trucks and things in that car park. The conditions on this application are proposed include an operational statement which suggests that area will only be used for parking for staff and for holding of aggregates, lorries that are waiting to make deliveries. So if it was used in another manner, which was noisy or causing disturbance or outside of that operational statement, that would then become a planning enforcement matter. That wouldn't preclude the council also taking any relevant as well, but I'm not qualified so much to speak about that aspect of it. So I don't know whether Dermot wants to add anything to that point.
Yeah, there had been an issue previously with cement, more precisely with the sort of drill out hardened cement from inside the trucks. I'm not aware of that happening in the Eastern Yard for a number of months now, and that the understanding has been that any similar work in future would take place in the main yard with the benefit of the barrier in future, and as Chris says, that other yard would only be used for car parking. I'd also add that currently we don't have any open noise complaints associated with any of the units on the site.
And then just to return to the second part of Councillor Craig's question about bank holidays, you're right. The existing permission doesn't limit any work on bank holidays other than the usual Monday to Friday hours, and that is, looking at the conditions, there doesn't appear to be any suggestion that there would be any further restriction on that. And that's officers' view that it's not necessary, but if members felt that that was necessary, they could obviously amend the recommendation to delegate to permit to add a restriction on bank holidays. But you'd obviously have to be you'd have to go satisfy yourselves that that met the 6 tests of conditions, i.e. that it's necessary, relevant, precise, enforceable, relevant to planning and relevant to the development that we're considering. But if you were satisfied that it met those tests, you could change the recommendation to delegate to permit to get officers to amend that condition to cover bank holidays.
Okay, Councillor Clark, then Councillor McPhee.
Well then,
Yeah.
okay. I guess I have a few questions and sort of comments, and I'm hopefully whoever's there can take them up as is relevant. The first thing is I did go and visit the site myself last week, one morning, mid-morning last week, to get a much better perspective of what we were trying to consider today. And I suppose the first thing that just strikes one is that although it's a small industrial site compared to some that I've worked on, it nevertheless is particularly close to a residential site, which I think is clearly going to cause problems, more problems, if it's now more identified as a B2 site. It does seem to me that we've got ourselves a bit into a catch-22 situation whereby somehow it's become a B2 site without people particularly realising, and the likelihood is that there will be, from the inference that Councillor Andy Waite was saying, there could even be more noisier operations going on in the future. My first observation last week when I was there was that irrespective of actually putting up any acoustic fence, the actual gates into the site where the lorries actually go into load are very, very wide. And I can't imagine for one moment that anybody's going to be stood. I don't know if it's intention, maybe this is the first question. Is it intended that the gates also are going to be acoustic and that the gates will be closed every time a vehicle goes in to be filled up? Because if it's not, then you could put the acoustic fence all the way around everywhere else other than a closed acoustic gates. And my question is, one, is it intended that the gates will be have acoustic, will there be acoustic fencing? And two, is somebody going to close them as well? The other thing I would say is I've got a tremendous amount of sympathy for both parties in many respects. First of all, the residents, obviously, for what they must have been putting up, and no measurement of, and I do respect the environmental officers who have made their comments and decibels and so on. But the fact of the matter is, if somebody can't sleep at night, is trying to get to sleep 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and early in the morning, still wanting to sleep, but there's noise going on, despite all the measurements, clever measurements in the world, if they're being disturbed, then I think it's something we should be considering. And it seems to me a lot of that measurement is probably quite marginal. So but I also would say that I have sympathy for the workers there. These guys get up at some horrible hours in the morning to help keep the economy going. And I do understand that, but it does seem to me that For Concrete, when they purchased this site, really should have factored in, since it's so recent, presumably they must have factored into all their figures when they did their return on investments, the cost of it was going to cost them to actually run the operation, and their potential customers, surely they factored in, hey, have we got enough operating hours in here? So my question, sorry, I've gone on to quite a long question, but the question really is, first of all, about the fencing, the acoustics, and then secondly, and I don't know who there's to answer that, in terms of the ongoing operation and viability. So I don't know who can field those questions.
Well, just to answer your, thank you, Councillor Clark. In terms of the first question, it's not proposed that the whole gate is covered in acoustic fencing. The extent is that area of palisade fencing that is currently that was shown in the presentation. I might hand over to Dermot to just talk about the efficacy of the acoustic fencing in that area. But my understanding is the noise assessment and the figures that have been quoted and the benefit that would be achieved is achieved with or without the gate open, I assume, because it's based on what the acoustic fencing as shown and as proposed can do. So I'll see if Dermot has any comments to add to that.
Okay, yeah, you're correct. it would be impractical for the gates to form part of a barrier simply because they'd have to be open and closed. At the early stages of the assessment, consideration was given to possible movable barriers that could have been positioned at the entrance, but again, that's impractical. That's why the current proposal is there's some degree of overlap in the barriers between the lower barrier on their own site and then the higher barrier next to K&C Garage. So there's some overlap there, and regardless of the opening between the office block and the other barrier, the gates being open and closed doesn't really make a difference.
Can I just make a comment, Mr. Henry? But the actual gates actually is the area that most fronts and goes towards where the residential areas are. So in my very much layman's view, this is exactly where you would have needed to have an acoustic fence.
Would it be worth me just sharing the presentation again? I'm going to stop my video to hopefully prevent me freezing every time I share my screen, but bear with me. Okay, can you see the screen there now?
Yep.
Yes, so the area in yellow here is where the where most of the loading and the noisy activity of the loading takes place, and as you can see, that is behind the proposed acoustic fence in purple here. Some more activities do take place in this area up here, but the noisiest parts of the activities are taking place behind that fence. So hopefully that just clarifies.
I've got Councillor McPhee, then Councillor Hughes, and then I think Sarah James. I'll invite you to sort of say a few words once you've heard all the rest of the questions. So Councillor McPhee.
So my first question is, do you acknowledge that you've been receiving from residents complaints about 4 Concrete violating hours?
I might pass over to Dermot to field that question, but I understand that there is a number of live enforcement cases going on in that area in relation to, well, I think that some are in relation to 4 Concrete, but some are also in relation to other businesses on that, served by that same access road. So, and again, the matter in front of...
Specifically for Concrete.
Well, I believe there are some planning enforcement matters considered being looked at, but again, I don't have the details of those because they're not relevant to the decision we have to make today. I'll ask Dermot if there's any.
I think Sarah's asking. I think Sarah's asking to come in on that.
Go for it.
Yeah, I just think it might be appropriate just to come in just to say, with regards to those matters, that we will ask the enforcement manager to prepare a report around the use and some of the concerns that you've been raising today during this debate, which are outside of the scope of this application. So, and obviously you can contact me as well after this committee if there are particular things that you want included or considered within that within that report, and we'll bring that back to you separately. But I would urge members to confine their considerations today to the application that's before them, and not to be distracted by things that you can't fully consider today.
Okay, well, I have a second question there. What is the noise decibel rate for jackhammering?
I would ask if Dermot or Alid might be able to field that one, if that's okay.
I can't give you an answer that we haven't carried an assessment of that specific activity.
Well, we've had people making measurements, and I think a figure of 120 decibels they're talking about. Now, so if that is going to move round in front of that sound barrier, you're not going to be stopping that noise. For me, I could say that jackhammering cannot take place on that area at all. It'll have to take place somewhere else, because you can't deal with 120 decibels, can you?
So I think possibly it's worth noting the conditions that do require certain noise levels to be achieved. So regardless of the activities that would be taking place, so whether that be jackhammering uses. Also, it's important to remember this application for the acoustic fences is a betterment over the existing uncontrolled situation. So that jackhammering could take place now within the site without those acoustic barriers being erected. The acoustic barriers will provide attenuation, which will be a betterment for the residents.
But it won't be acceptable.
Sorry?
It's not going to be acceptable if you take 120 and put it in front of there. What's the noise that's going to come out the other side? It goes down 28 decibels, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this, because of the conditions that would be on this permission, if it were to be granted, any breach of those sound levels that are put into the conditions would be something that enforcement action could be taken against.
Yeah. The other one was for your highways fellow. Is he there, the highways man? I wanted to know what a 7.5 ton limit actually means. And I'm saying that because I'm interested. We're getting so many, as they've said, 500 HGV movements in a week. It doesn't strike me that matches with a 7.5 ton weight limit.
Darren, are you there?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. In response to your question, there is an existing 7.5 ton weight limit. There is an exemption plate underneath which exempts loading. So vehicles that do exceed 7.5 tons in weight are exempted from using Avon Lane. Let me just check this. Vehicles that are in excess of 7.5 tons in weight are exempt from using Avon Mill Lane for the purposes of loading, which is why the concrete mixers are able to travel to and from the application site.
But it would be true that it wouldn't be possible for them to be stored there, would it? Because that's not loading, is it?
How heavy is a cement?
Certainly, I believe that some of the vehicles are stored there at the moment. I would need to ask.
But that's not within the spirit, is it? The spirit of a 7.5 ton limit is, as happened before, once a week, an Arctic came in and offloaded some stone. That was the spirit of a 7.5 ton. But we can't have loading, maybe, but not storage.
Certainly, the only exemption at the moment to that 7.5 ton weight limit is loading, Councillor. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I've still got Councillor Hughes.
Hi, thank you. Couple of very quick questions. And so are we actually, we're saying, just to clarify again, the ambient noise level is 48 and the maximum permissible will be 57 decibels. Is that what we're saying?
I believe that to be correct. I'll just double check with Dermot if he is still there.
Hi. So, Councillor, is that in respect to the condition relating to the early mornings?
Yes.
Okay, that 57 isn't a continuous level. That's the maximum level just for one specific event. So say a truck goes past taking maybe 5 seconds to pass. It's basically saying the 57 is a maximum noise level that single event can occur. For the rest of the time period, it still needs to comply with the lower limit of less than 5.
Okay,
above
and what is the decibel, the average decibel of a diesel truck?
I don't know.
Okay, because I believe it can be up to 100 decibel for a diesel engine on a truck.
The thing is, whenever these figures are quoted, what isn't mentioned is how close you are. If you're standing half a metre from the engine, possibly, but if you're 15-20 metres back, then it's going to be a lot less than that. So the distance is an important factor when figures like that are quoted.
Sure, I mean, what I'm trying to get to is we're saying that 5 or 10 decibels is not considered to be significant in these equations. But as we know, you say that, as we discussed before, that it's not a linear scale, the decibel scale.
That's right.
So every 3 decibels, roughly, the sound intensity doubles. So the difference in sound intensity between 57 and 60, for example, is double. And 60 to 63 will be double again. So these numbers of 5 and 10 decibels are can be quite significant. And I'm just concerned that we're not taking into account in this equation the noises of, for example, a diesel truck passing through the estates.
They're not just subjective figures. There is a basis for them in terms of the British standard, which would be applicable in terms of assessing the benefits of this barrier once it's installed. So there is some logic to those limits of less than 5 and less than 10.
Sure. I think the barrier seems to be in place just to address the issue of the concrete pouring section rather than the overall effect of the estate. But anyway, you've answered my question. That's great.
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Has everybody asked the questions they wanted to ask? Got Councillor McPhee, did you want to?
Only one small question. If you look at 1 Van Dyke Avenue and the 6-metre limit, you can see that the annex area will receive the full force of the noise, which is where I believe the residents sleep. So even the 6-metre barrier doesn't sort out their sleeping pattern in 1 Van Dyke Avenue.
Was that a question, Hal, or was that a statement?
I wanted the officer to confirm that was true.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take that, Chair?
Go on, yes, please, Alan.
The purpose of adding the extra LAF max 57 at the bedroom window on top of the previously stated 4142 is that the World Health Organization's night noise guidelines for Europe state that the internal noise levels shall not exceed, or that exceed 42 dBA max, have the potential to cause a person to wake up. So this 57 is gleaned from 42 internally, and you add to that a 15 decibel reduction, which is widely accepted, that an opened window is afforded. So when we get the 42, which is the standard in the World Health Organization's night noise guidelines for Europe, you add to that the 15 decibels, allowing the local resident to have an opened window, as I do, then it gets us to 57 dBA LF max with a sound level meter recording all noises. It sets that in the condition. And then if there's a breach of that condition, then the authority have a decision to make.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure that answered my question. The fact is the window is above 6 meters above the ground. I just wanted the officer to confirm that was true. You could see it from his picture.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
I believe that to be correct. I don't have exact measurements, but looking at the photograph, that does appear to be the case. But I did welcome Alad's intervention there as well. I think that was useful for members to hear.
Dermot, were you about to add something to that?
I was just going to say that in terms of how sound emits from a source, much is made of the sound that will travel over the barrier, and you can't deny that. However, a lot of the sound also hits the barrier. So it's acknowledged that some sound will go over the barrier, some will go around the sides, and that's taken account of already in terms of predicting the benefit. But a lot of the sound will also hit that barrier.
Okay. Councillor Rigby, you have had to remind me that you hadn't asked all your questions. I'm sorry about that. Please ask the rest.
Okay, you'll be pleased to know that most of them have been asked and answered. I was listening to one of the public speakers when they talked about the backdrop, which currently is the large trees that some of the residents have. My reading of the application is that the baffle fence, the acoustic fence will go inside the current wall, and that the trees that are there will not be impacted. Have I read that incorrectly, or is there any impact on the current, what look like to be very well-established trees, especially around the bit that's going round the side to the right on your first slide, Chris?
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. You have read that right. So it is the acoustic fence would sit inside the retaining walls, so wouldn't be resulting in any major tree works or removals. There would likely be some pruning required, but the arboriculturist has raised no objection, and there would be there's a condition requiring a detailed method statement to ensure that those works are undertaken without causing any harm to that tree belt there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if there's no further questions for officers, can we move to the debate? Who's the ward councillor? Is it you, Al? It's you. Would you like to lead off on the debate?
Thank you very much. Well, I think we've already heard that we can't talk about the B1, B2, although obviously most people in Keynsham are pretty clear that it's B1, and we'll have to take that up with outside of here, but it's part of what leads to the strength of feeling. But let's move on to the case that's in front of us. And in terms of the hours, clearly the concern is, and I was stopped from that, but clearly the concern is, if we allow these hours to go through, what we'll find is that they will just start earlier again. And that is the basis of our objection to the extension of the hours. Regarding the noise, it seems to me very clear that the fence may work for quite a lot of things, but I am with Sean that I think just driving an HGV in there is probably going to be more significant than people realise. And I'm absolutely certain that the jackhammering will be way over the top. And so therefore, I think we have to go back. And for me, I think the mistake that was made originally to have that all those noises and processes going on so near the gate. If we'd had a planning position rather than just put the silos up, I'm pretty sure we'd have had a very different design. So for me, based on those two things, I would like to reject the proposal. But obviously I'm not making a proposal. What I would say is that if people are moved to accept, then I do feel that a visit to the site so that we can actually see the dimensions, deal with fixed issues about the front gates, and just see how close the houses in the two places are, and hopefully hear the thing in operation.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Rigby.
I don't think I'm next. I think there's Councillor Jackson and Councillor Craig.
There's you. I've got you, and then Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Craig, then you again.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry,
that was me at the end of the questions.
Thank you very much. Very generous of you, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, could I propose that we reject this application on the grounds that it's going to severely reduce the amenity of the residents far too early in the morning. I think it's the 6:30 start, which I think is unacceptable.
Okay, you proposed that. I see Councillor Hodges jumped into second that.
Yes, I'm very happy to second that. I'm particularly concerned about the change in hours and the hours of bank holiday working.
Thank you. So we have the proposal, the motion before us. Still time for debate. Councillor Craig.
Thank you. I'm not sure I support that actually. We have to put aside all of the used class stuff. And yes, I look forward to a report on all of that. We have to put aside whether the silos should be there and all that. So just looking at what is in front of me now, my feeling is that the residents would actually be better off if we put this in place, because the noise is happening at all times of day and night at any number of decibels now. So it would stop that. It would be reviewed after a year. So, you know, enforcement could be well on the case during the course of that year, and it could be dealt with at the end of that year. And I do think we should make it delegate to permit and condition it so that the residents have their bank holidays with not an early start. But I actually feel that to put this in place now for a year would make a better situation for the residents. So I'm just putting that out there, really.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely benefits to this to the residents, as Councillor Craig has just said. I definitely, were this to go through, and I understand that the motion currently is to reject it, but were it to go through, I definitely wouldn't want to see the condition taken off about reviewing this in a year. But I feel if the acoustic fence was put up and the noise was monitored, that would give some sort of, at the moment we are, much as and I totally understand what the environmental protection people are saying about this has been done according to all the best rules, but we don't actually know how it's going to work until it's done, is the short answer. We've got good ideas, but we don't know how it's going to work. So I think I would be minded to say that I'm not going to support the current motion, but what I would want to see is that we were very, very clear on the operating schedule, so that the car park was used literally just for car parking, so that the area where the noise is and where the mitigation against the noise has been put very strictly sticks to its new allowed timings, that the fence goes up long before the timings start and it's monitored. And I know that that was the plan, but I would say maybe even for as much as a month of continuous monitoring to see what difference that makes on the noise. And then, you know, the balance is the fact that the noise is going to be reduced by what looks like to be about 17, 18 decibels on average, and can be an awful lot more throughout the day, a good or a bad thing compared to an extra hour at the beginning of the day. And I think we probably need to test that out.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what's been said, and I'm sure the fence does offer during normal working hours some advantage, but I don't think that in any way compensates for the additional disruption outside of the normal hours that's going to be created by movement of vehicles, etc. So I don't think that this fence on its own will help to solve any problem. I think it will create problems early in the morning and late at night. And I think the agents made it very clear that they're not prepared to accept the condition free anyway, which I wouldn't want to see that removed. So I think I'm going to be voting against this proposal.
Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Councillor Hughes, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Craig and really what Councillor Rigby said. I think most of what we've heard, unfortunately, is not what we have got in front of us to make a decision on. I agree. I wouldn't want to take out the temporary permission for 3. I think it would be better than the situation they're in at the moment. I would like to see the bank holidays put in as a condition there, but so I'm not inclined to support the proposal that's in front of us from Councillor Jackson, because I think that perhaps something would be better than the position they've got at the moment, and I think this should go in for a year and be monitored very closely. And as Councillor Rigby was quite clear on how close it should be monitored.
Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Councillor Craig and Councillor Davis. We've heard a lot that we're not happy about, but we have to deal with the situation in front of us and the planning applications in front of us. I think what is being proposed will help residents, but I also agree that we do keep the 1 year validation, and also we do treat bank holidays like Sunday with no working. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I hope somebody complained that there's whistling whenever I speak. Well, I'm not whistling, so I hope it's there's not much I can do about that. All I would say is I do support the motion to reject the officer's recommendation. I am not convinced or persuaded that the fence will actually work, because noise does have a habit of going around corners. So even the fencing, I personally don't think, I was there at the last week, and the guys, and I don't blame them, they've got a busy job to do, but they were actually tooting each other as they were trying to get in and out of the site. So I was against it on the grounds of what's in front of me. I don't think the fence will work. I don't personally. That's my view. I'm certainly against the extension of the hours. So no, I'm afraid I cannot support the officer's recommendation, but I do support the motion to reject.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Hodge.
All I wanted to say was I take the points that are made, and it just seems to me a very long time, 1 year, to give a trial with these extended hours and the impact on residents, and that's yeah. I mean, is a shorter trial period worth considering, or does that make the issue too much?
Hang on a sec. Can I just get clarification on that? I don't think the hours are being trialled, are they? Is that right, Chris?
The hours aren't being trialled, but the barrier is being trialled for
the barriers is being trialled
before the extended hours, or with the extended hours?
So the extended hours is what is being trialled with the barrier. So the combination of conditions would mean that it would be 1 year after they've installed and verified the barrier, they are allowed to operate for the additional hour at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, Monday to Friday.
I didn't understand that. It sounded like a contradiction there.
So the conditions would require that they install the barrier and that they verify that it works before they are allowed to start operating at the earlier hours.
Right.
And then once that has been done, they have that permission to use those extended hours lasts for 1 year, after which time they would have to reapply or revert to the former hours.
Okay, so that's like a double. That's a double thing. So the barriers go in. The barriers go in. We test to see if they work. If they work, we allow the extra hours, and those extra hours are a trial for a year, and then they have to reapply for permanent change to the hours. Okay, that's helpful.
Correct.
Because you know, on the figures I noted, at the moment they're experiencing, all those residents are experiencing 17 decibels above the background noise, and 10 is the figure at which that becomes an adverse amount of noise. So it's 17, so that's at least 7 above the figure that the environmental officers want to take action at. The barrier comes in, and that reduces that noise to 3 decibels above the background on the ground floor and 4 decibels above background on the first floor. So it just seems to me that the barriers will make an instant difference to the life of the residents. And all my nervousness about this is around allowing these extra hours. But I think what you've just said has helped to clarify that for me. Hang on, let's go and see. So Councillor Rigby wants to speak again.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Not dissimilar to what you've just said. So in effect, we get 2 bites of the cherry. So am I, just so I'm completely clear, and it may change other people's minds on this, once the fence is put up and then it is monitored, if at that stage what is predicted to be the decrease in decibels is not actually achieved, there will not be any extended hours, because that is predicated on this fence doing what we say this fence is going to. And then even after that, we then have a year at which we can then monitor to make sure that that wasn't not quite a one-off, because I know it's monitored for longer than that, but that this is sustainable over the year's time. So in effect, I don't understand what we've got to lose by putting the fence up and doing the good thing about seeing whether or not that makes any difference to the residents. And I don't really understand what policies we are going to use to overturn the officer's recommendation on this.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
Well, the problem is, of course, am I on mute? Or
no, we can hear you.
The problem is linking these two things together, and I'm not convinced that that was the best way. We should really be treating both of them separately, and therefore I think as we're presented with them jointly, if we don't like one of them, then we should vote against.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councillor Howell's comment just then, but as I understand it, and I think it's Mr. Millwood, if I've got the right names there, but anyway, who actually said, I hope I've got the right gentleman, anyway, was speaking on behalf, I think, of Ford Concrete, that they're not, that in order to erect this fence, they're going to have to spend £80,000, which is what I remembered, didn't make a note of it at the time, which I understood from him, that would be a sizable chunk of their capital investment funds available for this year, and they wouldn't be prepared to do that. So there are obviously, I don't know the size of this business, I'm not accounts, but £80,000 is a lot to them. And my understanding is that they wouldn't be prepared to do that on the condition that we've put forward to them. So we're sort of voting for something that won't happen because they want us to remove that condition. So I am a little bit confused by some comments from some of the colleagues who seem to support the officer's recommendation, because I don't think it's what is actually being offered. So maybe it's me who's being confused and not everybody else. But anyway, I still am not persuaded that we should allow an experiment on people's livelihoods, which is what we're doing, and well-being, particularly in these times. We should be more considerate of each other's well-being. And I don't think we should put a year-long test. And I'm still not persuaded. I went down to, as I say, to that site, and I'm sorry, I still can't see how allowing those gates to be open, because they're all very, very close together. When you actually go there, you'll see how close that is. And if you're not going to create an acoustic barrier across the opening where the lorries are coming in, we're only talking about a few feet. I know Officer Christopher did show us that again, but that's just a few feet. Those sound waves, not that I'm an expert, those sound waves are still going to come out. But anyway, I've said my piece.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Yeah, it was just on that last statement by Councillor Clark, actually, and I'd just like some confirmation that we members should not be in the business of taking note of whether it's going to be a problem for the company to afford to put the fence up. That's not what we've got in front of us, and that's not what we should be making a decision on, but I'd be pleased if someone could confirm that for me.
Yeah, so the applicant has applied for the acoustic fences, so there is obviously an intention to, or desire to put them up, and the council, as local planning authority, is entitled to put any conditions it sees fit, provided they meet the 6 Teslas conditions that I outlined earlier, onto that, whether or not the council, the applicant agrees to those or not. The beauty of how this proposed consent has been constructed is that they will not get the thing that they want, which is the additional hours, unless they erect the fence. and the fence it therefore has to be provided if they want to have those additional hours. So as I mentioned earlier, they do have a right of appeal, and they could appeal specifically against the condition, but then they would risk losing the permission altogether if it was granted by this committee and then refused by the planning inspectorate. So that would be a high risk strategy for them.
Thank you. I mean, it does appear to me, I'm coming to Councillor Jackson next and then Councillor Hughes, but it does appear to me that this is not the right site for a concrete production business, but that's not the decision before us. And at the moment we have some residents who are subjected to 17 decibels above the background, which is a lot. And it's obviously very distressing for them. And the barrier will make an instant difference, so long as, and this is another problem, so long as all the activity takes place behind it. So I think there's the conditions, but there's also a role for enforcement here to make sure that that happens. Councillor Jackson and then Hughes, did I say it that way around? Councillor Jackson.
Well, yes, because I'd like a bit of guidance from the officers, particularly Mr. Barnes. Is it a reasonable position for us to take to put these conditions on and to link the two things, or rather to link them sequentially, the construction of the acoustic fence and then the change in hours? Or might it be that if the applicant appeals against condition 3, we might be deemed to have been unreasonable?
I'm not really sure that's a legal question. I mean, obviously the application's been put to you as it is before you today, and all I can really advise is that you have to deal with it as it's put to you.
Perhaps Simon, I could take that question.
Yeah,
it's a matter of planning judgment as to whether or not the proposed conditions meet the 6 tested conditions as laid down in the MPP in national guidance. And in officers' view, the approach to conditions is entirely reasonable, necessary, enforceable, precise, relevant to the development and relevant to planning as well. Obviously, if they were to go to appeal, that would be a judgment that a planning inspector would have to make, and the council would defend that case vigorously, and we feel we could defend that case, otherwise we wouldn't have proposed those conditions.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't really understand why the applicant is so against the permission, the condition number 3, because all we're asking to do is to demonstrate that it actually works. They should want to do that. And what they're basically saying is we want to carry on regardless if it works or not. We want to continue with those hours. So I think that's quite unreasonable for them to expect that.
Yep, here. So I think it's time to move to a vote on this motion, which is to reject the application as proposed by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Hughes. So if I go through, I'm going to be going through in reverse order, I think, this time. So it's a motion to reject the application as it stands. So Councillor Rigby.
Against.
Councillor McCabe, against. Councillor McPhee.
For.
For Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
Against.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
Against.
And Councillor Clark.
For.
Okay, so that strikes me as 5-all. With is that correct?
Yeah,
3 with the chair.
5 in favour, 5 against. So it's for chair's.
So chair's casting vote. I've stated my position. I'm against rejecting this. So my casting vote is against this motion. So would somebody like to propose another motion? That so Councillor Rigby.
Yes, Chair. Could I propose the motion that we accept the officer's recommendation that we absolutely do not consider taking condition 3 out. We accept the officer's recommendation as stated, and maybe perhaps the committee might be minded to say, as part of that, we do say to enforcement that we are very concerned that this is certainly during the trial period monitored very, very carefully to make sure that it achieves what it is that we think it's going to achieve. So we accept with condition 3 and with very clear request that this is monitored very closely.
And there was a suggestion that we should add in something about bank holidays.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Chair. Yes, you're absolutely right, and I think
that
would be a good thing. Yes, if we make bank holidays the same as a Sunday, because that's what most people think of them as.
Okay, is that acceptable to officers?
Chair,
Sarah.
Sorry, I was muted. Can I just confirm that will be delegate to permit to amend the condition accordance with Councillor Rigby's comments?
Yes. So delegate to permit with everything Councillor Rigby just said. I have Councillor Hounsell offering to second.
Yes, that's right. I will second.
Councillor Craig, you wanted to speak, or did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do, because it was me that raised the bank holiday issue.
Right.
I was going to second, but happy for someone else to do that. I actually here, I'm going to say, I think that's a bit unfair to just make bank holidays like Sundays, because that's not the way the site works at the moment. What I said I thought should be done is that bank holidays should be excluded from the extension in time that is being put forward by this planning application. So they currently work on whatever they do on Sundays is, they don't work on Sundays at the moment. So I'm not saying that they should be restricted completely from working on bank holidays, but they should carry on doing what they're doing now and not be allowed to do it earlier or later.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Rigby, I can see you tapping your fingers. Are you happy to? Do you want to stick with what you're suggesting, that a bank holiday should be treated as a Sunday, or do you want to accept what Councillor Craig is saying, that we would not accept an extension to hours on bank holidays?
I'm trying to be proportionate, because I know that that's what we're asked to be, and to a certain extent in my head, the fact that there are so many additional hours being caught up during the rest of the year, almost to me another thing that would speak to the concerns that we've had about residential amenity would be if we could say that both Sundays and bank holidays were noise-free days. So I see where Councillor Craig's coming from, and it's not a hill I'd choose to die on, but I think I'd go slightly further and say make them like Sunday.
Sarah, can I just ask the question then? Can we actually do that? Because that's imposing on their business, whereas what they're asking for is an extension to hours, and we can comment on where those hours are extended, but we can't really turn around and interfere on their business.
Yeah, as I understand the site to operate at the moment, you can't remove their current operating hours. You can only consider the extension to those hours, which is the application before you.
Okay, that's the application for us. I'll come back to you. Sorry, Councillor Rigby. I think Councillor Craig's right.
Councillor Craig was right.
Councillor Craig's right, yes. Okay, so then it's a motion to accept, delegate to permit with condition attached that the extension to hours does not include bank holidays. And Councillor
and just to be clear, I'm seconding that as you've explained it now.
Right, okay. Is that okay, Sarah? Yeah, okay. So I'll go through in alphabetical order this time. So for, abstain or against the motion to delegate to permit as stated. Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor McPhee.
Against.
Councillor McCabe, 4. Councillor Rigby.
4.
So it's 5-all again. So it's chair's casting vote, and I've stated my position, so I'm in favour of that motion. So that motion is carried. Delegate to permit with the conditions attached. Hopefully you've got everything you need, Sarah, and I think we deserve a little break there because that was a long one. So if everyone can be back in 6 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you. Right then, well done everybody. Well, bit of a way to go yet. Okay, looks like we're all back here. Well done, thank you very much. That is 6 minutes. So we're moving on to agenda item 3, master plans 3, additional development area, Holborn Park, Bathwick. Can I invite the case officer once again, Chris Trevarthen, to present his report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn my camera off while I share my screen, and hopefully that will help with my bandwidth issues. Can I just check again, confirm you can hear me and that you can see the presentation? Yeah, I can see nods. Yep. Good. Okay, so just before launching in, quick, just draw your attention to the written update. There's been an additional comment received from Bath Preservation Trust, which doesn't raise any issues not already addressed in the report. And there has also been just a slight tweak to the recommendation regarding the section 106, just to make it clear that the idea would be to link this permission to the section 106 for the application that was approved at the last committee, so the eastern parcel, basically so they're tied together. And that might become more evident why that is as I go through the presentation. So item 3 is the erection of 8 dwellings and car parking, landscaping and associated works on land at Holborn Park in Bathwick. So this is just to set the context, this is an allocated site within the placemaking plan, allocation SB12 for approximately 150 dwellings, and there is an ongoing development, as members will be aware, of a large number of dwellings on the site, totaling 189 dwellings currently approved, and this would increase that number. So if I just move on again.
Have you deliberately stopped talking?
Hello, sorry, it seems to happen every time I start a presentation. I have
okay.
A dodgy connection, but we're back. So yes, so just to briefly run through the history of the site, it was originally approved back in 2015 for 204 dwellings on the site. There was some variation to that the following year, and then there was a drop-in application for quite a significant change, bringing the number of dwellings up to 244 in 2017. That was changed with a few variations over the years. So the numbers in early part of this year were up to 246. And then the application that was approved at the last committee, which hasn't been issued yet, it's still pending on Section 106 agreement, would take the numbers, reduce the numbers down to 189 dwellings, of which 49 would be affordable, resulting in a 26% affordable percentage across the whole site. This site, which is sort of colloquially termed the western parcel, would add an extra 8 dwellings to that with no additional affordable. So that's 197 dwellings, of which 49 would be affordable, resulting in 25% affordable across the site. So just to remind members, this was the eastern parcel site, or the whole area here is the Holborn Park development. And this was the eastern parcel that was approved at the last committee. This site down here in this corner is what we're looking at today. And there we go. So it would be 8 dwellings with associated parking, landscaping in an area down here, which previously was reserved for school expansion, but then was deemed not to be necessary, surplus to requirement by our education team, and subsequently the developer was released from that requirement in the Section 106, and the principle of including additional residential on there was agreed. So there's the red line, as you can see, terrace of 8 dwellings. It sort of joins in 2 phases. So this phase of this avenue of dwellings here has already been approved. Sorry, has already been built, and this phase along here is also largely complete as well. So this is almost a sort of link between the two. There's also a public right of way which runs from Warminster Road down this side of the site, down here, around the back of this site here, and then links into sort of the parking driveway area of Top Yard Cottages, which are these properties here. And we'll move on. We can see a bit more. So this is the proposed plots and how they'd be laid out. Gardens to the rear. The land does slope down slightly this way, so the gardens would be slightly terraced, but it's not a massive slope. It's not a big significant slope as the slope south to north is down to the canal across the wider site. So these are the proposed elevations. So this is the front elevation of it's very similar style of dwelling house to what's been approved and built on other phases within Warminster Road, Holborn Park. Sort of simple. This is quite simple, sort of classical Georgian approach that they've taken across the whole piece, with bath stone on the front elevations and render on the side and rear elevations. And you can see the site does slope down. This is south at this end and north at this end, and this is the rear elevation of those terrace gardens as well. Just the side elevations of the proposed property. So this is looking south, and this is looking from the north, from the south, and this is from the north. Sorry. And then just some floor plans. So they are 3-bedroom dwellings. Each have been provided with 2 parking spaces in line with the parking standards. A fairly standard sort of layout, all meet the nationally described space standards. And then this is actually a resubmission of application that members considered back in the summer. That was refused for reasons of affordable housing, which I'll come on to. But members did also raise concerns about the sort of way really address the poor quality of. Been some changes, and so if I flick on one, this is the current application. So you can see that they've proposed to essentially widen and improve the public right of way around the back of the properties here by reducing the length of these gardens, and also proposed a new connection in the south part of the development. So there's a new connection to the public right of way, which officers do consider to be a benefit of the scheme. It's much more accessible to the around this back connection. The scheme does also include 2 additional visitor parking spaces than were previously included. There were 7 in the previous scheme, and there are now 9. That is more than is required for the 8 dwellings. It is make up for some of the deficit in the wider scheme. So that's useful to note. And then just a couple of images. So there's a couple of CGIs they've put in just to give you an idea of the sort of scale of those dwellings and their sort of form and shape. And then some photographs. So this is looking westward from Sellers Avenue, which is the phase 1 of the development. And you can see Top Yard Cottages, which I referenced before, in the background here. And then this is looking from the public right of way to the south, looking sort of west over the site. So these are Top Yard Cottages again here, and the site is sort of in this space in here. This is looking north across the site from the public right of way. So you can see this is the sort of second phase that's basically been completed along here, and the site is in this space in the foreground. This is a view from the west, the public right of way to the west of the site, looking northward down. So as you can see, it's extremely tight and quite overgrown at the moment. And you can see the barrier of the former MOD site there. This is looking north across the site towards, east across the site towards Sellers Avenue, which is phase 1. And then this is again looking east, but just further back from the sort of parking area of Top Yard Cottages, where the public right of way sort of joins in this space in the fence here. A query was raised about electric charging points at the briefing, and some clarity has been provided by the applicant. This does show the position across the whole of the site, but essentially if you confine your thinking to this area here, they are actually providing EV chargers with all of the proposed 8 plots here. So that would be active provision with the exception of the interface. So they'd be providing the electric chargers with the interface up to the to be provided by the householder, depending on what their requirements were, because there's a variety of different interfaces, as I understand it. The previous application was refused because of a lack of affordable housing, and there is no affordable housing proposed within this application. These 8 dwellings are all open market. However, it has been supported by a financial viability appraisal, which looked at the viability of the scheme as a whole, including the eastern parcel and this site. And on that basis, which we've had it independently tested, and it's concluded that the scheme is cannot viably afford to deliver any additional affordable housing. However, it's relevant for members to note that during the discussions on the eastern parcel application, that the applicant did agree to provide 20 discount market homes, which were provided within the eastern parcel, so that overall across the whole scheme there is a 20. It would be a 26 under the current approved position, 26% amount of affordable housing. This would reduce that percentage to 25%. But those conclusions that were drawn from the financial viability appraisal remain relevant to this application, in that it cannot afford to provide any additional affordable housing over and above that was previously agreed on the eastern parcel. And so officers are satisfied that that is a reasonable position in this case. And as I said, we've had it independently tested by our expert viability assessors. And we're satisfied that that overcomes the previous reasons for refusal, plus the added benefits of the improvement works to the public right of way around the edge of the site, and the additional connections and the additional visitor parking provided. The officer recommendation is to permit the application, delegate to permit, subject to the section 106 as set out in the update report. And I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. Got one speaker, Charlotte Taylor-Drake. Are you there, Charlotte? Yes, you are.
Hi, members. So the proposals before you are for 8 dwellings that fall on brownfield land within the allocation. And as you'll recall from Planning Committee in October, this application forms part of the wider master plan at Holborn Park. When the previous application on this site was refused in July, we heard members' concerns about the affordable housing provision. And since then, the applicant has worked collaboratively with officers, and a further viability appraisal has been done and agreed by the council's appointed viability advisors. The viability process included this application for 8 dwellings, as well as the changes that were approved at committee in October. The council's appointed viability consultants concluded that 20% affordable housing would be a viable level across the site. The eastern parcel that was approved last month, and this application before you today, proposes the improved position of 25% affordable housing. Careful consideration has been given to how the layout works with neighbouring properties and the site boundaries. The design team arrived at the current layout through extensive pre-application discussions with officers for over 2 years, and we're pleased that the design is supported. We listened to members in July, and my client has worked hard to improve connectivity across the site. The existing ground levels mean that a direct connection east-west would be too steep, but improvements have been made with the widening and regrading of public rights of way around the north and south boundaries to create pedestrian and cycle connections. We also heard members' comments regarding visitor car parking. In addition to 2 car parking spaces per dwelling, this application includes 9 visitor car parking spaces for the residents of Holborn Park to use. The residents parking on the site will also have EV charging. The proposal before you will contribute 8 new dwellings that are designed to complement the adjacent Holborn Park development, and the proposals will generate over £100,000 in community infrastructure levy payments that can also be put towards strategic infrastructure, including things like education or community uses. I therefore ask members to support this application and the officer's recommendation to continue the construction process and to work collaboratively with my client to complete the wider development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And questions to the officer, and I've got Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. My first question, Chris, you broke up slightly when you were talking about the new access, the new connection. What is that new connection? Is it walking, cycling, or just walking, or just cycling, or I'm guessing there's no cars. So could you tell me what that access actually is, please?
Yeah, so the one shown on the southern side of the site is a walking, cycling access. The rest of the, I must say though, I think that's more for connecting to the west of the site rather than going up to Warminster Road, because if you were to continue that way, the rest of the public right of way is quite narrow still, and it would probably be quite tricky to take a bike down there. Not impossible, but if you met someone, it would be tricky. But certainly the improvements would allow cycle east-west through the connection down through Topyard Cottages and beyond that way, which is probably the main route most people would want to be going. And as a pedestrian, it obviously can be used by pedestrians as well. So it would be an improvement, certainly from a pedestrian point of view, and no vehicles.
Brilliant, thank you. And my second question is, I see that we've now got an extra 2 visitor parking spaces from what was proposed originally. And if you remember, I'm sure we all remember, at the last committee, it was one of the things that we were very concerned about. How far short of our policy is now the visitor parking provision?
I don't have the precise numbers of how far short it is. The way officers have reasoned it is that the parking provision across the whole site as a ratio is very similar to the currently approved position in respect of it's almost identical, I think, within a few hundredths of a percentage point, that it is very similar. I would have to go away and do a load of calculations to work out the exact deficit against the current standards. It is below the current standards. You're right about that, but officers feel that given the fallback position of the approved consent, this is no worse than that.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Okay, and Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much. I wondered if we could have a bit of clarification on the status of this application, because on the one hand, I've always thought that we should take each application in a discrete fashion on its own merit. This is 8 houses and consider design and all the rest of it, the usual criteria. And on that basis, if you were just looking at this independently, you would not expect a contribution for affordable housing. But it seems that this is a sort of semi-detached application to another application which does have provision for affordable housing. And we've got a list of them here in the decision delegate to permit, which is in front of us. If we were to turn down these 8, turn this application down again, I'm not suggesting we should do, but if we were, would we then lose, what would be the impact on these benefits, and why is there this linkage? That's what's confusing me. So could somebody clarify why this isn't a standalone application with a viability assessment, or does the viability assessment cover the whole of the MOD site? Can somebody clarify?
I will attempt to, Councillor Jackson, although it is quite complicated, and I may lack the appropriate rhetoric to be able to explain it fully, but I'll attempt. Yes, you are considering what is in this application, and this application must stand or fall on its own merits. However, even when you're considering an application on its own merits, it is material to consider the impact of other things going on around that. So the development that's happening on the wider site is entirely material. And that's why it's material to look at, the overall numbers of dwellings created, the overall number of affordable dwellings created on the scheme, because the application would have an effect to change that overall number. The reason it would be linked via the recommendation is to link it to the Section 106 is precisely that. It's that it would enable those 8 dwellings then to be counted towards the various triggers in the Section 106 that would require the delivery of affordable housing at certain points or other contributions. If they weren't linked, then they could build these 8 houses completely free of any obligations, when in fact they do contribute towards the overall number of dwellings and the overall project going on at Holborn Park, and therefore it's appropriate to link them into the Section 106 agreement so that they count towards those various triggers within the Section 106. You mentioned about viability, as I said, and affordable housing being not required on sites of less than 10 dwellings. Again, the council's policy on this is that yes, sites that are less than 10 dwellings don't require affordable housing, but we do also have a safeguard in place in that where sites are clearly being prevent sites being salami sliced up into small portions of land, where someone who owns a bigger piece of land puts in a small application for less than 10 here, and then another application for less than 10 next to it, and then another application trying to avoid any affordable housing contributions. Although that's not the attempt of the applicant in this case, the principle applies that it is part of a wider project, and therefore the policy requiring affordable housing does apply to this, even though it's less than 8. So hopefully that's clarified. It is complicated, but hopefully that has shed some light on it, if not totally illuminated the issue.
Okay. Any further questions for the officers? In which case we'll move to the debate, and I'll ask Councillor Rigby as a ward councillor to speak first.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is, I think, the 4th time in recent history we've debated something around this particular estate. And although I was, as you know, disappointed by the fact that last time we said instead of the 40% policy that we would accept 26% affordable housing, it would be churlish of me to start arguing, because that was the decision that the committee made. It'd be churlish of me to argue that the difference between 26 and 25% on the affordable housing makes a huge difference. So that isn't what I'm going to concentrate on in what I'm speaking about. What I am going to concentrate on, and unfortunately a little bit of this is some of the history. As Chris said, originally this was meant to be a field to go to the school, which the school and the education department decided that they didn't want. So to a certain extent, from the beginning of the proposals that we saw, and as we know, we've had lots of them on this site is almost jam money, this additional field. It wasn't part of the original plan that there was going to be any houses built on it. And although there's now the acceptance that some residential units are appropriate, it's not the case that they need to build as many houses as they say they need to build, or if they do, then I've yet to see the evidence for it. Because what this site unfortunately is sadly lacking, and Chris is completely right, we've got to look at it slightly as a whole, is any kind of community element, in that the marketing house was going to be, the marketing shed was going to be made into a shop, and that's not happening. Lots of things have changed as we've gone on, but the one thing that people who've existingly bought want, as we heard last time, and you were very firm in what you said, was the fact that the visitor parking means that currently it's not possible really for them to have the community in the way that they want to. Because there's no parking allocated to some of the affordable housing, what visitor parking is there is taken up by the cars from the people who are going to the affordable housing bit. So although I see that they put an extra 2 units on in terms of visitor parking. That, to my mind, just isn't enough. We are way away from our policy. And I know Chris said that he hasn't got the exact figures, but we're nowhere near our policy. So this isn't policy compliant on affordable housing, which I think we've decided as a team that we would accept, and it's the best we're going to get. But neither is it compliant on visitor parking. And the other element I bring that I saw at Bath Preservation Trust in their recent input made clear was that, you know, not all bits of this are equal. The way that this is orientated will be incredibly visible, both if you're walking down from the Warminster Road side, certainly if you're going up along Darlington and looking up from the Top Yard cottages, it's going to be quite a big wall, of which the vast majority of it is just going to be rendered. Now, we have had problems in the past with people saying that this doesn't look great from the other side of the valley as well. And I would say that the two elements that concern me most about this particular application are the fact that it's not done what we asked it to do at the last meeting, which was make sure that we remedy the fact that visitor parking hasn't been adequately provided, and that the look and feel of it is actually detrimental to the World Heritage Site. So for those two reasons, I want to listen to the debate, but for those two reasons currently, although I've gone along with some of the other stuff that's happened on this site because I felt that we've had to, I feel that this is a step too far. I feel we probably should refuse it and say, for the reasons that I've said about the detrimental effect on the World Heritage Site in terms of design and look and feel, and also the fact it's not policy compliant on visitor parking.
Thank you. I just wanted to check, Chris, I do recall something about the design being dictated to by a Wessex Water Refuse mains or something. Does that ring a bell? That's why the houses have gone on in one place and they can't be orientated in a different direction. Does that, do you remember that?
Vaguely remember seeing something about an easement at some point. However, that hasn't really factored into officers' assessment of whether the design is acceptable or not. We consider the design is acceptable on its merits.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I hear what Councillor Rigby's saying, and I think she makes some very valid points. However, I forget which application it was. We did do a site visit up there. I thought that the architecture was appalling in Lascelles Road. It's quite inappropriate for the edge of a settlement. It would, you know, be fine in the middle of Bath, but this is a suburban area, or almost a rural area on your way out of Bath. Nevertheless, that architecture is there in Lascelles Road, and I think this current application before us is congruous with that type. And I think the orientation of the terrace also, if my recollection of the site visit is correct, fits with the Top Yard houses. I admit I think it is a bit too close to them. That was another reason why we had considerable hesitations. I would agree very strongly with Councillor Rigby about the question of community buildings, and this was indeed delegated to a school which at the moment unfortunately has decided it doesn't want it. Well, it's an academy, I believe. I don't think we can do anything about that. I just hope that we've got the figures right, because I can think of other areas where there's been a miscalculation on the number of children that would come, and these would seem to me to be houses up on the Holborn, the whole Holborn estate, which would be very appealing to young families and perhaps cheaper than living in the centre of Bath. So, you know, I've got some misgivings there, but nevertheless, I think taking everything all in all, we can't change the design because of Lascelles Road. We can't change the land usage. I really wouldn't like to see the whole area tarmacked over for extra parking. And we do have an evolving transport policy. I know that the government currently is encouraging people not to use public transport, but to come by car wherever they're going because of the COVID, but that is going to change. And the Warminster Road is pretty well served by public transport. So, and not to mention all those brave people who jump on their bikes. I think that I would like to move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. You were next to speak as well. Do you want to speak?
Well, I think actually Councillor Jackson has probably said quite a lot of it. I think I understand what Councillor Rigby said, but I think we've got to a stage now where they've listened and they've done some of the things that we've asked. I think the parking, like Councillor Jackson said, I don't think to tarmac over it and make more parking would be an answer. Not that Councillor Rigby said that exactly, but you know, I think this is the solution we've got before us, and I think it's probably the best solution that we will get. And so therefore I'm quite happy to second the proposal to support the recommendation as printed.
Okay, still time for debate then. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I'm sympathetic to the points Councillor Rigby makes, and I do see this as kind of a last chance to try and do something with this this spot. I from the Lansdowne side, I look across often from Mount Beacon and Camden Crescent, and it would be interesting to see if, you know, it's not as good as it could be, the development, when you look across, and whether some sort of reorientation of this patch could have made a difference. I don't know whether the Councillor Rigby probably knows better than I do what was possible. But I feel the same way as she does. It's a last shot to try and get the best out of this development.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think, you know, we've reached a point now where this is, we're not really going to get much further with this. I'll be honest, my main disappointment is that with this whole affordable housing scheme, I believe the scheme is 70% of market value. It's just a shame that they didn't make one of these 8 houses an affordable house, but they seem very keen to put all the affordable housing in one block. And for me, that's a disappointment with the whole scheme, not just with this.
Yeah, it's not very well integrated. I mean, I believe it was. I've asked questions about the design and the orientation, and I vaguely remember being told about a waste pipe that runs down, so they can't build across the waste pipe, so that either has to go in the gardens or under the road or something. I remember that, but I asked for the improvements to the footpath and the inclusion of cycling. So, and they've listened to that, and I think as disappointed as I am, and I think all of us are, about the whole development and the lack of affordable housing. But I think we were right to hold out in the summer. You know, we were facing 15% affordable housing, held out for 25%. I think we've gone as far as we can go now in getting the most out of this. So I am minded, I think, to support the motion before us. Now, the motion is to support the officer's recommendation, which is to permit. Is that correct?
Delegate to permit.
Delegate to permit. Thank you. So it's delegate to permit. So I will go through in reverse order. Delegate to permit. Councillor Rigby.
Against.
You're against. Councillor McCabe for. Councillor McPhee.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
Fine.
Abstain. Councillor Clark.
For.
4. So I make that 6 for, 3 against, 1 abstention. Maria, is that correct?
Yeah, 6 in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention, correct.
Thank you very much. So the decision is to delegate to permit, supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much, everybody. And we come on to item 4. This is the one I have declared whatever it is. And so I will step out now and hand over the chair to Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. And can I start by asking the case officer, please, which is Chris again, to present this report.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Again, I'll turn my video off. It's likely I will freeze up for about 20 seconds at some point when I share my screen, but we seem to have managed so far, so let's hope we can continue. So item 4 is is the erection of a 20-metre high telecoms monopole, accommodating 6 antenna apertures, 4 transmission dishes and 8 ground-based equipment cabinets. It's a replacement of an existing mast on Woolly Lane, Chalcombe, Bath. So I'll just actually make the screen bigger. So on the left is a site location plan, so you can see the part of Bath we're in. It's the city centre here, and we're over in Lark, right on the edge of Larkhall, near Chalcombe, Lower Swainswick Way. And the existing mast is located in the corner of Larkhall Sports Club. They have a football field here, which we'll see in a moment. And it's proposed to replace this mast with a larger mast with access track for the delivery of the pole and the construction vehicles via this route here. So this is an aerial photograph, and you can see, you can just about see there's a small little dot in there, which is the existing pole. The site is within the Greenbelt and is within the area, Cotswolds area of outstanding natural beauty. There is, it's obviously very near to the World Heritage Site and conservation area as well. And there's an SNCI to the south as well, but not actually, the site itself isn't within the SNCI. So this is the existing sort of site layout. So there's an existing compound here, the existing concrete pad with the monopole and some of the equipment. The site is surrounded by quite tall Leylandi cypress trees that cover it on all sides, including some hedges around the actual compound itself. And it's proposed to replace that within the same compound on a slightly enlarged concrete pad with a much wider diameter pole, and it is taller as well, but we'll see that in a moment on the elevations. So essentially within the same footprint of the compound, but on a slightly bigger concrete pad. So this is the existing elevation. So you can see the monopole here. This, whilst these trees drawn on here are illustrative and they don't look like this because they're more narrow and more dense as well in terms of their
Oh, hello, it's Fiona Williams
species.
here. I'm not allowed to go on video.
I'll,
I think if you carry on.
Yep. Okay. So this is pretty accurate in terms of the heights of these trees. In this, the top antenna on this monopole does sort of just poke above the tree line currently. And it's proposed to replace that with a larger diameter monopole with a much larger masthead. It's approximately 5 meters taller than the existing. Most of that is that additional height is in this masthead that comes up, but is also obviously broader. And this again would sit above the tree line to this sort of extent, roughly speaking. Obviously, it's difficult to measure the precise height of a tree line. And with additional cabinets and equipment at ground floor level as well. So just moving on to the photographs. So left-hand photo there is the existing monopole in the corner of the field. You can see the height of the tree line there that goes along the southern and western boundaries of the site, and some of the hedging that surrounds it. And this is the view from Chalcombe Lane, looking back through. So you can just see the monopole in here. And you can see the quite dense tree line. These two photos taken at slightly different times of the year. And then this is the view from Woolly Lane, looking back towards the monopole there, as you can see, and another view just a bit further out. So obviously the hedging along Woolly Lane is slightly lower, but on the other side of Woolly Lane, there is this rather high tree bank as well. Just for some context, so this is a photo from the entrance point to the Larkhall Sports Club looking southeast. So you can see that they've got existing floodlights on the site. And this is facing away from where the proposed monopole would be. This is just for context to show you Chalcombe Lane at the junction. The monopole would be is in the corner of the field up in this corner of the image. This is just an image looking out over the Larkhall Sports Club, looking from Woolly Lane down across the sports club. And this is just a view along Woolly Lane from the junction with Chalcombe Lane. So the monopole is will be to the right of this image behind the hedging and trees. So there have been some photo montages submitted with the application to give you an idea of the change. So this is a view from Woolly Lane, as you can see here, looking south towards Chalcombe Lane. So the existing monopole, and if we flick on, the proposed monopole, obviously much larger masthead and a broader pole and taller as well. And then this is a further out view from further up Collier's Lane. So if you focus your attention on this part of the screen, you can just about see the existing monopole. And then the proposed masthead appears obviously once you move on to the proposed image. And then one final view, you have to strain your eyes a little bit on this one because the quality isn't brilliant on this projection. But so this green area here is the sports field for Larkhall Sports Club. So it's this corner of the field here. So there's you can very slightly see the monopole in this location. And then if we move on, again, it's sort of in here. You can just about make it out in the quality of these images. So it's worth flagging up with this application. There's the NPPF paragraph 116, which says that local planning authorities must determine applications on planning ground. This is in relation to telecoms equipment. This is this whole section in the NPPF. So the local planning authorities must determine applications on planning grounds only. They should not seek to prevent competition between different operators, question the need for an electronic communication system, or set health safeguards different from the International Commission guidelines for public exposure. Officers are recommending the application for approval, subject to conditions, and I'd be happy to take any questions after the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'll just wait to return back to the screen. We've got some speakers, and first of all, it's Fiona Williams and Joanna Robinson to speak against. I can see Joanna's there. Is Fiona? Yeah, Fiona's there now. So I think it's you first of all, Fiona.
Thank you. First, there is no convincing economic case for 5G. There is a good 4G mobile signal and fast broadband is available. 5G shorter wavelengths are easily attenuated by trees. This is why this mast has to be 20 meters, 66 foot high, visually obtrusive to clear the tree line, which incidentally is much lower now than when those photos were taken because it's been extensively pruned. There were over 350 objections, most raising safety issues, including from Chalcombe Parish Council, who sought assurance from the installers as a condition for their support. Lloyds of London will not insure against health or injury claims relating to 5G due to overwhelming evidence that it is not safe. The government will not indemnify local authorities against such claims. Residents are reporting health effects to themselves and animals with current exposures. The ICNIRP certificate is intended to guarantee the safety of the mast, but ICNIRP only sets limits for 6-minute exposures to an adult dummy's head. These limits are not protective of children, bees, trees, or animals. This mast would be beaming 24/7. As a council, you have statutory obligations. Public Health England, who refer to ICNIRP, the International Commission, do not. A letter from PHE solicitors states that you must not rely on PHE's guidelines alone. Evidence that emissions from masts qualify as a pollutant under the Environmental Protection Act 1990 and the Pollution Prevention Control Act 1999 has been submitted in objection letters and a statutory nuisance complaint. Please can the Council's Pollution Control Officer satisfy the request for reports on safety by issuing the ISO standards non-conformity report in the complaint. Accepting this proposal would be a breach of the Council's commitment to environmental sustainability in the local plan and your obligation to protect public health. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's Joanna Robinson. You need to unmute yourself a minute, Joanna.
Do you mean Joanna Wright?
No, Joanna Robinson. Bath Preservation Trust. Yeah, that's it, Joanna.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Just one moment. Okay, thank you. We accept that modern telecommunications, including access to high-speed broadband, are vitally important to the rural economy. However, we maintain that the proposed mast, by virtue of its design, excessive bulk, excessive size and appearance, would be out of scale with the surrounding natural landscape and would be harmful to the rural character of Charlcombe Lane, Woolly Lane and the surrounding area. The proposed mast would be prominent in landscape views from the southeast. This visual intrusion would have a detrimental impact on the setting of the Charlcombe Conservation Area. Harm to the value of the landscape has not been adequately understood or mitigated. There is now insufficient tree and hedgerow screening, which is not guaranteed to be retained, and it is not completely clear what the colour and finish would be, which is an important consideration. Approval would fail to conserve and enhance the local landscape character of the AONB, would be harmful to the character and openness of the Greenbelt, and would harm the green hillsides and setting of the World Heritage Site. The proposal is therefore contrary to local and national planning policy. We therefore urge this committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next it's Nick Allen, the agent.
Hi members. This application is not for the deployment of a new base station. It's for the upgrade of an existing base station, which is in full alignment with local and national planning policy. It will lead to improved 2G, 3G and 4G coverage for the operator EE, and it will lead to improved 3G and 4G coverage for the operator H3G, otherwise known as Air3. It will also lead to brand new 5G coverage for both operators, EE and 3, something which is supported by central government. It's a national rollout of 5G. The existing mast was actually approved in 2004, so the principle of the development's already been assessed by the council and considered appropriate. Members will notice that the application's been in planning since December 2019, which obviously predates the current COVID lockdown pandemic. Operators were previously looking to increase connectivity and coverage to this site. The lockdown has obviously exacerbated that effect. What we have seen during lockdown is we've seen a massive shift from city centres and business parks with the demand for connectivity to more rural, suburban and more residential areas. That's obviously been due to the enforced working from home lockdown, homeschooling, online grocery shopping, people making phone calls to family members that they can't physically be with, and even virtual planning meetings like this one, planning committees. We agree with the case officer's recommendation for approval. The benefits will be social, economic and environmental. We note there weren't any objections within the application from statutory consultees in the council, and would therefore urge the committee to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have two ward councillors. Well, Councillor Warren, who's the ward councillor, and Councillor Wright, who's the adjoining ward member. So I think it's you first, Sarah.
No, Joanna's going to start.
All right.
Hello, sorry, I'm on another meeting as well, so I'm trying to do two things at once. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us. This planning application for a telecommunication mast in Woolly Lane is of a great concern to many in the local area. The erection of a 20-metre high telecommunications monopole accommodating 6 antennae apertures, 4 transmission dishes and 8 ground-based equipment cabinets has raised objections from approximately 340 residents, including Vera Hobhouse, MP for Bath, many who want to stop this planning application. Presently, the height of the existing mast is not an eyesore in the beautiful ward of Lambridge. This new mast will stand much taller and be much bulkier than the existing monopole, and although set legally in the ward of Bath Avon North, actually directly affects the residents in the ward of Lambridge, of which I am an elected councillor. It is clear from reading the many objections that residents are concerned about the unknown effects that the new technology will have in the telecommunications mast, and that this could have on the local ecosystem and residents in the area. There are 3 schools, a nursery close to the proposed site, as well as a large residential population of Lambridge. As there is still some dispute around the technology and its effects, I would urge that some caution is used when considering this application. In close proximity to the proposed location of the monopole is a well-used allotment site and a local football ground that the erection of this mast could seriously impact. Many of all ages use this sporting facility and could potentially be affected by this unknown technology. In the last year, I have been working closely with local community to engage in creating a community orchard at the nearby allotments, and the impact that this new technology might have on important insects such as bees could be catastrophic. It is not clear to me from reading the reports what the effects on the surrounding trees will be and the mitigating measures that have been put in place. It is quite clear that in the erection of this monopole that trees will be impacted, and there should be robust measures put in place to assess the tree quality, the root protective area and future growth potential. The sheer size of this new facility will have a dire impact in the area which borders an area of outstanding natural beauty and will also be seen on the skyline of a World Heritage City. I would like the Planning Committee to note there are alternative technologies that already exist in the form of fibre optics that could be used to facilitate better electronic communications. So the construction of this mast is not the only option that is available. I therefore ask that this planning application be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Hello, councillors. I'm speaking to you today as ward councillor for the location of this highly controversial application. Councillor Wright has expressed the strong local public concern about both the appearance of the mast in this sensitive location and about uncertain possible impacts of this new technology on both human and ecological health. I understand that committee members are aware of the legal principle of telecommunications development, which states that masts will be permitted provided they meet certain criteria. One of these is the requirement to explore the possibility of erecting apparatus on existing masts and structures. Officers have concluded that as this mast will be used by 2 providers, this criterion is fulfilled. Councillors, this is too simplistic. A second 5G mast application is currently pending consideration for location in the same field at Larkhall Sports Club. I would therefore argue that further work should be carried out to explore whether the functions of these proposed 2 masts could be combined onto a single structure. The application before you cannot be determined today, but should be deferred for consideration at the same time as application number 20/03255/FUL in order to ensure that this criterion can genuinely be said to have been met. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. All right, that leaves us to questions. And first of all, it's Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I'd like to ask the officer, please, if he managed to find out whether there would be any light diffused from this site, whether the actual mast would have to carry lighting for safety reasons or whether it would just anyhow have lighting on it, as it does seem to be significantly taller than the existing mast. That's the first question. And secondly, I'm looking at the ecology report on page 151, and I'm very surprised that there's no consideration of the impact on bat populations, which are declining. Am I right in thinking that that line of trees could very well be a bat line? And I'm wondering why was no bat survey commissioned or done?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So on your first point, I did check this before the committee, that there's no requirement on this mast for light to be on top for aviation purposes. The plans themselves do not include any lighting, any additional sort of lighting or light, so there'd be no light spill onto the trees. If that was a concern, that there might be subsequently lights erected on this that might spill onto the trees, that is a matter that could be controlled by condition, requiring details of any lighting to be submitted and approved by the local planning authority before they're installed. But as I said, there currently is no lighting shown on there, and I've confirmed with the agent they don't need any lighting. So that would be a decision for members. In terms of the bat population and the tree line, so and this was touched on in the comments we heard a moment ago from the speakers, There has been a tree survey undertaken, and that has identified the root protection zones and areas that can be avoided, and they have also submitted a arboriculture document, and we are satisfied that they can undertake the works without any serious harm to the tree. There would be slight encroachment into some of those root protection zones from the increase in the size of the concrete pad, which I referred to in the presentation, but it is a very slight encroachment, and that is considered overall less impactful than moving the entire compound further away from the trees, which also do serve a screening function, as I discussed. And because there's no impact on the trees and there's no light spill, there's no concern that that would have an impact on bats, therefore, because as a light sensitive species or any other light sensitive species. So hopefully that addresses your points.
Thank you. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a sort of an overall point. Obviously, listen very carefully to what all our public speakers had to say. How much weight can we as a committee give to some of the arguments that were made about what the council's responsibility was around wellbeing, as opposed to what the planning committee's responsibility is around the planning policies that we have in front of us?
So to start with, the basic premise, which you all know, is we have to make a decision in accordance with the development plan considerations that indicate otherwise. And the report goes through the development plan policies that we have that are relevant to telecoms communication, which is LCR, I believe, and a number of criteria there. Then there is also a significant material consideration that I highlighted in the presentation, which is the NPPF, which is National Planning Policy, and that indicates that basically that it's very clear in saying that the council, in making its decision, should not set different health guidelines to those that are set out in the International Commission's guidelines. So that's the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, I think is the last letter, and that certificate that certifies that they've met those guidelines has been submitted with this application. And so from officers' point of view, that satisfies any concerns around health concerns or well-being concerns on that point. I think that was hopefully answered your question.
May I just have a quick follow-up, Chair?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. What you're saying, what we're really debating is more around the fact that it's 5 metres higher. You know, the principle's been agreed, but the fact it's 5 metres higher and the look and feel of how it will be in the on the outskirts of the World Heritage Site. That's what you're saying is what we've got in front of us today.
Those are the key considerations that you have to look at today, I would say.
Thank you. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, some might have been asked already. Have we seen all of the views that would be available to anyone from the hillsides around that site? There was one mentioned, I think, by Councillor Warren. I can't remember any. Somebody mentioned another view. Because I feel that I haven't really got a good idea of what it would look like, especially in its camouflage form, from all aspects around it. Secondly, so this type of mast, 5G mast, has to have clearance from trees, if I understood correctly. Trees grow, so, and Leylandii particularly grow. So what's going to happen about the trees? Are they going to be constantly cut back so that that masthead can be kept clear? And is there a tree management plan around that? And then finally, is the officer aware of, are there any sort of alternative, less bulky types of mast than the one that we're being shown here? Or is it this one or none? I don't know myself. Do you know? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. To take your queries in turn, in terms of the views that were presented, obviously that's not every view that you would get of this mast, and has been raised by members of the public and others. The photo montage requests were provided at the request of the landscape officer, who specified the views he would like to see to make an assessment. Now, obviously, viewpoints, you can keep adding and adding viewpoints. Essentially, all you need to do is have a reasonable proportionate number of them to be able to make a judgment of the likely impact. You're never going to be able to capture every viewpoint, and officers are satisfied that what was provided was reasonable and proportionate for the scope and scale of the application that's been submitted, and to allow us to make a judgment of what it's going to look like in all those other viewpoints as well. You can infer from the ones that have been sent. In terms of the ley landi and the pruning, I would very much imagine that there would have to be pruning taking place to ensure that the mast head isn't blocked by the growth of the ley landi trees. As was pointed out, there has been some pruning works that have taken place since the first photo that I showed you. But again, they're a fast-growing species, so that they will need to be pruned. There is just in respect of retention of those landscaping features, there is a condition regarding it's condition 3, ecological management and ecological measures and landscaping. Sorry, I'm tripping over my tongue. Which requires details of the landscaping scheme to provide some additional planting, but part of that is an indication of all trees and hedgerows and planting that would be retained, and so that provides some certainty, some means for ensuring that those trees are retained. And then in terms of your question about an alternative mast, my understanding is that given the amount of equipment required to provide for the two operators on this site rather than the single operator, and to provide the new technology, new next generation communication equipment, that this is the sort of standard size, and I don't think there is you wouldn't be able to fit the amount of equipment they need on the current pole, or the current diameter of pole would not be sufficiently structurally sound to support all that equipment. And just to add on to that point, a point made by one of the speakers about exploring whether or not you could use this site for other operators. Obviously, it's going from one operator to two operator now, and there is an application nearby for another two operators seeking to erect a mast. But if you were to combine all four onto one mast, you would need a lattice type mast rather than a monopole, and it would probably be another 5 to 10 meters taller again. So there would be an impact from doing that, and that's just something to note. So hopefully that answers your questions, Councillor Craig.
Thank you. And Councillor McPhee.
In fact, mine was the question about Councillor Warren's point, which has just been answered by the officer.
I don't think there are any more questions, so it's open for debate or proposition or whatever we've got now. So I think there's no more questions. So if somebody would like to move us on forward, that would be helpful. Councillor Rigby and then Councillor Hodge. Councillor Rigby.
It's fine, actually. I think I just got there just slightly before Councillor Hodge. If she wishes to go first, that's fine.
Okay, all I was going to say was that this is an incredible, I recall it as an incredibly beautiful location. I regularly cycle along Charkham Lane and Woolly Lane, and I find it difficult the existing mast isn't that prominent, but I think the changes will definitely be prominent, and they will really be visible from all the hills around in that valley, I'm sure. And I don't feel the images presented to us can really capture the impact from all the different locations, which I'd really like to see. And I find it difficult to agree with the officer conclusions that the proposals will conserve the natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty and the visual amenity of the greenbelt. I have a real problem with that conclusion.
Thank you. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I'm tending to agree with Councillor Hodge. And I think it's more that I feel that we haven't got the right amount of information in front of us in terms of the visual impact, because it's been made clear to us that that's one of the key things that we're looking at. I mean, I don't know whether or not it would be possible to do a virtual site visit and or spend the time between now and doing that virtual site visit, getting some more, I don't quite know what the right word is for them, more views mocked up from different areas around the city. So I think I'm actually minded to propose that we defer the decision today for a site visit and for more information, basically in the form of what the views are from various viewpoints around the city.
Thank you. If there's someone second that, I see Councillor Hughes is down to speak next, and then Councillor Hounsell. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first of all, I'd say 340 objections. I mean, that's a big number. And I appreciate most of that's to do with concerns about health reasons, but it just goes to show that this council still isn't prepared to engage with the public on this subject, which is a mistake. With regards to the mast, I just can't see, even if you're using 3 different colours, how you're going to camouflage a mast that sits 5 metres above the tree line when its background is going to be the sky. So I don't know how many colours you put on there, you're not going to camouflage this. And from the pictures I've seen, it looks quite ugly. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. I've got 2 people now second it, with Councillor Craig and Councillor Hodge. Therefore, I need to move that to see if we're happy with a site visit first of all, and if not, I'll then come back to Councillor Hounsell. So proposal before us to a site visit. So I'll go through the list, please. So Councillor Clark.
For a site visit.
Yeah, for a site visit.
Yeah. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Craig. 4. Myself 4. Councillor Hodge. 4. Councillor Hounsell.
4.
Councillor Hughes.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor McPhee.
4.
And Councillor Rigby.
4.
Right, so that looks like we're going to have to do a virtual site visit with some lots of montage of pictures and that then, please, Chris, and that will come back to our next meeting. Okay, Sarah, anything else you want to add there? No, that's okay. Right, thank you. I just need to let Councillor McCabe back in. There he is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. Does anyone need a break?
Yeah, can we take another short break?
Okay, I'm back, but I'm going again. Okay, so ideally 3 minutes, but 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, well done, everybody. I didn't get as far as food. I'm vaguely hoping somebody will bring me some food, but not sure that the kids even notice I'm here, up in the roof. Okay. Councillor Clark, well done. Councillor Jackson. Jolly good. So I think we're all back. So we're moving on to item 5, Friary Dean, Warminster Road, Hinton Charterhouse. Can I ask the case officer? Now, I don't know who it's going to be, Samantha Mason or Chris Griggs Trevarthen, to present the report.
Chris is going to do it actually, because Sam's not here.
Chris, we haven't done with you yet then.
No dinner for me yet. Right, I'll turn my camera off and share my screen. And just again, confirm you can all see that and hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay. So item 5, Friary Dean, Warminster Road, Hinton Charterhouse. The application for alterations to roof and installation of dormer windows to an existing property. So we've got an aerial photo here which shows Friary Dean property here. It's made of sort of 2 parts, 2-storey element and a single-storey larger element that have been linked together via a previous application, 2008. Access is sort of shared access off the A36 Warminster Road. We've got neighbouring properties, Friary Lodge over here and Friary Wood over here. And these are the sort of 3 properties just in this little cluster here. And you can see the wider area there on the OS plan and the red line of the application site here. So just for context, the site does fall within the Greenbelt and the area of outstanding natural beauty. So this is a block plan showing the existing proposed block plan, sorry. So we'll come on to see the existing layout in a second, but there's essentially a 2-storey element here, currently 2-storey, and then this is a sort of single-storey element that's with a little link between, and this would increase the size of this area in the middle, so essentially adding a part of another storey. And also to note the existing parking area for the site over here and the garden here. So this is the existing floor plan. So it is currently a 7-bedroom property, so quite a large detached dwelling, with the 2-storey element here, the link in here, and then well, I say single-storey with roof accommodation is probably the best way of describing the existing building to the east here. And these are the proposed floor plans. So things to note here is that the number of bedrooms will actually be reduced from 7 to 6, with obviously the reconfiguration of the space, but essentially it retains the same footprint. And then moving on to the elevation. So here's probably the best image to be showing you in terms of the 2-storey element and the sort of single-storey with roof accommodation element of the existing building with the link in between. This is from the back, so you can see the single-storey element there, and this is from the other 2 sides. So as part of this, if you focus on this area here is where most of the changes happen. They will also be removing this pitched roof on the back of the building here. So if I skip on one slide, it's frozen again. Or has it not? Skipped on several slides. 1 second. There we go. Okay, sorry if I lost you for a second then. So this is the proposed. So if I skip back and forth between them, this is the proposed. So it's increase in the eaves line to increase the height and add additional accommodation in the roof here, which this is it from the back with a dormer along the back here, but removing the pitched roof element that was on the single story bit at the back here. So the scheme, as I said, is in the Greenbelt, and because it's in the Greenbelt, it's subject to Greenbelt policy, which requires any extensions not to be disproportionate to the original building. Our SPD guidance on how we deal with extensions in the Greenbelt says that we will consider extensions that are roughly less than 1/3 an increase in volume from the original building as not being disproportionate. So there has been some dispute over the calculations that have gone on, and the officer has provided their calculations here, showing that the proposals would result in a 29% increase in the volume, so less than 1/3. Similarly, the planning agent has provided their calculations, a slight difference, but again, still 31% within that 1/3. And just because it's a matter of dispute among some of the public comments that have been received, these are the earliest available full set of plans from the planning application 2007, which was withdrawn, but it shows the two buildings before they were linked. As you can see, they're largely in the form that they currently now shown, with the exception of the link between the two. And then going back, looking at the history of and the evidence available to try and establish whether any of these parts of the building were extensions to the original building. This is an aerial photograph from 1964, which shows Friary Dean, the two-story element here and the single-story element there. Again, appear to be largely in the form as currently shown, minus the link again. And then just from our historic mapping, again, it's a little bit skewed because of the way the map has been scanned in, but again, shows a very similar, identical footprint of the two buildings minus the link. And then finally, 1991, which I think was the next available aerial photography, again shows a similar arrangement. So officers are satisfied that the two buildings that have now been linked were both original, and that's the basis from working out the original volume calculation. Because they are now linked, they are considered to be one building, so one original building, and the volume of the extension in the view of officers does not exceed the 1/3 allowance within the Greenbelt SPD. And officers consider the extension acceptable for that reason, along with its design and its appearance being acceptable. Just to finish on some site photos. So this is the two-story element from the back. You can see the existing building, and in this photo you can see the accommodation and the link between the two buildings. Again, both in a very similar style that would be replicated through the extension. And this is just to show the access point from the A36. And this is a view from the neighbour to the north, looking towards the site. So this is a view from the garden looking towards the site. So you can see the boundary and the vegetation on there. The officer recommendation is to permit the application subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report, and happy to take any questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. Right, I have 3 speakers, but the first being the parish council, who are not here, I believe, and I have their statement. So if you'll indulge me, how long have I got, Miriam? Marie, how long have I got?
You've got 3 minutes. So
3 minutes. Let me see if I can do this in 3 minutes then. So this is a statement from Hinton Charterhouse Parish Council. Dear committee, we object to this planning application. We believe this application represents inappropriate greenbelt development undertaken by stealth, which can be seen to have been going on at Friary Dean since 2007. The case officer states there is no planning history prior to 2007, but this is not the case. Confusion has arisen because the property was formerly a gatehouse to another property, so relevant history lies under the name Friary Wood. The metamorphosis of Friary Dean began in 2007 following the sale of Friary Wood. Development began by connecting the cottage to the stables, tack room and carport of Friary Wood, despite these areas not being within its curtilage. The half-height first floor accommodation was added and small extensions, including the unreferenced conversion of an open carport. If approved, the raising of the roof height will complete the creation of a large suburban-style house that dwarfs the original cottage, permitting an application that has twice been refused by Baines as inappropriate. We understand the volume of the cottage is not accepted as the correct base for increase calculations. However, we wish to highlight that despite this, the proposed volume increase exceeds guidelines representing 65% addition to the cottage plus original outbuildings, according to available records. For our residents, the issue of road safety weighs heavily. Permitted developments thus far at Friary Dean have maintained its occupation as a cottage with reduced height bedrooms suitable only for children or occasional use, thus limiting the need for additional vehicle traffic. If the capacity of the house is permanently increased, allowing for planned multi-generational occupation or a subsequent split into independent units as the plans allow, the narrow access to the site from the A36 trunk road will be unsafe. This property is accessed directly from the most dangerous section of the A36 in the parish, where speeds regularly exceed 60 miles per hour. Interrogation of the planning records for Friary Wood reveal that the Highways England Agency England have always objected to the increased traffic flow through this access. There is a record of this as recently as 2010. This is because cars must stand blocking the A36 when other vehicles are using the gates, creating a significant collision risk on a bend on the brow of a slight hill. Whilst we welcome the reference that Bain Highways raised no objections subject to conditions, we do not consider this adequately addresses the safety concerns without clarification. The addition of 6 dormer windows at second floor height, given the recent reduction of the tree line between the neighbours, will result in the loss of neighbour privacy and considerable light spill. The applicant's ecologist referenced known bat populations, but did not acknowledge the impact of light spill from these additional windows. The assurance that low emission light bulbs will be used is insufficient. Finally, we are aware that damaging water runoff into an adjacent garden has been caused by the hard standing created during a previous development that the previous planning conditions required requiring the garden to be restored to absorb the runoff were not enforced. Whilst this is a legacy issue, it concerns us that applications
That's
granted.
3 minutes is over, just to let you know.
Oh, okay. In summary, yeah, proposal is in conflict, design overwhelms, plan layout, adult occupation increases traffic, and the committee, if the committee are mindful to permit, we respectfully request a site visit to provide context to our local knowledge. Thank you very much. Not easy, is it, reading out in 3 minutes? Right, so my next speaker then is Kerry Greenoff on behalf of a third-party objector. Kerry, I can see you.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Planning Sphere, and we represent Mr. and Mrs. Clifton, who own Friary Wood and share driveway access onto the A36 with Friary Dean. Friary Dean is the former coach house to Friary Wood. Our principal objection is that the proposal represents a disproportionate extension in the Greenbelt. The history of Friary Dean is that the cottage grew under previous ownership by converting outbuildings into living space. The applicant's volume calculations are incorrect, and this has been compounded by the planning officer not taking a precautionary approach, accepting the applicant's volume calculations as submitted and not giving appropriate weight to evidence provided by third parties. The applicant has also erroneously included a former open carport in the calculations. It is also noted that the outbuildings included in the calculation were originally part of Friary Wood's curtilage at the base date. The planning officer has incorrectly asserted that the recorded planning history only goes back to 2007. Prior to 2007, the relevant planning history is recorded under Friary Wood. There are records from 1996 and 2001 that show works to the outbuildings. Correspondence dating from 2007 from the then applicant's agent indicated the baseline volume of the application property was 889 cubic metres. On this basis, we submit that on the most conservative interpretation of available evidence, the proposal will result in at least 65% increase in volume compared to the original dwelling in 1948. An extension with this volume increase constitutes a disproportionate addition in terms of national planning policy, and on this basis alone, the application should be refused. We also consider that the proposed design, through a significant increase in eaves height combined with proposed fenestration comprising 6 new full height windows, will further diminish the legibility of the original lodge building. In design terms, the original cottage will be overwhelmed by the mass of the extension. The resultant building will be an amorphous suburban style dwelling that will be incongruous in this rural protected landscape. The proposal is in conflict with design related development plan policies and the requirement to protect the appearance and rural character of the AONB. We respectfully request that this application is refused. If you're mindful to permit, we request a committee site visit to review the key greenbelt and design objections and additional shortcomings relating to the vehicle access, potential ecological impact, and the loss of residential amenity to near neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the applicant, Jacqueline Bird.
Dear Chairman and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of our application. My partner and I purchased this dwelling in 2018 with the intention of making it our permanent family home. It is a lovely home and we love it here, except that the bedrooms in the first floor of the former garage building are awkward and almost unusable due to the low ceiling heights and roof timbers which intrude into the rooms. Raising the height of the walls and replacing the roof will not increase the number of bedrooms, but it will make the existing bedrooms accessible and usable. Members will have seen that the Parish Council and our neighbours have objected to the development for 3 main reasons: an unacceptable increase in the volume of the dwelling in terms of greenbelt policy, overlooking of neighbouring dwellings, and highway safety concerns. These 3 issues are dealt with by the case officer in her report. At page 164, officers have very carefully assessed and rechecked the evidence and find that the net increase in volume over the original building is just 31%. The Parish Council's figure of 280% is not just wrong, it is wildly inaccurate. It is 9 times the figures agreed by your officers. The Council's Greenbelt SPG is clear that an increase in volume of a building of less than 1/3 is not disproportionate in the Greenbelt. You cannot rely on the Parish Council's wildly inaccurate figure of 280%. Refusal on this point would fly in the face of the Council's adopted Greenbelt SPG. Officers address the issue of overlooking at page 166. Officers conclude that because of the distance between dwellings and the established tree planting, there is very limited overlooking, and that refusal on this point would not be possible. A window-to-window distance of some 68 metres is more than 3 times the 21 metres threshold normally applied by the Council in similar cases. Refusal on this point is indefensible. Finally, at pages 166 and 167, officers have carefully assessed the highways issues. There are no records of injury accidents at the access which serves these 2 dwellings. Importantly, as set out above, we are not proposing to increase the number of bedrooms in our dwelling, so there is no reason to suggest that the development will result in a material increase in vehicle movements. As officers have concluded, a refusal on highway safety grounds would not be reasonable. Chairman, the modest increase in the height of part of this dwelling fully accords with Greenbelt policy. The Parish Council's assessment of the increase in the volume of the dwelling is wildly inaccurate and wholly unreliable. There are no reasonable grounds to refuse the application in terms of Greenbelt policy, residential amenity, or highway safety. We hope that members will support their officer's recommendation of conditional approval.
Thank you very much. We move to questions for the officers. We haven't got a ward councillor. I'm the ward councillor, so I'll just make some remarks. I'm one of the ward councillors. I'll make some remarks before the debate. But questions for the officers. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to. Could you just clarify? I'm a bit confused about the history. So you've got a small two-storey building and a large one-storey building. And I believe the one-storey building was historically a garage or stables or a carport or something. So at what point did that building become residential rather than stables or whatever it was?
I don't have the date to hand, so I'm not the exact case officer who dealt with this case. I'm standing in for them. But in respect, if your question is trying to understand this issue around the volume calculations and what is the original building, there may be some confusion from some of the comments we've heard that previous Greenbelt policy did refer to the original dwelling. And in that case, if that was the case still, then the point at which this became a dwelling or part of the dwelling would be relevant. However, in 2012, the NPPF changed that part of Greenbelt policy and changed it to original building. And so really what we're looking at is what physical additions have there been to these two buildings? And as I've set out, from the evidence that the officer has managed to dig up from our records, which they've looked at extensively, and this committee will know that from the amount of applications that are brought before the committee with Greenbelt issues on this issue of volume, officers do take this point very carefully and considered, and we've got a lot of experience of working out the correct volumes and what an original building is. And in this case, there is no evidence to suggest that anything other than that those two buildings are the original building. Yes, they may not have been part of the same, they weren't conjoined at one point, and they may not have even been part of the same ownership or in the same curtilage, but that's kind of irrelevant because both buildings were, the evidence shows that both have been the size that they were for as far back as our records go.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that the stables were converted to a garage and then the garage was converted to accommodation. But I think local residents and the people who used to live there have testified that actually the garage increased the size of the stables and the tack room, and that when or at some point there was also a carport, but that was an open-sided carport. But the problem is that the house was the stables and the cottages were both part of Friary Wood, which is the main house, and then subsequently the two cottages were sold off, and the plot that is Friary Dean included the old stables. So there's a discrepancy on, well, local residents feel there's a discrepancy on the original volume calculations. Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, I was just going on. I think, Matt, you might have clarified it. I just wanted to be clear, and so I realise it's difficult for Chris as well because he hasn't done the work. But the issue of including outbuildings, so the coach house, Friary Dean, and that the issue that the agent mentioned about the outbuildings that have been included as the original, were they or were they not part of Friary Wood? Are we clear on that? And also the volume calculation based on about 1,000 meters cubed just doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the intention of the Greenbelt. I think we just need to be very, very clear on this point, because taking the 2007 volume doesn't really seem to be in the spirit of the regulation. So I suppose what I'm trying to say, are we sure that I think Nat did say that that garage-like building was the stables,
ended up going with the coach house and then were converted into a garage and then were attached to it. Is that the sequence of events?
That's my understanding. I've not heard anything to say otherwise. I think in response to your point around whether it's in the spirit of Greenbelt policy or not, I think the point to note here is really if you were to say these two buildings were still separated, which they're not, they are now linked as a single building. Hypothetical sense, if you consider they were both separate, they could each expand by 1/3, and that volume would be exactly the same volume as now is proposed. Albeit it's just one application, and the extension is to one part of the now singular building. So in Greenbelt terms, the amount of volume permissible on this site, it is kind of within the spirit of Greenbelt policy in that respect, and that's how I would consider it.
So my question is around the history of the site shows that every time the owners have sought to expand the size of the old stables and garage, depending on your historical perspective, that consultation with Highways England has met with a refusal. Now we're basically seeking to put the extra story, make it a full story instead of half story, which is a significant change. But why was the decision taken to not consult with Highways England this time? It's quite a significant change.
Yeah, so I can't speak to why or why not Highways England were or were not consulted on previous applications, because I'm not that familiar with the precise history of each previous case. But on this case, the reason Highways England is set out in law, and that law is the Development Management Procedure Order 2015, specifically Schedule 4, which sets out the instances when you would consult Highways England, and that includes category. It basically exempts minor development from needing a consultation with Highways England, and then it goes on to define minor development to include house extensions. So in this case, there's clearly they are not consultee, so there's no requirement to consult them. And if we were to consult them, given that they're not a statutory consultee, it's highly likely they wouldn't respond or wouldn't comment because it's not within their remit, and they tend not to do more work than they have to. So I can't speak to why it was previous. It may have previously been the case, and I don't know the details of that, but certainly the legal position as we stand today is that they did not need to be consulted and were not consulted because they didn't need to be.
So you're saying because of that change of the regulations in 2015?
That it could well have been that. I'm not aware of what the regulations, how they were set out prior to 2015, but that's the regulations as they stand now were 2015. So
would you accept that putting another story on the old stables and converts it into a potentially the next owner could easily convert that into a standalone house, and that is a significant. It's quite a significant change.
So the subdivision of the property into two properties would require a separate planning consent, at which point we would then obviously be able to consider the highways impacts of that proposal. The current proposal, as pointed out by the applicant in their speech, it is to increase the heights and usable space. So there is some increase in floor space, not insignificant increase in floor space, but the floor plans show the internal layout is really actually reduces the number of bedrooms to 6, and it's still going to be used by a single family as currently consented. And so officers' view is that the use essentially hasn't changed, hasn't intensified in any significant way, and therefore the use of the access remains unchanged, and so it's no worse or better than it currently is, and therefore that's not a reason to object to the application in officers' view.
Okay, so any more questions for officers? No. Okay, so debate then. Well, I'll just summarize. I mean, to a certain extent, I feel quite a lot of sympathy with the applicant because they've sort of walked into a historical turmoil of development without planning permission, which is then seeking planning retrospective lots of stuff that was conditioned in the retrospective. The suggestion is this has not been carried out. And so there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of, I'm not sure if it's bad feeling, but there's a lot of sort of residual resentment over to what's happened in the past. And the new owners have kind of stepped into that. I'm not even particularly against the possibility that this could end up as two separate homes, because we are short of homes. We are short of family homes in this area, and so I don't necessarily object to creating the space in the new or in the old stables, but I think it isn't an insignificant development, insignificant change. I think that's probably our view as ward councillors. It does take it from a single story, with a little run through, to a single story extension, and with kids could access the roof. This turns it into a bigger house than the original 2-3 bedroom house. And I think that failure to consult, I think, is what's upset quite a lot of people. I think if we could have provoked a solution to the exit off the A36, I think then you would have calmed some of the anxiety from the other two residents, that actually you're creating that potential for an extra house there. Extra adult usage of the existing buildings means extra cars, and I think if you'd have just secured that adjustment to the entrance, maybe widening the entrance so that 2 cars could operate, one person could come out and one person come in without anybody waiting on the highway, I think you'd have made that that a lot much easier. So I think we, having had a chat to Neil, we were going to recommend or request a site visit, but obviously as all the residents who've been there a long time have had shunts and clips and injuries from having to wait on the highway, there is the warning that if you do decide on a site visit, it's actually very dangerous in multiple vehicles trying to get in, although I'm assuming this will be one officer. So I think the ward councillor's position would be to request a site visit. So that's the ward councillor's bit. So back to chairing. Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to make? Or does anyone like to propose a motion? Somebody needs to propose a motion then.
Yeah, can I come in, Chair?
Councillor Jackson's got her hand up. And
well, Chair, I understood you to propose a site visit, and I was going to second it.
Oh, right, yes. Okay, yes, I'm proposing a site visit. Sorry, I've confused myself there. My motion is to propose a site visit. There's a motion. Councillor Jackson's a second. Any further comments? Councillor Hounsell?
Right, can I just ask what the purpose of the site visit would be? What would we get? What would you find out that we don't know already?
I think it's what the parish council was saying is it's to get a better understanding of the local context, but it's a valid point, obviously. Councillor Hughes?
I mean, I think a site visit is a great idea, but I still have concern about this and the previous one about the virtual site visits. I think to gain the perspective we need on both of these, we need to physically go there. I don't see we'll gain much from virtual site visits on this.
Well, we can always request for officers that they look to arrange a virtual site visit in the first instance if lockdown has ended, which it potentially has. Councillor Hodge, did you want to come back?
I was just going to agree that it costs money to even do a virtual site visit. I'm not sure we wouldn't get any perspective on the road situation. I don't see the value of a virtual one here. Sorry, that's not with us.
That's okay. Councillor Craig, and then Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I sort of feel the same about site visit. I mean, I'm listening to all of the stuff and I agree it is very unfortunate. There's obviously quite a lot of bad feeling amongst neighbours and everything, but I'm struggling to see where this isn't compliant, to be honest. And even if we went and looked at it, I'm still struggling to see what policy we would use to say that we couldn't go along with the officer. So my behaviour.
Councillor Hansel.
I agree with Councillor Craig. It's been made clear that this application is not about creating a second dwelling or splitting it into two. It's just the existing dwelling, and the calculations show that it's compliant with policy. There's no additional highways considerations as a result of this. So I can't see the value of a site visit, and I can't see any reason why we would not support the officer recommendation. Haven't heard anything to counter that.
Councillor McPhee.
Well, I was going to make a proposal that we accept, but I liked your point about improving the exit. Can we make, because potentially by changing this, it's going to go maybe to two houses, maybe other people are going to live. Can we have a condition that as part of that we get a two-way in and out, which would sort out the entrance?
Sarah, are we allowed to do that? Is that slightly outside of the...
The application needs to be determined as it is before you. There's no reason to request that. I understand, Councillor McCabe, why you raised it and that you've said it might satisfy some people, but there's no requirement in planning for that to happen, and the application is as it is before you. I would also just add that even if the lockdown is ended, the officers would not be organising in face-to-face site visits at the moment. They would be virtual site visits under the current circumstances, because irrespective of the lockdown, the incidences are such that we would not be doing face-to-face site visits.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
I just agree with those who have said that we should be able to make a decision today based on what we've already seen.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, much the same. I was going to say, I think the information we have before us is as much as we will need going on. If we had been able to do a visit, it wouldn't make any difference. I can see, like Councillor Craig and others have said, that there's no reason really to turn it down. So I'm afraid I'm inclined to go with the officer's recommendation as it's printed.
Okay, so and that doesn't look like there's a support for the site visit. Councillor Jackson? Oh yes, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I seconded it, so perhaps I could just say I really wanted to look at the dimensions of the entrance and in relationship to the actual size of the house, because unfortunately from the photographs that we saw, I wasn't really very clear about that, except I understand you can't manage to get a car off the road to go through the automated gates without it sort of standing out and blocking the road. And there is actually a bus that goes past this site, so I was going to jump on the bus and have a look for myself. But clearly it would seem that if you are going to take a vote, we're not going to get a site visit, so I won't have time to do that.
Yeah, so what I'll do then is I'll withdraw the motion. Is that okay? Am I allowed? I'll withdraw the motion for a site visit, if you don't mind, Councillor Jackson.
That's all right.
Does somebody else want to propose an alternative? Councillor.
I'll propose that we accept the officer recommendation.
Thank you very much. And seconder, yeah. So right, let me just get my list.
I think Councillor Rigby wants to speak.
Oh, okay. Councillor Rigby.
I was just about to do exactly what's already been done about proposing the motion, so I'm fine. But thank you.
Okay, so we've got a proposer and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation. I'll go alphabetically. Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Hodge.
4.
Councillor Hounsell.
4.
Councillor Hughes.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor McPhee.
4.
Councillor McCabe. I'll abstain. Councillor Rigby.
4.
4. So that's 8, 4 and 2 abstentions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The decision is to accept the officer's recommendation to permit. We move on then to the coach house, item 6, the coach house, College Road, Lansdowne, Bath. And can I ask the officer to make their presentation? And I think it isn't Chris. Do we have Chloe?
Chloe, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so item 6. Ooh. Sorry, it's downloading again. There we go. Right. So item 6 is in relation to a detached property known as the Coach House, which is located on College Road in Lansdowne, which is in the World Heritage Site and Bath Conservation Area. So this is a resubmission of a previously refused application, which was overturned and refused at committee. So the changes are that the applicants have now removed the 2-storey rear element of the scheme, and the scheme is now just for a 1-storey rear and side extension. So here is the site location plan. So you can see that the coach house is located to the rear of St Elmo. And here are the existing and proposed west and east elevations. So the west elevation isn't changing, but the east elevation shows there's a 1-storey extension, and the red outlined in red at the bottom there shows that the Home Office will be removed. So this was what was previously refused at a committee, and now what's proposed. So as you can see, at the top there, the west elevation, that 2-storey element has gone, and also from the east elevation, the 2-storey part has gone, just showing the 1-storey extension. Now we have the existing and proposed south and north elevations. Again, just showing that the 1-storey side and rear extensions there, and the Home Office is being removed in red. And this was what was previously refused at committee. And compared with what's now being submitted, so it's the south elevation. It isn't changing the front to the front, and the rear, as you can see, the window in the 1st floor element is remaining, and there's the 2-storey rear elevation element. So here are the existing and proposed ground floor plans. There is an extension from the kitchen to create a morning room to the side with a utility study and shower room to the rear. These are the existing proposed 1st floor and roof plans, which shows no changes to the 1st floor and the inclusion of 4 roof lights on the proposed 1-storey extension. This is the previously refused as application. So it was this was considered to be overdevelopment. It's a 2-storey extension on the west side elevation. And this is a previously approved 2007 application for something very similar to what is now being proposed. It was a 6-storey extension to the north and east elevation. But this was never, this scheme was never actually implemented. And then in 2008, they had another approval just for a 1-storey rear extension, which was implemented. So here is a picture just showing the northern boundary wall, which is proposed to be repaired and rebuilt. And then just some photos here of the northern boundary wall. As you can see, the garden is the height of it is quite high at the behind the wall. This is the western boundary, and then some photos taken from the front of the property and from the eastern side showing the existing dormer. And then we've got a slide showing the rear of the property at the top. So this is what was permitted and implemented in 2008, and then a photo at the bottom showing the existing parking situation from the front. So my slides 17, 18, 19 and 20 don't seem to have come up. I don't know why that is. They were in there. They did show some aerial photography of the site, but I'm afraid they're not actually showing up now, so I don't know what's happening there. The decision is to permit subject to the conditions as outlined in the report.
Thank you. I have a list of speakers. Can I just check, Councillor Hodge, are you speaking as a ward councillor against the proposal, or are you speaking, or is Mark doing, Councillor Elliott doing that, and you're leading the debate? I can't remember what we did last time.
Mark and I are both speaking as ward councillors, so we've got 5 minutes each, and we're sharing that as a duo.
Okay. And you're speaking against, so you're removing yourself from the debate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So first up, I've got Judith Cameron and Andrew Beard sharing 3 minutes.
Hello, me, Judith.
Okay, well done, Judith.
Hi, hello again. As before, access to the coach house behind us wasn't a problem before it grew from a small retirement property to a 4-bedroom family home. In July, the highways officer said the current situation is far from ideal, so why allow yet further growth? This, the third enlargement, is for 56 square metres, which is pretty much the national standard for a new 2-bedroom flat. It's a 49% increase on its current footprint, but there's still the same restricted access and parking. How much bigger before it's considered as overdevelopment? 6 bedrooms, 7? Or does there have to be a serious vehicular accident? When they can, cars turn around in front of our kitchen window, but delivery vans don't even attempt it. And it's agreed that backing down the driveway, which happens a lot, isn't safe. We're just 50 metres from the Royal High School, where 400 pupils arrive daily. Parents park where they can. There are no pavements. Every adjoining neighbour has objected to this repeated application to create a large family home in the wrong backland location. Thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. The officer's report is wrong at page 175. The scheme is not similar in size to previous permitted applications. This is a flawed approach. There was no side extension in 2008, and the 2007 only wrapped slightly around the corner. This is a whole new side extension, and committee should not be misled by this view. This major side elevation extension has never previously been approved. The crux of the matter isn't size per se, but it's about overdevelopment in the conservation area. It's a very important heritage issue, the grain and character of the conservation area. The officer's assessment again is flawed, only taking the increase from what's there now. But what is the original building? This isn't a greenbelt situation, but it's a conservation area situation. The coach house, by definition, small ancillary building in the backland. Yes, it was converted, but it's been constantly now added to, which has destroyed its character and its grain. This is a statutory test. The side extension is a step too far, irrespective of the changes that have been made since the last permission. The officer hasn't looked at these important heritage issues, just looked at, oh, well, it's on the side and it's this percentage. When is enough going to be enough in terms of heritage? Because this is a substantial change of character. If you approve this scheme, my concern is you're setting a very dangerous precedent for the preservation and enhancement of your heritage assets and ancillary buildings in the conservation area. The further increase is a scale of mass that's contrary to that grain. Despite any amendments, there's a fundamental objection to overdevelopment. There's errors in the report. The building is already too large as a detached house rather than an ancillary building. If it goes to appeal, so be it. All these issues can then be debated in full and the errors rectified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beard. I've now got Chris Beaver, the agent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, fine.
Yeah, okay. Further to the determination of the previous application at the June committee, a revised compromise proposal has been formulated. The new application has sought to address the committee's previous objections while also meeting the applicant's minimum requirement to adapt their house for home working. In summary, the key changes from the previous scheme include the removal of the previously proposed first floor extension and removal of a raised existing Home Office shed outbuilding on the eastern side of the building. The Home Office and garden storage elements will be incorporated into the new extension, and the proposal will result in a 38% increase in floor area, adding 54 square metres in a side and rear single-storey extension. There will be no change in bedroom numbers, which will remain at 4. The consultation responses indicate that most of the objectors acknowledge that the revised proposal has addressed the previously raised amenity and transport reasons, which we did not consider to be well-founded in any event. The remaining issue raised by the third parties in what has unfortunately been an orchestrated and deeply unpleasant campaign of objection for the applicant relates to the impact of the proposal on the character and appearance of the conservation area. It is acknowledged that the house has been adapted over time, as have many other properties in the local area. However, we submit that the history of the site's development is of limited relevance. The council are required to assess the proposal in the context of the site as existing and make a judgment as to whether the proposal meets the statutory preservation or enhancement test for the conservation area. The single-storey extensions will be constructed out of high-quality natural materials. They will infill areas of existing hard standing to the side and rear of the property that are currently not used, and there will be no encroachment of the soft landscaping or front garden area. The size and massing of the proposal is such that the property's relationship with surrounding properties will not materially change. The impact of the change will be visually unassertive from private views from the neighbouring properties. It is also a matter of fact that the proposal will not be visible from any public viewpoint from outside the site. This reinforces our view that this is a benign and relatively minor proposal, and that it will meet the statutory test for preservation in the conservation area. We respectfully request that you support your officer's recommendation and permit the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Elliott, local, one of the 2 ward councillors.
I think I'm starting, Matt.
Oh, Councillor Lucy Hodge, one of the 2 ward councillors.
Yes, and then Mark will carry on. And so thank you, thank you, members of the committee, members of the public watching. As local ward councillor, I was asked to bring this further application of the coach house to the committee by Lansdowne residents. You will have noted 17 objection comments. The coach house property is located to the rear of St Elmo, a semi-detached early Victorian villa, which is not listed. College Road is a quiet tree-lined road on the lower slopes of a desirable residential area, consisting of large detached houses in large gardens. There are a number of architecturally important and distinctive early Victorian villas, along with houses from the 1950s onwards in between. A number of properties have recently been raised for development, and replaced with larger houses. The council's tree and landscape officers are working hard to preserve the verdant aspect and habitats of this wooded conservation area. It is true to say that there is a significant level of concern among residents about the preservation of the character of this area and the precedent set by new developments. I note that there are a number of other properties with ancillary buildings and historical coach houses in College Road. You'll recall the previous July application, which had the same size ground floor extension, a small first floor extension, doors to the flat roof space were included, and the existence of a home office building was brought to your attention, only accessible across the roof. The question for the committee now is whether the changes to the application make it policy compliant. This new application comprises the same ground floor wrap-round, rear and side extension as the last. The difference being that the room previously called bedroom 3 on the ground floor is now labelled study. This application gives the property either an extra study or potentially a 5th bedroom, in addition to the 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms it currently has. There have been 2 late revisions. Firstly, the external office built under permitted development is to be removed. Secondly, the first floor access doors to the flat roof will also be removed. These changes go some way to addressing neighbours' concerns about the roof being used as a walkway or an outside seating area. If the committee is minded to approve this application, conditions should be added that require that firstly, existing external office building is removed as stated, and secondly, that access doors to the flat roof are not added in the future. However, I would ask the committee to consider whether enforcement of such conditions is a realistic prospect. I'd like to make the case here that there remains important planning reasons why this new scheme is still not policy compliant. These are overdevelopment of this backland site within the Bath Conservation Area in relation to the original character of the coach house, in respect of its relationship with the main house, and in respect of its location within the conservation area. Firstly, in terms of plot layouts on College Road, and I hope you saw this in the presentation, but we circulated in advance, the absence of developments in other gardens and the existing and proposed footprint in relation to the main house. Secondly, it's important to be clear about the final footprint proposed and how the size has increased incrementally. The original coach house of Carriage Store Stable and Hayloft had a footprint of around 23 metres squared. A plan from 1960 shows a developed coach house of about 43 metres squared, and then when it was converted into a retirement home for Mrs. Parnham in around 1980, the footprint was increased considerably to 105 metres squared. A 2003 application for a further first floor bedroom was refused on conservation grounds. There comes a point with all buildings where any further extension destroys the original, a point which this building has reached. Addition of a rear ground floor bedroom followed in 2008, which brings the house to, as it is today, 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, with a footprint, according to the agent, of 114 metres squared. This proposal, according to the agent, will add 56 metres squared to the ground floor, which is an increase of 49%. This brings the footprint to 170 metres squared, which significantly exceeds that of the main house, St Elmo. Because this application is returning to committee with a very similar report, I feel I must share concerns about some of the misleading information within the report. Firstly, there's a confusion with the figures. The increase in floor area is quoted as being from 114 to 156, with a percentage of 36.8, which muddles various different measurements and gives an erroneous percentage. Secondly, it's stated that the scheme proposes to add extensions which are similar in size to the extensions in application 2008. I'm sorry, this is also simply a mistake. It's a significantly bigger floor area and bigger than 2007. Finally, consideration of the conservation area impact is only cursory, with comments only on the visibility of the scheme, stating the scheme is not readily visible and as such would preserve the setting. This report doesn't consider plot patterns, historical grain, scale, or the appropriateness of incremental development of a small retirement home with a pitched roof and sash windows to what it has become, a modern 4-bedroom house with a flat roof and modern detailing, which is no longer subservient to the main house. We have several planning policies applicable to this situation. I note that for the previously refused application, the committee felt that the modern design contributed to its failure to enhance the character of the conservation area. I have not dwelled on this planning point because the period features of the original conversion were lost during a previous refurbishment by the current owners. But you could argue that by continuing to bring forward modern designs, this has added to the incongruity of the proposal. It should be noted that the flat roof has again been chosen for this proposal, and this as always brings with it concerns about future potential development. In conclusion, this incremental development of a once ancillary building to further enlarge a modern house is not supported in this conservation area of Lansdowne, where there are well-founded concerns about precedent and the future development of other ancillary buildings, with the inevitable loss of special character and green habitat. I ask the committee to refuse this application for the following planning reasons. The proposal still does not preserve or enhance the special character of this conservation area in terms of layout, integrity, and design in relation to the main house. The proposal does not contribute positively to local character and distinctiveness in terms of historic grain, plot patterns, and scale. And in relation to backland development generally, the proposal represents overdevelopment in terms of scale and historical relationship with the main building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I'll attempt to be brief. Essentially, I just want to state my support for everything that Lucy's just said. This does seem to me to be an overdevelopment of a backland site within the World Heritage Site. There have been incremental additions over the decades, and there does seem to be a point where you reach that a location in a building can't reasonably be expected to take more development. As the committee noticed last time when they rejected the previous application, the coach house should stay subservient to the main house, St Elmo. And I think that this proposed development still pushes it over the edge where that ceases to be the case. I also have concerns about the driveway, as the resident of St Elmo pointed out. I don't think it's been mentioned yet today, but when the last application came to committee, I think the vehicular access to the driveway was stated as one of the planning reasons for rejecting, and that hasn't changed at all. I believe it's been stated that parking for 3 cars has to be provided, but it's clear that if you park 3 cars in the available spaces, there isn't any room to turn around without turning on the neighbour's drive. And so this would mean reversing either up the drive on entry or down the drive and onto the road on exit, which obviously has safety concerns. So on balance, I think there are planning reasons to reject this application, and I'd like the committee to do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, questions for the officers? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 questions. First of all, about the subservience of the coach house to St Elmo's. Do we have any kind of specific figures that we say that need to be adhered to for it to be policy compliant for one property still to remain subservient to the other? I'll ask my second question now before we move on. And it was fairly similar to what the last speaker just said. We did have concerns about vehicular access. Has there been any improvement to that from the last application that we turned down?
Okay, in terms of subservience, there's nothing in the policy regarding how, regarding any, prescriptive sizes that we can or can't increase a property by. It's just based on planning judgment. It's not in the green belt. There is a rule in the green belt, as you know. There's been no changes to the vehicular access. I consulted the highways team on the last application, and I didn't think I would need to reconsult them on this one. And yeah, officers have said, the highways officers said previously, there's no evidence of the current operation of the existing vehicular access prejudices highway safety, and therefore there's no justification for insisting that the applicant provide on-plot turning facilities. So there's been no changes to the vehicular access.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, just as a comment, I would have thought it was common sense that this is not an adequate access for a larger building. And secondly, in my experience, subservience has always meant fairly concrete things like having a lower roof line than what you might call the host building and being smaller proportionately. But anyway, the question I wanted to ask was about the trees, actually. It's very vague what the conditions would be. And I'd like to point out that magnolia trees are actually, although they may not get listed as being heritage trees, are sacred trees and are very sensitive. And if you start mucking around with them, they tend to say, right, up with this I will not put, and die. So I would hope to see a much more substantial condition on the tree preservation if we are going to pass this application. Would the officer agree this is a reasonable line to take?
Well, if the trees are within the application site, then obviously we could recommend a condition to protect the trees. I don't.
Well, you've got this magnolia within the description.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I can attach a tree. A condition to protect the tree, if you think that that's necessary.
I've lost the condition now. It's on page 180, agricultural methods statement. I think this ought to be a bit more fleshed out and with a view to making sure that the tree, here it just says the reason is to ensure that the trees to be retained are not adversely affected. And I'd like that, you know, a little more, what's the word, fleshed out. Yeah.
Right. Okay, if we get to a motion, if we get to a motion, we can add that. Are we all right to add that as a?
Well, there are two conditions actually, I think, proposed. So there's an ARB method statement and tree protection and condition and the compliance condition as well proposed for the application.
Okay. Where are we? Sorry, who's speaking? Councillor Hounsell, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Right, a question to the officer, and that is, in a conservation area, and important word there is conserve, does that always mean that if a building such as a coat house has been subservient to another house, that should always remain so and be conserved that way? Thank you.
It's just a matter of professional judgment, really. It's my professional judgment that having a single story rear and side extension wouldn't mean that the coach house would now not be subservient to St Elmo's. It's a separate dwelling in its own right now, but that, you know, it's that's my judgment. You might think differently.
Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. So I'm just sorry. Could you just clarify where the discrepancy is between whether this is a 36 or 38% increase or 49%? And do you have any numbers to show the difference in square meterage or footprint between this house and St Elmo's?
No, I don't have any big difference between the floor space for St Elmo's and the coach house. In terms of the percentage increase, I'm just trying to find the relevant.
Can Sarah come in while you're looking for your?
Yeah, do you mind if I speak, Councillor McCabe, just to really try and add a bit of clarity on the issue of numbers. There are numbers in the report. I realise that some people have said that they're incorrect, well, the officers have checked them and are of the view they are correct. But what I would advise members is not to get too bogged down in the numbers, because it's not like the Greenbelt. it's a completely different test. So you're not considering whether it's a percentage bigger than what exists. What you're actually considering here, because it's in a conservation area, is whether it preserves or enhances the conservation area. So it could preserve or enhance it if it was triple the size. Potentially, it's not very likely it would, but you know, there's no numbers attached to that, so it is a judgment. Now the officers obviously come to that judgment that it does preserve or enhance. Members are of course perfectly entitled to come to a different view, and that's absolutely fine, but I would advise that you don't get too bogged down in the calculations, because that shouldn't be what's driving your judgment.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
What gives us a sense of scale?
Sorry, Councillor Hughes, did you want to come back? That's right.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, but the numbers are part of the equation that give us a sense of scale, and the numbers are important.
I do understand that, and as I said, the officers, Councillor Hughes, have checked the numbers, and the numbers in the report are the numbers that they stand by. But of course, the way in which scale is distributed on the site is also going to be a consideration. So if you can have a volume that is tucked behind another building and the impact of that volume wouldn't be very great. You could have a certain volume that was on top of another floor, so adding a lot of height, and the impact of that would be very different from something that was hidden on the ground floor. So I'm not saying it's not relevant. I'm not saying that it doesn't help to get a sense of scale, but numbers in themselves wouldn't really give you the right vision in terms of assessing that impact.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
No, I had the same question.
Okay.
I'm surprised, yeah.
Councillor Rigby.
I mean, if questions are over, I'm happy to move a motion. Obviously, I'm not trying to stop the debate, and we can debate it afterwards, but having read everything and listened to everything very carefully, I think I would like to move that on this occasion we overturn the officer's recommendation. And the reasons why I would give for that would be threefold. One, I don't believe that this preserves and enhances the conservation area. Two, I think it's overdevelopment of a backland piece of garden. And three, I am still concerned about the access and egress in terms of the vehicular traffic. So for those three reasons, I would like to propose that on this occasion we go against the officer's recommendation and refuse.
Would somebody like to second that? Councillor Jackson has seconded that very quickly, very impressive.
Yes, I'm very happy to, for exactly the same reasons as Councillor Rigby, if she'll forgive me for agreeing with her for once.
Any further comments? Sarah, do you want to do?
Yeah, if I can just jump in very quickly, just to say thank you, Councillor Rigby. The reasons for refusal are on the whole perfectly, yeah, I understand the reasons for refusal that are put forward. I just wanted to raise the access and egress one, and I just wonder if it might be possible, I don't know if you want to take any comments from our highway officer on that, because there is no highway objection to the proposal. And if there was a highway reason for refusal and we were to go to an appeal, we would obviously be required to present some form of defence for our decision. So I just want to raise that there's no highway objections to the scheme. Aside from that, I did all of the reasons that are set out.
May I respond, Chair?
Yes, please do.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and I'm more than happy to listen to what the highways officer has to say. But I think it would be slightly bizarre, given the fact that was one of the reasons we gave last time for refusal. There have been no changes this time. If we thought it was wrong last time, I don't understand why we wouldn't think it's wrong this time.
Well, I absolutely agree with that, and I hope the highways officer might reconsider or revisit.
The infrastructure is not sufficient to support an increase in the size of the building, is essentially what we're saying.
Yeah.
Any further comments or move to the vote? Okay, we'll move to the vote. I'll go in alphabetical order. The motion is to overturn the officer's decision for the reasons stated. Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Hodge. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hodge is not allowed to, is removed herself. Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. I'm going to abstain. Councillor Rigby.
For.
4. So that's 6 for, 2 against, 1 abstention. Is that correct, Miriam?
Yeah,
Marie?
that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the decision is to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. Does anyone need a break, or can we crack on with the? We've got.
Well, can we do another one and then?
Yeah, we'll do another one, as this is.
Because I think at 8 o'clock we ought to take a break.
Yes. This is item number 7, Cromwell Farm, Coombe Lane. Can I invite the case officer to make his presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen now. So can that be seen?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. So this application relates to agricultural lands situated off Coombe Lane. The site sits within the green belt, but outside of a defined housing development boundary, but it is within the parish of Coombe. So the proposal seeks an extension of time for an existing temporary rural workers dwelling and dairy building for an additional 3 years. So the application has been called to committee following objections raised by the parish council, which are contrary to officer's recommendation. So here's a site location plan and area of the site. So etched in red to the right is the temporary rural workers dwelling alongside the dairy building. And they're shown an aerial Cromwell Farm. And here is existing elevations of the dwelling that's currently on site. And here is existing floor plans of the dwelling that is on site. And here is the dairy building and its existing floor plans, which are on site. And a few site photos. So the top 2 are showing Coombe Lane up and down, and a further image there to the bottom left showing further up Coombe Lane. And the picture bottom right is a view leading up into the site. So these pictures here, the one showing the barn there is not subject to this application. This is a barn that houses the horses on site that had been granted permission back in 2018. And the smaller building is a mobile milking parlour, which is part of the business unit. And here's some pictures there of the rural workers dwelling view there. A picture there, you can see another barn. This had been subject to prior approval back in 2012, I believe. And here's a view from behind showing the dairy building and the wider site. And some further pictures there showing the size of the dairy building and temporary rural workers dwelling and the wider site again. And some more views of the site and the dwelling. Okay. So the proposal is acceptable, considered acceptable in principle, and complies with the guidance and policy as set out within the National Planning Policy Framework and the Placemaking Plan. The proposal has been assessed by an independent agricultural assessor, highlighting the need and viability of the use and justification for extension. No technical concerns have been raised by highways and ecology consultees. As such, it is recommended permission be granted subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. And I have 2 speakers. First of all, Councillor Malcolm Orstwick from Coombe Parish Council. Malcolm. Don't forget to unmute.
There we go. It's coming. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, councillors, for hearing us. Sorry it's gone on so late. The PC objected to this application unanimously, and 1/3 of the households in the village also objected. Of the support, only one came from the village. The PC doesn't agree with the number of the planning officer's conclusions, specifically his conclusions relating to financial viability and the need for a 24-hour presence on the site. I have to say what's been slightly galling is that this site has been the subject of regular visits by the planning enforcement officer over the last 3 years, yet if statements and representations made by the applicant appear to be taken at face value. If I can look firstly at relation to financial viability, no details of the trading record of this business have been provided. The application states that the business has been trading for 2 years, but where are the accounts? There are no management accounts, let alone anything that's been audited. Where is the evidence of any level of milk production? Where is the evidence of how much of that milk has been sold? Where is the evidence of the price of that milk? Where is the evidence of any profitability? Nothing has been produced, and what is relied on are 3 or 4 year old projections. The PC's view is that without this evidence, the application cannot be determined and should be rejected. It is impossible to assess whether or not you have a viable business here without some sort of financial records being provided. The PC is also of the view that even if it was profitable, it's not viable in the long term. The site is about 90 acres. The vast majority of it does not belong to the applicant. It is leased on short-term lets. In relation to the issue of the 24-hour presence, I'd refer you to the planning officer's summary, and in the assessment section under subparagraph 1, he quotes directly from the agricultural assessor. The agricultural assessor says there is a functional need for there to be someone within easy access of Cromwell Farm throughout the year and for most of the time. It does not say there is a need to be on site for 24 hours, just to be within easy access. And lastly, we fail to understand why a 3-year extension is appropriate here, given the COVID lockdown is for 3 months at the most. Government policy is not to extend temporary permissions. And the majority of the problems that have been listed as reasons for this extension, are the type of problems faced by all businesses, compliance with regulations. And the applicants have been involved in the equine business for a number of years. So we don't see any special circumstances that are applicable here which would justify the temporary permission being extended by 3 years, or to continue the harm caused to the Greenbelt by the continued presence of these buildings. We therefore say that this is inappropriate development and that the application should be rejected. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I've got Matthew Phillips.
Good evening, Chair and councillors. I'm a long-term resident of Coombe, and as Mr. Alswick just said, there's very significant local opposition to this application. And other than an odd exception, those supporting the application are not from the locality. I believe that the applicants have chosen to mask their true goals. In Mr. Shellard's own words to me, they are playing a long game. Mr. Shellard has been very open locally, including with me and I believe at least one committee member, that he intends to ultimately apply for a permanent dwelling. I've repeatedly highlighted this to Baines' planning officers. Mr. Shellard has also had repeated conflicts with the planning teams, enforcement teams, and local residents in both Wellow and Coombe. In stark contrast, nearby Upper Tunnel Farm have recently applied for permission to build a permanent dwelling and have been fully transparent with Baines about the basis for this. There have not to date been any local objections made against this application. There is to be no development in the Greenbelt unless there are special circumstances. Given the well-documented planning abuses around temporary rural dwellings, the original grant, in my view, was therefore itself controversial, and for many planning authorities, highly unusual. An extension would be even more so. This sets the context for 4 things that I think are vital to the proper evaluation of this latest application. First is viability. This has not been established in 3 years, with the excuse of COVID lockdown a complete red herring. The business is not being promoted other than via a website. The applicants have a short-term lease to additional land they require to support the business. As soon as this expires, the business venture is automatically unviable. And management accounts, bank accounts, order books, etc. will all have been available to prove or assess viability and have not even been reviewed. The recent telephone assessment by a rural agent is therefore wholly inadequate. Second, the need for 24-hour occupation. This has definitely not been established. The original application was granted on the condition that the occupants were full-time workers for the business. This simply is not the case. None of the applicants are on site 24 hours a day, and much, if not all, of the work with the horses is undertaken by someone that arrives daily by car, including at weekends. Third, alternative accommodation. In contravention of clause 79 NPPPF and the PPG, both applicants have permanent houses near their place of work in the countryside. Both applicants have their own properties within a very short drive away. In addition, Mr. Shellard has a 17-acre commercial equestrian establishment 2 miles away, which is now largely closed and which would be a viable alternative location. And fourth, visibility. The site is highly visible from a number of footpaths and roads. The applicants wrongly state in their application that there is no such visibility. This is important given the very small size of the site and the extreme overdevelopment that's already happened. So in summary,
Your time is up, so please summarise. Thank you.
I'm going to summary. Yeah, in summary, I truly hope that the committee will not treat this latest application as a matter unrelated to the previous applications or to Mr. Shellard's stated ultimate goal. It is all one continuum. There's been more than enough time to demonstrate the viability of the business, and the application should be rejected. If the committee is minded to actually grant an extension, I think it should be for a very short period of time, and should be given on the condition that the applicants definitively prove that the business is genuinely viable and demonstrate why all of these other concerns do not apply. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Frank Shellard, who is the applicant. Frank, don't forget to unmute. Oh, can't hear you. Try that again. No, can't hear you. If you look at the little microphone button, the arrow.
Yeah, we've done that.
So you open up it. You can choose your microphone, and there's one of them. The audio settings. The audio settings take you to the volume, and you can up the volume of your microphone.
Hang on, we're just trying.
That's better.
You there?
That's a bit better.
Can you hear me? Hang on, let's just try again.
Click on that arrow. Audio settings is at the bottom. And then you should be able to turn it right up. No, it's right up.
It's right up, Chair. Can you hear us now?
Well, you'll have to speak up because I can hardly hear you.
Can the rest of the people hear me?
Just.
Okay.
Is that better?
Hardly, but carry on.
You hear me now or not? Yes.
Carry on. Yeah.
With reference to the application for the extension of time of the temporary workers dwelling, both the necessity and need for the dwelling, dairy, were fully established then, as for the criteria fitted in the necessary Baines Planning Council. The reasons for the application: the mare's milking was started in 2018 under the guidance of both the Animal and Plant Agency and Baines Food Standards, both advising that mares had to be signed out of the food chain. This was later to be found incorrect, and new horses had to be sourced. Paperwork for this is irreversible. These decisions, then the recent coronavirus, delayed early productivity. The license were eventually reissued by the agency 20th of the 5th 2019, and Baines Food Standard Agency 1st of the 8th 2019. We are now fully on track and both production and sales are flourishing. The application clearly fits the criteria of policy RE4 as a functional need has been met and proven by 3 agricultural appraisals and other criteria, and is fully supported by many others. Please note here that at this stage, it is not deemed part of this planning application for financial records and accounts to be presented. However, draft accounts and all the necessary licenses were presented to the visiting planning officer. There has never been any denial of extra labour being employed to help with both the milking of the mares as well as helping Mrs. Shellard with the children while she works. Please remember here that the milking is only part of the 24-hour daily routine for the mare's milking management. It is important here to take into account both BAMES and government policy for the need to create new business and employment for the rural economy. Once again, this rural business ticks all the boxes. What a credit to have a rural business leading the way for Bath and surrounding areas, and the only business of its type in the UK. We have farmed the adjoining land for some 40 years, and both lots of agreements have recently been renewed. On this point, it was fully established by the agricultural appraisal that if the short-term land ever went, the milking mare's business could easily survive and be justified on its own land and the long-term lease land. Cromwell Farm mare's milking business is now becoming firmly established and has recently featured on Channel 5 farming programme, the Horse and Hound, Farmers Weekly, as well as national radio. The publicity has very much boosted sales. We're also working with a local company, the Natural Spa, to develop further products. The milking and daily care of the horses is carried out by those residing in the property, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, my daughter and son-in-law. As with many startup businesses, Mr. Smith also has other employment to help sustaining the business. This is quite common practice with this type of application. As mentioned earlier, policy RE4 is fully met, as is policy NE2 and policy GB1. Both were signed off by Baines Ecological Officer. It needs to be added here that the temporary home nestles between the existing farm buildings and thus becomes very much part of the existing surrounding landscape. Read highways and drainage. These have once again been inspected by Baines and no objections were met.
Your time is up, so can you sum up?
We would now ask you for your information provided to give support to this application and help the young family with their rural enterprise, which they have clearly worked exceptionally hard to obtain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Questions for the officers? Was that a hand I saw? Any questions? Can we open it up to debate then?
Well, hang on, I've put it in the.
Eleanor starts with the questions.
Oh, sorry.
And then
sorry. Sorry, that's my fault. I've just covered up my chat box. Sorry, Eleanor Jackson, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I've got 2 questions. The first one is I used once upon a time to be horse mad and go riding and read everything I could. This was admittedly rather a long time ago, but as I recall, mares, about to foal would just go ahead and do it. It wasn't a situation where constant 24/7 care was needed. I'm wondering, my question is, are these mares a particular breed that requires intensive care? That's the first question. And secondly, from what the applicant was saying in his statement, I may be mistaken, but I got the impression that one reason for this dwelling being required was so that childcare could be provided for Mrs. Shellard. And I can't for life of me see how that would figure in a 24/7 provision in a situation like this. Perhaps that be clarified, whether there is an element of a need to provide childcare.
Aidan, is that?
Yeah. So, I mean, to start off on your first question with regards to the horses, as out in the rural appraisal, this is mainly due to the mares and the fowls having to be separated and watched throughout the day, as they need to be together at certain times of the day. Set out in the rural appraisal, basically, given where the horses are, is saying that they're likely to spook. If they are pregnant with a young horse at the time, there may be health complications which needs an on-site presence, which is more needs to be more regular than such as having lambs or sheep available within the farmsteads. So I forgot your second question, which
It's
I
the
believe was
issue of them need, what the applicant has just said was that they were needing this presence in that location so that Mrs. Shellard could have help with childcare.
I'm not aware of that being a part of this application. So there is a family presence on site, and the applicants, they are working in the agricultural industry, which is again been assessed by the rural appraiser. In terms of childcare, I haven't really come across that within this application, but it's understood there is going to be a family presence on site, but as set out, it's considered that the applicants meet the criteria for being agricultural workers on site.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Chair. Just before I get to my question, just for Councillor Jackson, there is actually a document in the other documents for this application from a veterinary officer who seems to be suggesting that mares in foal do require more attention than sheep, for instance. I don't know, but it is there. So my two questions: there seems to be some dispute over whether there are accounts showing validity of the business or not. So I wanted the officer could just confirm that. And my other question was whether indeed it has to be 3 years or no years, or there can be a variation on the 3-year extension. Thank you.
With regards to the accounts, as said by the applicant, this sort of application, because of the sensitive information, it would be down to the applicant to provide them if they so wish. I have seen those accounts. They have also been provided to the rural assessor to see. In that instance, taking the advice from the rural assessor, they've indicated that the business is viable, and gone on that basis, that's what the recommendation is based on. Apologies, what was your second question?
It was whether the options are this is extended for 3 years or no years, or could it be anywhere in between?
Can I just come in? Do you want me to, can I just come
technically
in
that's.
Would you like me to just jump in? So just to clarify, the application made is for an extension of time for 3 years. So that is what you're considering. That is the description of the development. So if it is an unacceptable length of time, that isn't something that you can amend by condition. You would have to refuse the application if 3 years was considered to be too long, given that is what the description of the development says.
Councillor Craig, Councillor Hounsell.
Councillor Craig asked my question. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark, you're saying that Councillor Craig asked your question as well. Have you got any other questions? No. Councillor McPhee, and I think you're saying Councillor Craig asked your question. So Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, so I just wonder, is there ever, I was looking to see if would you ever have the agricultural assessor's report on the, it's not on the documents, is it, do you get a written report that looks at all these points, or is it just something verbal? It would have been quite nice to see it, I think, because it's such an important issue.
So the agricultural assessor's report is on the file. It's marked as rural planning appraisal.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, it's from Fox Rural Planning and Land and Management.
Is one
I just
allowed
have-
to? Sorry, go on,
One
Sue.
minor point about the floodlights on site. I suppose is that a separate enforcement issue that's raised?
Yeah, so the ecologist has been consulted, so they're happy, subject to condition of external lighting being conditioned. So this is just in relation to the rural dwelling and the dairy building. In terms of the floodlights, yeah, set out by the ecologist. If there are external lights installed, it would be a matter for enforcement, which it would be separate from this application.
So just on the accounts, you've seen accounts that prove the business is functioning, or if you've seen accounts that prove the business is viable? And if you've seen accounts that prove the business is viable, then surely we should be heading for a permanent. We should be heading for permanency in the application rather than temporary.
Can I just come back on that as well, Matt? Sorry, Councillor McCabe. Can I just comment? Excuse me. To say that it is unusual to add to grant a further temporary permission. It's not something that we regularly do, but in this particular case, the applicant has, with the application, made a case for why an additional temporary period is required, and that's what's been assessed. So for that reason, we would consider it on the basis of what's applied for as a temporary permission, not a permanent application, not a permanent decision. So yeah.
So that would suggest that you've seen accounts that show that the business is just about up and running, but for the reasons given by the applicant, hasn't been able to establish itself, and therefore needs another temporary 3-year period. So it's just that discrepancy between, the assessor saying it's a viable business, but in fact there isn't the evidence of that yet. Therefore, it needs another 3 years. I'll just carry on. I've got Councillor Davis.
I was going to go on a bit more as your ward councillor. I don't know if you want. Mine's not actually a question, so.
You carry on. Have we got unless we got more questions. Councillor Jackson. You just muted yourself. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask if it was appropriate in these circumstances to follow the practice of a number of other planning applications that have come to committee in the last decade and link the permission to this particular family, so that were the business to collapse, hopefully it won't, but were it to happen, the buildings would then be removed and it could sort of roll forward.
Shall I answer?
Do you want a policy question, really, isn't it?
It is, Councillor Jackson, it is rarely appropriate to add a personal condition. And planning goes with the land. Really, it's a land use consideration. So what we're actually considering here is whether the development itself is acceptable. So it's not really whether the applicant is acceptable to run that business. So in my view, it would be not appropriate to add a personal condition to this application.
Councillor Hodge.
I was just wondering if we could explore the fact that we're all uncomfortable with or some may feel uncomfortable with the 3-year period, where we could express that whether if we feel we might have to turn down the application on that basis, but ask that that encourage them to come back with a more shorter period to demonstrate that the business is working. That's a bit slightly complicated.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
It was just to say that after you asked your question with regard to had Mr. Foster actually seen the accounts, you did ask him to express a view, and it looked like he was trying to answer you, and then we went off to somewhere else. So I wonder if Mr. Foster would like to comment upon the accounts that he did see. Thank you.
I think just going on what Sarah said earlier, yeah, in terms of it being a viable business, I've taken an approach from what the rural assessor stated, and yeah, in the view given by officers, it's an agreement that yeah, it's a viable business.
So why does it? Yes, well, there we go. Why does it need another? So, Councillor
Perhaps I
Rigby?
should clarify, actually, this is to test the viability, essentially. What we're saying is that the case has been made for the option to have a temporary dwelling on the site in order to test whether the building can be established. So, you know, the further 3-year period is to demonstrate that a viable business can be created. But all the information suggests that it could be, and so, you know, that's why but it could only be established with this temporary dwelling to facilitate it. So the two go hand in hand. We don't know it's going to be viable until that's the whole purpose of going through this process.
Yeah. I would, if I can just comment, I would understand that, and therefore I do understand that a young business like this, if you'd have turned around and said that they'd said it was totally unviable, then obviously the situation would be different. Nobody can predict with certainty, but it's clear that they have put some kind of business plan together. They have now some experience, and therefore I can see why they probably do need 3 years to really establish this business, and I personally would wish them luck.
Councillor Rigby?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back slightly to what Councillor Jackson was saying, and I totally understand we can't necessarily make a personal link, but obviously there's an agricultural tie here. Is it possible that we could say that we would grant this for a further 3 years, as long as the business as currently proposed carries on operating? Because I think some of us have got a potential worry that we say that this could be another temporary permission for 3 years, say for whatever reason the business, the horse milk business doesn't work out. What is to then stop this going in a route that we would be less happy with? We're only really doing this because we're saying, unfortunately, the past 3 years have not been sufficient for the business to be able to prove viability. So we will only allow this to carry on whilst this business is still operating, rather than linking it as a personal thing. Would that be an appropriate condition?
I mean, there's conditions attached to the report, which state basically if the business then becomes unviable, the buildings would need to be removed and the land restored.
But it's not just about unviable. If the business stops for whatever reason, that's what I'm trying to get to.
So, but those permissions expire after 3 years, as stated in there.
I think possibly, if I can just come in there, Councillor Rigby, I think what you're indicating is if you were to permit this and then very soon afterwards the progress on the business development were to cease, then you would have permitted it for 3 years. Well, if that is a concern of councillors, then it is for you to decide to refuse the application if you have a concern about that. It would be very difficult for us if this 3-year permission is granted. It would be very difficult for us to monitor the intensity of activities through that 3-year period, because you know things are going to change on a daily basis, and you know things aren't always going to be very evident in terms of on a daily basis what's happening. So the time period would be the 3 years, and I think it'd be quite difficult to monitor what happened in that period.
Councillor McPhee. Councillor Jackson, you got your hand up. Did you want to come in on that? I've got Councillor McPhee and Councillor Hughes on the list.
Well, just very quickly, I wanted to say that I must say I would feel more comfortable with an application for permanency. But the last time, I mean, so many rural businesses were wiped out by foot and mouth that there's always going to be an element of uncertainty in this area. And that's why I think it might make more sense to give them a permanent position if they come in again with a different application.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
I went and had a look at the document that Hayden referred to. It's basically a case. It's basically the case. There are no sales figures or anything remotely looking like accounts there. But I would think be the same as Councillor Clark is as an entrepreneur myself. I would like to see the accounts each year. I don't know whether that's possible, that they should be presented. I don't see a need for a permanent one. It doesn't look to me at the moment as though we've got enough to go permanent. I would favour another 3 years.
Okay, we're moving on to comments now, but Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to make the same point as Councillor McPhee. I mean, these accounts at this point are just draft accounts, I understand. I assume they've been audited, but I would assume that there would be some condition to monitor the activity would be to have an annual submission of accounts, so that we can actually monitor how it's progressing.
Councillor Davis,
Yes, you come back to me as we're moving on. This application came back in the last time, and it took a long time to get to the stage first time. And I do understand the residents and the parish council concerns linked to the activities here that are carried out, and some of the problems that have happened at some of the other sites Mr. Shillard is involved with. But I do think this has taken quite a long time to get up. When we first put the last 3 years in, I think it was thought it would get going quite quickly, and you've seen or you've heard the reasons why it hasn't got going. So I'm inclined to think that it would be probably wiser to follow the office's recommendation here. It is temporary for 3 years, and if it doesn't is not viable, then it's quite clear of the conditions. He can't come in and then ask for a permanent dwelling there or something like that, because it wouldn't be linked to anything. So I think 3 years, as that's what's in front of us, and tends to be 3 years. It used to be 5 sometimes with some of the things, and have the last one been 5, I guess that's, we'd still be in it. But nowadays they tend to be 3 years, and are usually a one-off 3 years to prove that whether they can or can't do something. On this occasion, I think perhaps it wasn't quite so straightforward. Mayor Milken possibly wasn't quite so straightforward as we might have thought it might be. And if there's something on one of the websites, I think, where you can see what goes on, and it shows about how the folds are kept separate and things like that. So when you said about the folds, in the day, something I didn't even know till I was looking at it the other day as part of the background to this. So I think I'm quite happy to go with the officer's recommendation for 3 years temporary. But I do think perhaps next time round we need to make sure we've got stronger, perhaps stronger figures and so on from the agriculture assessor. It wasn't quite so easy this time, because I guess it'll be because it was during COVID times and things like that. So I think that may not have helped, but hopefully these things will be sorted out. So within 3 years, we should know where we're going, and it should be quite clear. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hansel.
Right, that seemed to be a motion being proposed by Councillor Davis, and I would second it.
Councillor Davis, were you happy that was a
motion? Or Duncan can propose it and I'll second it, whichever way. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, we got a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation to grant temporary permission for a further 3 years, seconded by Councillor Hansel. We'll go to the vote alphabetical order, and Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Abstain.
Councillor Hansel.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. Abstain. Councillor Rigby.
Abstain.
So that, am I right in thinking that's 6 for and 4 abstentions? So the motion is carried to accept the officer's recommendation for an temporary extension for 3 years for a temporary workers' accommodation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members of the public who hung on this long. Are we all right to crack on through the next couple, or does anyone need a break? We'll crack on.
Yeah.
Councillor Jackson needs a break. Councillor Hansel.
Yeah, take 5 minutes.
5 minutes. As the following ones are officers and councillors, I think will be forgiven. Right. Well done, Eleanor, you beat me back. So we're all here. I'm hoping somebody's going to bring me some food in a minute. Item number 8, Knoll Farm, White Oxmead Lane. Can I invite the Hayden again to present his report?
I'll just share my screen. Sorry, can everyone see this?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Okay, so the application relates to agricultural land situated off White Oxmead Lane. So the site sits within the Greenbelt. So this proposal seeks the erection of 3 agricultural buildings along with associated yard areas, access track and other associated works. So the application has been referred to committee as the applicant is councillor for Bath and North East Somerset Council. So here's a site location plan and aerial of the site. As you can see, there is Dunkerton Hill, which leads into Peasdown, which is situated to the northwest of the site, or a bit further on. And here's a proposed site layout, which we see there towards the bottom of the image. That's Knoll Farm, and the proposed buildings are towards the north end there. And here is the proposed floor plans for building 1, which is highlighted in red on the bottom right corner. And here are the proposed elevations for building 1. And here are the proposed plans and elevations for building 2, which is set alongside building 1. And the proposed plans and elevations for building 3. And here are some site photos of the site location. Which you can see, site approximate locations indicated on the top right. And on the bottom picture, it's pictured on the bottom left. And here's a view from the site looking up towards Knoll Farm, the existing buildings on this farm. And here are some photos looking down towards the site again on the top. And on the bottom 2 pictures is a view of where the access track will be going on the bottom right, and where the access track will enter, leading down to the agricultural buildings in the bottom left. And here is a view of the access road into Knoll Farm from White Oxmead Lane, and a view down White Oxmead Lane to the left, to the right picture. Okay. So the proposal is considered acceptable in principle. Consultees have been consulted and raised no technical issues subject to conditions being granted. And those are set out within the officer's report.
Thank you very much. Just one speaker, Councillor Chris Watt. Thank you for being with us most of the afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I guess all I want to say is I'm attending in part as a mark of respect for my fellow councillors, because you're having to spend time on this just because I'm a councillor. So I guess in a way I'm suffering some of your pain, having listened to some of your deliberations this afternoon. For those of you who don't know me particularly well, I was born into farming in the area, but like many farming families, the farmsteads of the 1960s, 70s and 80s couldn't sustain, the practices couldn't sustain living. So my generation of the family exited farming. I'm fortunate enough that the pharmaceutical businesses that I've been involved in are more lucrative than farming, but have provided sufficient resource for me to take my family back into farming, which is, and my start with that is Knoll Farm, just outside Peasdown. You may or may not have noticed in the back of one of those photos were a small number of very beautiful British white cows, which are, apart from white parks, which you'd have seen on cave paintings, British whites are the oldest traditional breed in the UK. And on that farm, we'll be producing, running a suckle herd combined with British whites and red poles, which is an investment in heritage British breeds. We'll be operating a rotational grazing system that invests organic material back into the soil. I'm interested in the microbiology of the soil and how it can act as carbon sink. And those buildings are an effective part, or will be an effective part of the functioning of a modern agricultural setting. It's a small part of a bigger picture where I'm hoping to develop collaborations with other farmers to help them get their produce directly to a local market, and in doing so considerably reduce food miles where farm produce is taken out of the area to be processed, only to be brought back to be sold to local consumers. And in fact, it hasn't been launched yet, but there's a whole branding scheme available called around Summer Valley Farms, which other of my farming neighbours are in discussions about using that branding scheme to enable local consumers to know that this is a local product from within the Summer Valley, and local farmers to have a branding umbrella to supply their local products to local consumers. So, and this is my individual part of it, with a beef suckler herd running over Knoll Farm. And I've got not much else to say, Chair.
Thank you very much. No, that's absolutely fine. So questions, any questions for the officer? No questions for the officer? Any last chance? Okay, well, funnily enough, I'm the ward councillor again. This is only before us because it's an application from a councillor, but I'm fully supportive, and I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Rigby, you were next on the list. Are you happy to?
I will second that, Chair.
You will second that. Any further comments?
Well, I was just simply going to second too.
2 seconders. So the proposal is to accept the officer's recommendation, which is to permit, is it? Rather than, yes, to permit. Go in reverse order. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Unanimous. I know you waited a long time, Chris, but that is now carried.
Thank you.
The officer's motion to permit the decision, and so we move on to item 9, 37 Woodland Grove, Claverton Down. Can I invite the case officer, Danielle Milsom, to present her report?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I'm not able to share my screen. The host is disabled.
Hang on a sec.
Yep.
Very good.
Okay, so this is an application for the erection of a single-storey lean-to side extension at 37 Woodland Grove in Claverton Down. The application has been brought to the committee as the applicant is an employee at Baines. So this is a site location plan. On both the left and right plan is indicated with a red outline. The site is a 2-storey detached dwelling. So this is the existing front elevation. Existing side elevation, so you can see the ground floor protruding element to the front. This is the existing site plan, and you can see the existing fence which connects existing side elevation and the boundary. So this is the proposed front elevation. So this is a single-storey side extension here. It's got a 1.6 metre width. Proposed side elevation is set back from this protruding ground floor element by 7 metres. Proposed site plan, so you can see that it is set behind that existing fence. There's some photos. So top left is the street scene, so front of the site, and this is the front protruding element here, so the extension will sit behind that. And this is from the neighbouring property to the north, so the extension will be behind these trees. So you can see that you can't really, the trees screen where the extension will go, and this is the existing fence which the extension will sit behind. So officer recommendation is to permit this application for the reasons stated in the officer report.
Thank you very much. You excuse me while I'm just having a little lasagna. We've got no speakers, so questions for the officer? Yeah, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson.
Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute my excitement about this extraordinary application. Can I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation?
Oh, right. Well, this was questions to the officers, and in fact, the ward councillor may wish to kick off the debate by proposing a motion. So, Councillor Rigby, just for the normal decorum, or would you like to kick off the debate?
I would, but given the fact there's already a motion being moved, I'm more than happy to second the motion.
You'll second it. Jolly good. So moved and seconded. This is only before us because it's an employee of the council, and in fact, as I understand it, if this extension was on the back of the building, it would be under permitted development and wouldn't even need a planning application. So any further comments? I can't remember what I did last time. The motion is to accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor Rigby.
For.
That's unanimous with the officer's recommendation to permit. Policy development, there are no items for consideration at this meeting. The appeals report, you're asked to note the report, but were there any comments or questions regarding the appeals report? Hang on, I've got some MISs here at the end of the other agenda business. Councillor Craig, sorry, did you want to come in at that point before I go to the date of the next meeting?
Yeah, of course. So a couple of things really. Unlike Matt, those of us who live on our own have nobody to provide food or drink. This meeting's too long and I would like this to be looked at because I don't know about other people, but I'm not feeling like I'm performing at my best after this length of time with no food. And the other, which is sort of related, is anything, please, in the process that we can do about all of these last minute items of reading that come in, especially as some of them are quite long and quite technical, and I don't know what the answer is, but if you could maybe just look at it and report back. The amount of reading matter anyway was quite a lot. It was a long agenda. And I went to my mailbox this morning and there was a load of other stuff to read, last minute publications. So if we could also look at that, I'd be very grateful.
Sarah, can you take that away?
I will take that away. We have previously considered whether, because meetings have been getting longer, probably because of the nature of them, it's quite difficult in doing Zoom, etc. So they tend to be strung out a little bit longer, and we have considered whether we could start them earlier in the day. But if you'd like me to go away and look at that, obviously I will again and report back to you. Regarding the last minute items, that is actually quite difficult because after the agenda's published, if new information comes in, we are duty bound to consider it and to address it and obviously give you the most up-to-date and full information that we can. So it is difficult. We certainly do want to avoid that. We want to get everything in the main agenda as far as we can, but and I'll certainly ask officers to make sure that they try their very best to do that, but some of that is unavoidable, I'm afraid.
Is there any capacity for me to refuse to accept any further submissions?
Yeah, because I think one thing I sent round today, Matt, was 20 pages when I looked at it that come in this morning, and that's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what come in on the one that you were out. You can't, and it was really technical when you looked at it. So some of it is not from you, Sarah. It's not from planning officers. I think
it's from
are submitting more things possibly because they can't see us to speak to or whatever, or it's longer than if they were speaking to us. I don't quite know how, like you say, Matt, I don't quite know how we can address that.
Can we have a meeting, Sarah, please, offline to discuss this?
Yeah, we can raise it at our meeting that we have, our regular meeting that we have with yourself, and obviously the legal officer's not here, so I can also speak to him in advance of that meeting. It is quite difficult. Well, in terms of the officer information, clearly when new information comes in, we have to bring it to you. But with regard to representations, again, I don't know, Marie, as the Democratic Services Officer, what your position is on that. But one of the things what we have to be aware of is if we have information that raises new comments or new stuff and you don't have it before you, then we could potentially be making a decision without that, and then it could be legally challenged. So, Maria, I don't know if there's any guidance or rules from your point of view.
I don't know anything specific, but again, I can look into it. I have had quite a few members of the public sending me things, and sometimes that is last minute, of which some of these things I think probably Councillor Craig is referring to, and I've forwarded them on. So yeah, we can look at that.
Yeah, because the thing is, a 20-page submission from a member of the public, there's no way an officer's got time to on a Tuesday. The officer can't respond to that, so it just lands in our laps, and we have to try and make sense of it. I've got lots of people. Councillor Jackson.
I think that this is a very good suggestion from Councillor Craig. If you've got another meeting on the Wednesday morning, or you've got to do something, you just simply don't see the information. Surely, as we have deadlines for full council, and when you can put in information or put yourself down to speak, there's a deadline. We could also have a deadline for this meeting, but we could surely put very least put an advisory note up on the website, because it's helpful to have this stuff before the group leaders meeting on the Tuesday. So if we had a deadline of, say, 5 p.m. on the Monday, that would be really, really helpful. But I have to admit that I think some of the delay this time has come in because of the amount of material that got sent to us directly. And then I emailed, we can't consider this unless you send it to the officer. And it took them a couple of days to do that. And then it came back to us. There must be some way to speed up this and then put down a drawbridge, put up a drawbridge.
We'll have a conversation. Sarah and I and Tim and Co will have a conversation offline.
Yeah, we will. Yeah.
Okay. We were on appeals report. Councillor Rigby, you wanted to mention something on the appeals report.
I did, Chair. Just a quick suggestion on the once we get to the bit where we talk about the appeals and the decisions that come, could we have one more line of information in that report? So that if it says that it's a planning committee decision as opposed to a delegated decision, could we also know what the officer's recommendation was? Because I think for our learning, it would be helpful if we can see, if we overturn an officer's recommendation, how successful we are at defending that at appeal, or if in fact we've gone with an officer's recommendation and it's actually been overturned at appeal anyway. I think that would be helpful information for us to have.
Yeah, we can add that, no problem.
Councillor Jackson, you've spoken. Councillor McPhee.
No, hang on. I want to talk about the appeals.
Oh, you're on appeals. Okay, sorry. Eleanor, you go.
Yeah, I think we should note that it was officers 1, planning committee 0. That the officers should be really strongly commended for getting it right in each case. And yeah, as Councillor Rigby says, we could do a little bit more information to know where we went wrong on the last one as a committee.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
Well, I perfectly agree with the 5 p.m. Submission. And I also agree that, and it was suggested last time, it's an all-day thing. So let's start at 9 o'clock with breaks and lunch and finish at 5 o'clock reasonably, because I'm not sure how good our decisions are from 7 o'clock onwards.
Councillor Craig.
Yeah, I could sort of say this could be part of another meeting if we have it about this, but I was wondering whether it might be worth just having some sort of weighting for applications on complexity, technical content, the amount of documents to be read and considered, all that type of stuff, a number of objections, so that the part of the problem, I think, is the agenda ends up getting very full. And if it gets very full of a lot of really complex cases, then they take a long time to talk through. So if there was some sort of weighting for each one, so we understood how complex it was, maybe you already do that in the background, it just didn't work, you know, I don't know, but that was just another thought, really.
Well, I think this, you know, the agenda today had started with 7 items on, but then we had the one site visit that took it up to 8, and then of course the councillor and the employee, and suddenly we're up to 11 items. But sorry, Lucy, you had your hand up.
Well, only I just wonder, it hasn't always been like this. I wonder whether COVID has caused a backlog or something. It was last year, though some of our meetings were quite short, and I don't know whether what's made it, but I'm quite grateful for the balance, that it does still mean smaller cases can come to committee. You know, if you agree them, and in some ways I wouldn't want the time to be cut down too much and lose out on that.
Well,
yeah,
I'm actually
I think we need to. Sorry, Eleanor.
Well, Sally will probably confirm this. I mean, we're now just about to go over the record, in my experience, in 12 years, because stopping at 10 to 9 was the latest. And
yes.
I know there is a lot against Zoom, but the fact is I am now in my home and I can go and heat up some supper, whereas last time I had to catch a bus and I wasn't back till 10.
Indeed. Anything
yeah,
else?
Chair, can I just say something? I think everyone's been quite rightly saying that a meeting of almost 7 hours is just ridiculous. We've had, this is about the 5th or 6th similar meeting in a row, very long meetings. If we were members of staff, I think we would have cause for complaint, and there's no way it could be considered good practice for anybody to be working in front of a screen for most of 7 hours. It's really got to stop. I've made the suggestion before that the meeting split between the morning and the afternoon, and we have a proper lunchtime. That was pushed back, but I asked for it to be considered again because these working conditions are intolerable. Thank you.
I think there's more sympathy for your position now, actually, Duncan.
I'm feeling quite sympathetic.
The offices ourselves, we're keeping them as well now. We're keeping the offices. Maybe
I've been sat in this chair since 9 o'clock, so I'm pretty sympathetic.
Yeah, I was literally having my breakfast at 8:30 this morning when I took my first call about today's meeting. Councillor Jackson.
Well, we used to have this kind of length of meeting on the health and well-being scrutiny panel, and we would start at 10, and quite often we finished at 4:35, but there was an hour's, well, at least usually about an hour, but sometimes a bit less, lunch break. And I am wondering if Councillor Hunsell isn't right, and we shouldn't go back to that sort of procedure that we had for scrutiny committees.
Well, we'll take it away, won't we, Councillor McCabe, and we can certainly look at how that can be addressed. I think everyone's asking for that. So
yeah. Any more comments on the appeals reports? Date of the next meeting is Wednesday the 16th of December. Not sure what the start time will be yet. We didn't say anything. We didn't do any site visits, did we? But
yeah, we've got the one.
We did. We did. So that virtual visit will take place, and you will let us know the date of the briefing then.
Yes.
So I formally close the meeting at 8:55. Thank you.